third inning, there was still some hope for a Seattle comeback. But then George Springer delivered in the fourth inning with a 431-foot homer to center field, and Vladdy followed that up by delivering a second exclamation point in the fifth with another blast to center. The Jays' bats are back. Now they're still in this fight with 41-year-old Max Scherzer lined up to make his 31st postseason appearance tonight. He is getting the start in Game 4. Now the Blue Jays have a chance to even up this series in Seattle. And add the Orioles to a list of teams with interest in future Hall of Famer Albert Pujols for their open managerial position. The O's have apparently expressed interest in Pujols, but have yet to formally interview him, per ESPN. The MLB veteran is also in talks with the Angels, his longtime team, about their opening as well. So we might be seeing Albert Pujols put on that skipper hat. And for Thursday Night Football tonight, we've got the Steelers and the Bengals. The big thing to look out for today, the Bengals, they may be going into Thursday's game without Trey Hendrickson. They listed him as questionable, even though he didn't practice at all on a short week. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Concubines.
Act like gents. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're out west. Ashburn, VA. Commanders practice today. Big practice today for Terry McLaurin. Wednesday is a pretty light jog through, as Dan Quinn phrased it. Today is the real practice. They're gonna physically push it. There's gonna be some exertion. And we will find out
what's going to happen.
I think getting Terry back is just a massively big deal for this team, B.
It would be. It would be because I think Terry, Debo has been spectacular, but you went into this season with a mindset of Terry and Debo. And Terry does things that Debo does not do. If they were to get him back, now they could begin to run everything. And I think the way teams have decided to play us is because Terry's not in there. He can take the top off of it. He's going to beat people one-on-one. When you had him and Debo on the field, Luke and Jalen get a bigger opportunity then, because it's one-on-one with those guys. Then you'll find out they'll begin to cook those guys. And also, although the running game has been great, that would help the running game out even more.
The question there is Debo also, because I think if you look at Debo's performance in the Bears game, now granted, he was open for a touchdown in the first quarter on the first drive, and the ball just didn't get there, right?
Yep.
Jaden was just a little late on the pass, didn't see the other safety. But just from a straight-up production standpoint, it was Debo's lowest of the season, and by a pretty substantial mark. The 2 games prior to that with Terry out, Debo had gone for 81 and 96 yards from scrimmage with a touchdown in each. Last week against the Bears, he had 14 total yards. He had 4 catches for 15 yards. So, that's really nothing downfield, right?
Yeah.
And then he had 1 carry for -1 yard.
Yeah.
Didn't get in the end zone, obviously. Debo's only other game with under 30 yards was against the Raiders, and in that game he had the big opening kickoff return, and that was just kind of a laugher, so Debo probably didn't play a lot late. The concern, I would say, is Debo had to come out of that game twice, I think, to get his heel kind of taped up. They're calling it a heel, whatever the injury is. You'd really like to have Debo fully healthy.
Yeah. I would hope they have a hold on how to tape him and how to deal with that now. I know Al Bellamy, I told you when I had the planners. When I had the planners, that was basically a deal where I Al would tape me in a way where I had no pressure on it, and I could go out. I never missed a game because of it. So hopefully now they got this whole week, and they'll figure that thing out where he can go on the field, and if they could tape it a certain way where it's not any problem for him. So
yeah, I mean, you'd love for that to be the case. There is some good news, right? Like the Terry McLaurin situation is out there. We don't know how that's going to go. But last week, Terry was DNP all 3 days of the injury report. This week, the first day of practice, he's at limited, which is already a step forward.
yeah,
I think we'll learn a lot today. I also think you're getting Cosme back this week. This is what since they activated his window, I thought Dallas would be the game he goes. I think this will be the game he goes. We'll probably hear from Sam today, I would imagine, maybe tomorrow. But I think that's positive news for the offensive line. I did Shan and RJ and Bobby. I did the Dallas morning show this morning. And they were saying, for Dallas, from an injury perspective, they're starting to feel pretty good because it was the first day they had – yesterday was the first injury report they've had in some time with no DNPs on it.
wow.
Washington, on the other hand, has double-digit DNPs. A lot of those – this is just how DQ operates with his veteran players. They just don't practice on Wednesdays. I remember Zach Ertz telling me last year he didn't practice a single Wednesday the whole season. So of the non-concern part of town, Bates was DNP rest. Ertz, DNP rest. Kinlaw, rest. Miller, rest. Payne, rest. Tunsil, rest. Wagner, rest. I will put all of those. I mean, the only one maybe you question is Bates because he did miss a couple games, but he's played the last couple weeks. I put all of the rest guys, where it clearly says rest on the injury report, into the no concern bucket. Do you agree with me about the no concern
I'm with
bucket?
that.
Okay. That leads, however, a bunch of guys where I have some level of concern. Chris Rodriguez didn't have a carry the other night. I don't know that he had a snap the other night. He was a DNP all last week. Still a DNP with that calf injury. We'll see what happens today.
Anytime I hear calf injuries, I get a little worried because I know it was a different sport, basketball, where two guys, they say it was a calf injury, and then boom, the Achilles went.
Yeah.
I just think you got to take your time with that.
Totally. And, they like their backs, but Chris is good and has been good for them. And
True.
You don't like to see a guy now. I mean, we're talking, and remember last week they had the bonus day too.
Yeah.
So we're probably talking at least 5 practice days and 1 game where Rodriguez is not doing anything. So maybe they, frankly, share your concern. Hey, it's listed as a calf, but if it's a lower calf, we got some real.
Got to worry about that.
Yeah. I'm just confirming real quick. Rodriguez had 1 offensive snap in that game. 1 offensive snap, played on 3 special team snaps, did not record a carry, I believe. So he did play a very, very minor role in the game, but it does mean he was able to at least suit up and play. So Rodriguez gives me some pause. Like I have some level of concern about Chris. We talked Debo. Debo was a DNP heel. They easily could have listed that as a heel/rest. Like that's what they did with, like Ertz, for instance, is a rest slash shoulder. Debo being on there with the heel, concerning, right? Like that's a thing that has lingered. But I also think, talking with people from San Fran, I think because Debo is so big, so strong, and plays so physically, like he ends up being on your injury report kind of week after week. That happened the last couple seasons.
And that's also if you want to just notify and put everything out there. Because as I stated many a times, everybody could be on the injury report every day.
Sure.
And I think if a guy leaves out of a game the week before because of something, you can't just say rest.
Right.
Because now then the league will be like, okay, he left the game because of an injury. you can't say rest in that heel. You got to just basically go with more of the bigger thing aspect of it. So
that gets me to a real concern, and not necessarily a real concern. I don't know that he'll play or not play, but Dorrance Armstrong, I would say, has been their best defensive player thus far this season. He's quite good at setting the edge and is the leading sack guy on the team. Armstrong missed yesterday's practice. He was a DMP with the hamstring. He had to come out of that game against the Bears twice, I believe, dealing with that hamstring. Now, he did check back in. He did have a sack in that game. But I do think, let's start here. Like, if you injured your hammy, but you're able to come back in, and then you come out again, and then you come back in again, I wonder what that feels like maybe a day or two later when you don't have the adrenaline of a game and
it's a little more sore. And listen, Dorrance is a guy as a pass rusher. I was a guy who ran. And I've had games like that where once I noticed that the hamstring was a little whatever, I just had to guard the way I would stop. Because a lot of times people think hamstrings go when you're out full speed. It's the way you stop, too. Like you'll watch when a guy has an injured ham, you'll watch that guy glide through the end to stop. He doesn't just, boom, plant.
Yeah.
Because it'll really go then. So I would change up how I did that.
That's interesting.
And I was able to play games all the way through. Like Gary couldn't
Every
practice
week,
all
right?
week, but he'll come in the game, ball out, and then come back the next week and do it again. It's the where is that? If it's a high part of the hamstring, you got something to be concerned about. If it's a lower part, you can probably tape it, put a wrap on it some type of way, and alleviate it because that extra pressure helps. So I don't know exactly what it is for him, but the fact that he went back in the game 2 times should give me a little bit more hope that he can still go this week, and he also has something extra pushing him.
Yeah, playing in Dallas again. I also think defensively, with what we know about this Cowboys offense, they need Dorrance because I think you'd love to speed Dak up because if Dak's chilling in the pocket, he is killing people right now.
Yep.
So I wanted to read this to you. This was Dan Quinn yesterday asked about Dorrance Armstrong.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's always concern in and out, and he kind of showed me I'm going to battle through it to go. We won't really hit our speed stuff until tomorrow, Thursday, today. So I think he'll have a better shot. He's able to do the walks and that kind of stuff today. So I'm encouraged by that. But until you load it, go. The good news is, like I said, he's in, he's out, but meaning coming back and forth into the game. But I'll have a better feel for him tomorrow as we get a little bit more movement.
Yeah.
I think right now they don't know.
I don't think they know, but the
guts,
thing,
though, to come back in.
He showed great guts, but the thing of it is he at a point where he can go and play, and it's not going to be something that will affect him for the next 3 or 4 weeks? You get what I'm saying? I think it all comes down to that. If he can go out there and gut it out on a certain amount of plays and not hurt himself anymore, you try it. But if he's risking ripping that thing and being out for 4 or 5 weeks or so, is it worth it?
Well, and
that's the delicate balance that a lot of these coaches have to play with. Your guy just showed you I'm tough, and like the old John said, I'd rather calm a fool than resurrect a corpse. You got guys that want to play, and sometimes you got to protect them from themselves. But if he can play, and the doctors are sure of he's not going to hurt himself more, why not let that guy go?
Well, it's interesting because that kind of takes us full circle to the Noah Brown thing, right? I think if you let them do it all again, Noah Brown goes to the IR because they were unsure on the injury. Finally, 3 weeks after 3 missed games, it seems like he really tested it, and that's when they realized, okay, this thing isn't ready to go. Mm-hmm. There is some unknown nature to these injuries. Like the human body responds different at different times. These guys everybody in there is working their ass off. Everybody in there is doing everything they can to be ready every week.
Yeah.
But sometimes you still don't know until you test it.
You don't know till you test it, and then also the mental makeup of a person. And I don't know the mental makeup of none of these guys. But I also know I've seen two people have the same injury, and one guy could be back in 2 weeks, the other guy take 8 weeks, and then he's still not going full speed. And I think there's mental hangups on certain people. You know, and when you hear people are injury prone or they deal with a lot of injuries, is it necessary to deal with a lot of injuries or they can't get over an injury quicker?
Dude, and you played pro football. Like, you know what it's like at this level, at the highest level.
Mm-hmm.
And different people respond to different things.
Totally.
But, like, for our audience, for the people listening, driving in their car, checking out the podcast, like, that happens in regular human life, too.
Yeah.
We're going to Dallas this week, right? I remember going to Dallas at the end of the 21 season when, what was it, the Omicron wave was coming back with COVID. And it was crazy, right? And up here, we're all wearing masks. We have to go to Dallas. It's Sunday Night Football. That was a game. Duran and John start swinging on each other on the sideline. It was a disaster of a game. Jerry World's got 80,000 people in there. On the field after the game, doing post-game, there's got to be 2,000 people. And you know COVID's swirling around. And I remember vividly, I'm not going to name names on this, but 5 of us had to get to the airport that night to get out. We shared a taxi. Of the 5 people in that taxi, we were in the NFL protocol at those times, getting tested all the time. I think 3 people got COVID, 2 didn't. We're all in the same damn car.
Yeah.
We're all, you know, I think we put the windows down for safety, but like sometimes it's just different things happen to different people.
It's like we
I did not get it.
We simplify everything, but I think when you're looking at COVID, it goes by blood type, all that crazy stuff.
Right. Who knows?
Okay, when you're dealing with athletes on a football field, you're absolutely right. Everybody works their ass off. You know, you hear people talking about, oh, that guy loafing, not trying to get back. I heard somebody yesterday say some people were goofing around, not taking stuff serious. That was a dumbass comment. But anyway, people just deal with stuff. Some people can get over the hump. Some people can't. You know, when I had the shoulder separations, Al was like, man, what you thinking? I say, how you going to tape it down so I can play? And he's like, what do you mean? I say, I'm not thinking about missing the game. I'm trying to play. So I wanted to find out a way where, because it was inflamed or whatever, and you could keep it down to where I'm not going to mess it up. So now I knew I couldn't reach like this to catch a ball. So if the ball came, I had to jump with the arm just still there. But I played. The next person may go, man, I can't go. Because a lot of stuff is about the pain threshold.
Sure.
And some guys just can't get it out their heads. You know, when you start talking about guys with leg injuries, it's not necessarily the injury that gets them sometimes. It's the mental part of, damn, what if I get hit on this thing? Oh, I can't go. I shouldn't be able to do it. They think they overthink themselves out of doing something instead of just going and letting it happen.
Well, and how often can it be, especially a hammy, right? Like to your point about Dorrance. Some injuries you can make significantly worse.
Yeah.
Some, like, I think a lot of fans don't realize how many guys with regularity are playing through some level of shoulder separation, right? Like, because when your shoulder, now there's different grades, right? Like, it depends how significant the damage is. But generally with that, the only things that help are rest. Like, it's not, you can get surgery eventually, but generally it's rest. But rest just means missing games. So dudes tend to play through that.
Yeah.
But it's also an injury where odds are you can't tear or something. Your hamstring, if it's strained and you start running on it, you could tear that thing.
We could rip that thing completely off of the bone.
Right. Like these are complex things, is my point. I mentioned earlier, B, that I was on with the Dallas fellas this morning with the morning show on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. And they asked me a question to start our interview that I want to ask you. And I think so much of our perception of things has swung on 2 plays over the last 2 games. And I think it's worth examining where we think Washington is in reality versus perception versus our perception to begin the season. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finland.
This sports update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. Thursday Night Football, the Steelers are traveling up to Cincinnati to take on the Bengals. Now, the Steelers may not have Deshaun Elliott on a short week. He didn't travel with the team to Cincinnati, but on the injury report, he's listed as questionable. Jalen Ramsey, who fought through a hamstring injury to play last week, he was not given an injury designation this week, should be good to go. Now, for the Bengals, they will likely be without Trey Hendrickson. He's only listed as questionable, but he didn't practice at all this week. On a short week, it's kind of hard to imagine how he plays, but I guess never say never. Meadows Farms is celebrating 65 years of their anniversary sale. VIPs enjoy 20% off all perennials, trees, shrubs, and houseplants. With 16 locations, it is the perfect time to refresh your garden or bring some green indoors while saving big. Offer excludes delivery and installations. Meadow Farms, plant a little happiness. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
On the road. Saw a Black Flag sticker on a Cadillac. It's B. Mitch and Finley. So B, we got a packed show coming today. Really excited. We're getting Doc Walker on the line at 11 a.m.
Really?
Yeah, man. I've been missing talking to Doc. I don't know why. Doc used to always have me call in for post game, and now he doesn't text me. So I just listen to Doc when I'm driving home.
Because he can't have you call in for post game because you working 3 hours till after the post game.
When I got in the car after the Bears game, Doc was on, and I listened to Doc.
He kind of figured you were tired at the time.
Nah, but I'm excited to talk to Doc at 11. We are going to talk to Shan Sharif from Dallas 105.3 The Fan at noon, and then 1 o'clock.
Is it Shan or Sean? Because I thought he went by Sean.
Landfill? I think it's S-A.
Yeah, he calls it Sean. It's S-H-A-N, but I think it's Sean.
Sean it is. I said
when I was doing a show with him, he said his name was Sean.
Sean it is. Yeah, because you guys did a show for like a year or two, right?
Yeah, that was a while ago. Long time ago.
Sean Sharif will join us at noon. Peter Rosenberg at 1:30. We'll have the phone lines open at 1 o'clock for Bleep You Thursday. But I was on in Dallas this morning, and they asked me this question to start it off. And I want to ask you the same question.
Okay.
Going into the season, there was an expectation that Washington was clearly the second best team in the NFC East and that Washington would be able to give a run to the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
Does that expectation hold true for you? I'll tell you my answer, but I want to hear yours
I
first.
still think it holds true because I believe Washington, they were just, a few minutes from being 4-2 with Dallas. I mean, with Philadelphia at this point. I don't think Philly is the same team that they were last year, and I don't think I've seen Washington's best football.
So our answers were pretty damn similar. I said, if Jaden doesn't fumble a snap, they're 4-2 and tied with Philly for the division lead, and I think that would absolutely be the expectation. But then I tried to take a step back from the immediacy of the Bears game. What do you think happens if Quan doesn't force that fumble in L.A.?
I mean, but see, that's
plays go your way.
Plays go your way, plays
way.
don't. But I think the ultimate thing is you can't go back all those times. But you're sitting right now 1 game behind them. And based off of what they've done the last 2 weeks, you suspect that they're going to make another stumble somewhere. If you get on you could look in the future. If you start to play better, you start to close out games, they stumble, you catch them. It can still be that. So that's the expectation still to me. I understand Dallas's offense is being potent out there, but their defense is going the other direction. So still people are going to have a chance. As you stated, at all the points they score, they still had a negative point differential.
They just lost to the Panthers.
But I'm saying, though, so you still have a chance to do everything you wanted to do. It's just you got to get stuff corrected quickly.
The Cowboys on the season have scored 20 more points than Washington. They go for 30 a game. I think it's second or third in the league. They've given up 60 more points than Washington. So, I mean,
That says a lot.
yeah, I mean, their point differential, they're -6 through 6 games. They've scored 178 points but given up 184.
Yeah.
I think we got to remind ourselves how close this thing was to 4-2. And to your point, they haven't played their best football.
True.
The defense is far from its best football.
Yeah.
They took advantage, I'd say, of two pretty bad opponents in the Giants and the Raiders, especially the version of the Giants they got with Russ at quarterback instead of Dart, who's given them something. The win in L.A. was a quality win. And
Yep.
the Chargers O-line was really banged up, but what you do when you play a team that's really banged up is take advantage of it. Like, anybody that wants to discount the win in L.A., I think is kind of silly.
Man, look, they all professional teams.
Right.
It ain't my fault that they may not be playing up to their level or their chemistry is not working yet, but they all get paid to play.
I think, Landfield, where do you land on that? Do you still see, through 6 games at 3-3, the Commanders as like this viable playoff contender, or has your opinion changed?
I think they'll make the playoffs because the NFL has kind of expanded the playoffs to the point that you basically only need to be 500 to make it. But I kind of don't really see them, making the championship game again, or maybe they can win a playoff game. But I don't see them winning 2 like they did last year.
It's interesting because for this team to be good, can the defense be better? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see the defense becoming a top 5 group. Offensively, I think that's their ceiling, right? Is be one of the best teams in the NFL.
Yeah.
They haven't touched that yet.
Nope.
They're 7th in points scored. They're only 13th in yards gained. I think the injuries offensively, Eckler's a player that really helps you, and he's been gone now for a month and will be gone for the rest of the year. Not having Terry is so massive for this team.
Yep.
And then you couple that with Noah Brown, and then your receiver room really takes a hit. And I think there is legitimate room to be really encouraged by what you're seeing from Luke and Lane, but those guys aren't getting a lot of run. They just aren't. And I think the delta between Terry McLaurin and Chris Moore is quite significant. And so I do think you got to wonder about the injuries. You got to wonder how much better offensively they could be. Oh, by the way, you had 2 games without Jaden Daniels. And I think Mariota's a hell of a good backup. But Jaden, when he's right, is one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah.
That's a big difference.
There's a difference, but the thing about it is looking forward,
Yeah,
not looking in the rearview mirror.
sure.
Jaden healthier. The team gets healthier. Those young guys that you say not getting run, getting experience. Now Terry comes back. Those young guys now may be more effective for you. That's what I look forward to. I look towards that. There are teams right now that are healthy. They may not be healthy in 4 or 5 weeks. So things may just switch completely. And you have to be ready to take advantage of whatever the opportunity is that presents itself. The thing about the game last week, that's one that you're going to wish you had you had that in your pocket.
Totally.
But it's going to be another one that come along that maybe getting ready to slip it. You may get them at the end. So it's just, I'm looking at now Sam getting ready to come back. Bates getting healthy. A Terry possibility of coming back. Can't worry about Eckler. Eckler ain't coming.
Right.
So I'm not worried about him anymore. And I know what he was capable of. But he got hurt a lot last year, too.
Yeah.
And other guys had to step in. Noah Brown. Noah got hurt a lot last year. Noah had an unbelievable Hail Mary. But this year he played 1 game. So I don't see that as a major miss. Because he wasn't the guy that put up 13, 14 touchdowns last year. Over 1,000 yards receiving. That you really miss. What he's doing, what Luke's doing now, is probably going to be equal to what he was doing last year.
People probably don't realize this. Luke's yardage is not – hold on, let me pull this up because this will be pretty interesting. Through 6 games, Luke has – give me the damn number. Luke has 179 yards receiving, but 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Luke's touchdown to reception rate is nuts. He has 3 touchdowns on 8 catches. Do you know how many touchdowns Noah Brown had last year?
1 or 2.
1. The Hail
Just
Mary.
that one, yeah.
Right. In 11 games last year, Noah Brown gave them 450 receiving.
But that's what I'm saying. So it's easy to look and wonder about, we have these people missing. Look at the production of what that person did. And the thing of it, Luke is still young learning. Around week 8 in that second year, I expect you to just be hitting the ground running. Even the coaches have this mindset. Younger guys that they feel are learning, we don't want to throw too much at them right now. Hell, if I'm the young guy and I want more, I'm gonna start saying, look, I can take more. Come on, give me some more. Because what he's doing with such little, what if he gets a little bit more play? Can he do the same things? And if he starts doing more, now a defense has to focus on him and care about him more instead of not.
I agree. I just think our perception is probably so skewed by losing that Bears game. And if we get to the end of the year and they go 9-8 and you need 10 to get in the playoffs, and you can trace it to that Bears game, like I get that. I get the frustration from that. But if you look at last season, I mean, Landfill, to your point, you had teams, I believe the Seahawks did not get in the playoffs with 10 wins just due to tiebreakers. The Seahawks went 10-7 and didn't get in. So you look right now at where the league is, and we're projecting, and it's probably too early, but I think 10's got to be your number, and you did give one away last week. And you look out west, you've got 3 teams at 4-2. You look to the south, depending what Atlanta is, they're 3-2 because they had the bye. Atlanta would have a heads-up tiebreaker on you. Green Bay and Detroit look like those are both playoff teams. Like, it is going to get bunched up, but there's so much season left. And like, yesterday, I didn't ask him the question, but Quan Martin got asked about the missed tackle against Chicago. And he's like, he was clearly frustrated, and I talked to him for a while afterwards, and he's clearly just so pissed about that one play, and people are like bombarding Quan on social media. The week before, he changed the game with a forced fumble. Let's try to take the totality of things and not just react to everything.
Yeah, man, listen, bro. The thing of it is, those same people have never tackled nobody in their life neither. They don't understand what it is to go tackle somebody running that fast.
Should Quan have made the play?
It happens.
Yes.
It happens. And we could say he should have made it. Still, Swift is not in the NFL because he can't run and he can't break tackles.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's just like, but that's, fans feel that it's their right to just say and act the way they want to act. And if that guy were to fire back at you, I don't want to hear a damn thing about, well, you the player, you ain't got to accept nothing. He could probably come back at you and say some stuff too. You wouldn't be able to handle it.
I asked Bill yesterday. Think about the totality of things for Bill versus the fumble against Chicago. So this week the question is, does Bill have a fumbling problem? Can they trust him? The week prior, he went for $150 and 2 touchdowns and was the FedEx Player of the Week.
Yeah.
The Bears game wasn't his best. They couldn't get the run game going. He put one on the ground. Are we done with Bill now?
Some people might be. But you know what? To hell with them. That's the way I think about it. Listen, bro, I wish players could take my attitude. I respect fans. I respect them. Once they get stupid, I will disrespect them too. And I think that's the ultimate thing. Don't go throwing something at these dudes that you can't handle yourself. If Anna throw out there and say something and you respond back, then they all in their feelings. Well, just because I play ball don't mean you have the right to say any damn thing you want to me. I have a right to defend me. And I'll tell every player that. No, we we're going to critique them for what happens on the field, and we keep moving. It doesn't become personal. A lot of people want to make it, and a lot of people on social media definitely want to make it personal. You know why? Because they can hide their ass behind a little dumbass avatar.
One thing that I can look at the short-term results or the long-term results, working with Paul Henry. Because in the short term, he has made my house so much more comfortable, new doors, new windows. In the big picture, he built another room at my house, especially with everything we got going on at the house now. If we didn't have that sunroom, my porch, we couldn't be in the house. But because of working with Paul Henry and all the quality work he's done, every time I've worked with him, my house is a completely different place. He can do the same for you. If you call this month, Doctober, you get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's window installation.
What I like about it, Jay, is the professionalism, the honesty, and the trustworthiness. You know, the guy that comes in and do things that he says he's going to do, doesn't try to overcharge you. Those things make a world of difference to me. There are a lot of people out there that can come out and do it, but you know what? Are they going to do it right? Are they going to be trustworthy? Will they try to oversell you? Well, Paul's not going to try to oversell you, and he's going to be a guy you can truly trust. And when you begin to trust people, you can just allow them to go do stuff at your house, and you have nothing to be concerned about. So reach out to Paul right now. You get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Show me some love.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. So I brought up the example of Bill from week 5 to week 6, where Bill was dominant in L.A. and then was not dominant and had a bad fumble against Chicago. Mm-hmm. Brought up the example of Quan, week 5 in L.A., really flipping the entire script of that game with a forced fumble versus Quan missing a tackle week 6 against the Bears. Had a really big moment, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I'm not – nobody's off the hook for the missed tackle or the fumble, but, like, it's a big, long season, man. It morphs and changes throughout the year, right?
Yep. And saying something stupid on social media is not going to change it.
Well, that brought me to one thing that I don't want to give a lot of time to because I'm honestly kind of astounded by it. Mm-hmm. There are a bunch of people. Jaden Daniels did his weekly press conference yesterday, and are you aware of this like 6'7" meme thing going on in the world?
I saw it. I just saw them slow down him saying 6'7".
So the 6'7" thing is funny. I can't act like I really understand it, but I get that it's like a funny thing that especially kids and young people are into. Maybe like Jeff. Jeff, do you think 6'7" is funny?
I don't think Jeff here.
Jeff's not here. Oh, that's right. He told us he's not here.
I am here.
Okay. What's up, Jeff?
6'7". I do not get it. I know it just started out with LaMelo Ball, because saying he plays like he's 6'7", and then I just started seeing the phrase.
So, Heather McDonough yesterday from the NBC4 Sports Twitter account. Heather does a great job of turning out a lot of good content, video on that account. You should follow it at NBC4 Sports, right? Tweeted out this video of Jaden. I asked him about Bill. He kind of laughed when he realized, like, how many games has Bill played? 6 or 7? And then it became the 6 or 7 thing, right? Mm-hmm. These people that are replying, like, this dude said single-handedly cost this team the game, and he's making 6-7 jokes. Like, you got to relax. Man.
I don't think he took that and made that like that. He made a comment that had nothing to do with it.
He laughed a little bit. But,
but the whole thing.
People that are mad that he smiles, like, shut up.
You know what, man?
Shut up.
I'm going to say it for him. Everybody got a problem with it. One finger salute from me. And when you see me out on the street, come in my face and say something about it. I get annoyed by all that BS, man. Like, just like anything you say today is pause about everything. Sometimes the connotation is not what you're trying to say.
Pause is funny, though.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can't say it about every damn thing.
Right.
You know, are people that worried about every little sexual connotation of every word in the world? You know, they're concerned about it that much? No. Some people really live a real life and ain't concerned about all that crap.
For me, the body of work Jaden Daniels has put together is so significantly better than anyone could have possibly expected that people just need to STFU.
That's why there's that love-hate relationship. Like, fans really think you're supposed to give them total respect 24/7, but they have a right to do whatever the hell they want to do. That player don't have to give you respect. He don't have to take your crap. But that's what they think. You know, and the ultimate thing is, I've always been taught, one thing about, if I'm going to sit up there and expect something from you to treat me a certain way, I got to give it to you. If you don't give it to me, to hell with you. You know? Like, well, I mean, those are that, I pay your salary. No, you don't. You pay to be entertained, and you're entertained. So once you get that, that's all you get. You don't get nothing else. You don't get nothing else to come tell me about what I need to do, how I need to do it. If I make a mistake or have a fumble in the game, you got a right to be disappointed. But once you start trying to think you have a right now to tell me how I'm supposed to live to please you, you're fooling your damn self.
The people that are jumping on Jaden for they don't think his reaction is appropriate. It just is it's mind blowing to me. And I would just add that In no way are we letting him off the hook for the fumble, right?
No.
The fumble was really bad. It was an
But ain't nothing he can do about it now.
But you know who also didn't let himself off the hook for the fumble? Jaden. You know what a lot of people try to do in that situation is shift blame or say something. Yo, it was a wet ball. All these things. There are people that are driven to make excuses for bad things that happen to them. He's the opposite.
You know when I first
so
got in the league,
what the hell are we talking about?
I first get in the league, we lose the game. I am on the bus, pissed, bawling. You know what the veteran players told me? Get over it. Think about the next one. So all these fans who want to make it to what they think, they don't even know. They haven't been through it. All right? I had people for years coming to me telling me I fumbled against the 49ers when I never got it. And I used to always try to explain to them. Then, you know what I do now when they say that? I just look at them like you dumbass. If you really knew what happened, you wouldn't come in my face. But I don't even explain anymore. Why? Because people that are dumb and stupid are going to be dumb and stupid. Let them be it. So you got to think what you wish. Go back and check out the play. You'll know. But I got out. This was 1992. And people still come to me and say, oh, man, you wouldn't have fumbled that ball. Yeah, can't fumble it if you don't have it, right? So it's just you're going to deal with idiots like that and just learn to ignore them. But I'll let them know before they walk off that you are such a damn idiot. But I'll use some other words.
I know you will. Very excited. Doc Walker will join the program next.
This sports update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. The Toronto Blue Jays have a pulse. Last night at T-Mobile Park, the Blue Jays battered the Seattle Mariners in Game 3 of the ALCS. Final score 13-4. Now the Mariners do still hold a 2-1 lead in the best-of-7 series, though Toronto's putting up a fight. Historically, teams with a 2-1 lead in the best-of-7 have gone on to win the series 71% of the time. But the Blue Jays showed last night that they are not done just yet. Plus, they've got Max Scherzer on the mound tonight, which just makes for great baseball, as we all know. Moving over to the NFL, wide receiver Chris Godwin Jr. and running back Bucky Irvin both ruled out for Monday night's meeting with the Lions. But Week 7 may be the return of Mike Evans. Wide receiver returned to practice today, and he hasn't played since Week 3 when he suffered a hamstring injury against the Jets. But he's back at practice, so we'll see if this is when he'll make his return. And for our quarterback, J.J. McCarthy is back for the Vikings, but it's unclear if he's going to get the starting job right away again. He returned to practice officially yesterday, but his head coach said he wasn't ready to make a decision about who's going to get the start against the Eagles. McCarthy's getting reps alongside Carson Wentz, both in practice. Meadows Farms is celebrating 65 years with our anniversary sale. VIPs enjoy 20% off all perennials, trees, shrubs, and houseplants. With 16 locations, it is the perfect time to refresh your garden or bring some of that green indoors, all while saving big. Offer excludes delivery and installations. Meadow Farms, plant a little happiness. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Thanks. B. Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan. We are excited now to welcome in the legend, Mr. Doc Walker, to the program. Doc joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. DOC, what's up, man? How you been?
I don't know, man. That funeral music you just played, you tell me.
Hey, that's all Landfill,
He
Doc.
said, what music?
That's all Landfill, Doc. Take it up with him.
Well, that's my guy, so I ain't got no gripe.
Doc,
What's up, Diggy Doc?
I was listening to
What's
you
up,
and
Mr. Mitchell?
Toby. I was listening to you and Toby on the post game the other night, and I thought you all did a great job. And you know, I understand you don't want me to call in on the post game anymore, and that's okay. But
Well, first of all, that's not true. I have nothing to do with that.
I'm just saying it's okay.
You were a staple. I thought you all. Well, again, I'm not management. So
We got
I can't
25
blame
jobs now, Doc. It might be hard for him to fit you in.
you. Well, I understand. No, look, I mean, All Ears is my favorite show on television, so I get it. But look, man, I remember back when in the day, and I'll cherish those moments. They can't take that away from me. You were a puppy.
See, the problem is you try to mess with Doc. He's just unmesswithable.
Is that
Doc,
a word?
No, it's definitely not. DOC, you were upset after that Bears game. It was a really bad loss. They gave it away. But at the same time, you got to turn the page and move to Dallas. Where are you at with these Commanders?
Well, I'm pissed off after every loss, JP. I don't like losing. I don't have any other interests. I don't have a fantasy team. I'm not wagering on anything in the game. So my only recourse is victory. If not, the whole week sucks for me. And that's never going to change. And I think that the people that support this team get it. You guys get it. And B just laid it out, although he was speaking way over these people's heads. They don't understand that. Somebody going to mess around and test B. Mitch. And I try to warn people. Some people you just leave alone and let them do their thing. But alcohol and these substances these people must be on, and watching parking lot fights. We got people going nuts. I don't know what the hell's going on with people right now. Mm-hmm. But I think we got a chance to be a good football team if we lock in. I don't know if we will or not, won't, because the next 4 weeks, you don't get no sissies. Mm-hmm. And I don't know who we are. You know, I'm a big identity guy. I'm not afraid to say, this is what we're going to do. I'm not into trick or treat. So it's an identity thing for me, and I'm waiting to see who we are, because that I don't know.
And like the thing, I look for that as well, Doc. And every week I talk about the trenches. I'm sure some people go, "Oh, he said that every week." Well, if you know anything about football, the big guys make things happen. And right now, when we win games, we run the ball effectively. We stop people from running the ball. When we lose that battle, both sides. How do we get to the point where we consistently can run the ball and stop the run?
Well, you teach a class on it. It's truth or dare, or trick or treat.
Mm-hmm.
And the coordinator gets a chance to do that. 2 weeks ago, me and Cliff, we're going up and down. He was magnificent in San Diego. He's a strategist. His brain is off the charts. Mm-hmm. The problem is you may not have the personnel to execute what you want to do. So you have to do what's left. And it comes down to it. When he had Scott in that first series, I screamed. We went big. If we go big, you're in trouble. For some reason, we're not bullies. We don't want to be bullies. Somebody over there doesn't like the idea of being a bully. And it's more intent on how creative, or maybe, I don't know what it is. But I know what? My eyes don't lie. We can punk people up front if we choose to. But if not, then we become the prey. And they sick us. And I just don't know. I don't understand why. It's not my job to. But they'll figure it out. For the next 4 weeks, there are no layups. Mm-hmm. So either you're going to man up in this, or you're going to be taken advantage of.
Doc, what has surprised you most, good or bad, through 6 weeks?
But really, because they talk tempo and they talk enthusiasm, the fact that they've been up and down emotionally. That's the part I don't quite understand. You don't have to be a really good team, but you can do whatever you do. Like Tampa. Nobody mentions Tampa. Nobody mentions nothing about them. But they get in your chest. You know what they're going to do. They don't hide anything. You know he's coming. They're coming. What you going to do about it? And they got a dude at quarterback I just adore, because he just won't die. This dude just keeps fighting. They have a personality. I thought we did, but I'm confused because I don't see enough consistency in what we have. You're the oldest team. No, you're the slowest team in the league. You know who that is. You can't be with one without the other. Mm-hmm. So use it as an advantage. To me, and again, I've coordinated no games, but I've seen how people react under pressure. A lot of people don't handle it well. So I would rather come at you and speed you up than to let you run past me when I know I can't run.
Talking with our friend.
I don't understand.
I get it, man. We're talking with our friend Rick Doc Walker here on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. Of course, you can follow Doc at Rick Doc Walker. You can listen to him on post-game, every Commanders game here on 106.7 The Fan and Team 980. Kind of looking, as frustrating as that Bears game was, they gave it away. There's no other way to describe it.
Kill me.
Looking at Dallas, they've got an explosive offense and a really bad defense. But we also heard last week that, they were going to run all over the Bears because that defense wasn't very good. What do you want to see? What do you expect to see this weekend at Jerry World?
That's funny. That's cute the way you say that. I have no idea, neither do you. That's why we're in this position. Because we don't necessarily have an identity. I'm hopeful that the same thing I'm hoping for every week, that we'll load it up. You'll see Scott. We'll see maybe 5 tight ends, and we'll just pound people until they start raising their hand. Their defense is terrible. But are they going to be terrible against us? Can we force their hand? Their offense is fantastic. How are we going to stop them if you got no pressure? If you're giving up edges like, it's like Christmas. So I'm still searching for the identity. Who are we, and what are we going to do consistently? I'm not going to lie to anybody. My eyes don't lie. Y'all see what's going on. We got young talent, but they don't hardly play. You worried about people that are injured. I don't worry about anybody that's not active at all. It's your job to develop people to get them ready. Now, here we are now in the first quarter of the season. We got people that can fly the kid lane. We got all this speed. They don't play. You got Cynic. They don't throw to him. So, JP, you all ears. I listen to you, so I get a game plan. If you're the oldest team and you got youth and high draft picks, why don't they play? Then you get the young kid comes out. Luke is tearing it up. He reminds me of that kid named Mitchell, Nelms. I mean, all these return guys, you know, they partially insane to be able to be a return guy. You have to have a screw loose, right? And yet, this boy is the real deal. He can hardly get on the field. Why? Ears.
The snap counts. I've been pointing out the snap counts, Doc. I'm not sure I understand it. I think specifically they've been running a lot of that jumbo set, 3 tight ends, bring Trent Scott in, report him as eligible, all that stuff.
Love it.
And generally when they're in that set, it's Chris Moore on the field, and maybe they like his physicality on the edge. I don't know. To me, I think that set would be an opportunity to get maybe Luke on the field, frankly. Somebody who gives you more explosiveness and to date has shown, I'd say, better hands. It is curious when you are going to face an opponent like Dallas that has this really explosive offense, explosive pass game. What do you need to see to slow them down? I'm guessing you want to see some pressure up front.
Well, I can't see what they can't do. That's like me asking the elephant to sprint. They've already shown me who they are, what they have, and what they don't have. So all they can do is surprise us, not just me. They're going to surprise everybody if they come up with something we haven't seen. In other words, they got to have more tools in the toolbox. Because what we see right now, no pressure, putting all the pressure on your corners, it's hard. These guys have, they got 2 canines at wide receiver. And Dak, in the regular season, as we know, he's one of the best. Mm-hmm. So unless they fumble, we're watching the same game. I need to see something different. I don't understand why people keep asking the same questions every week, and you don't get any answer and you don't get any change, but yet you expect a different result.
It's a fair question.
Back to, I think, like I said over and over again, Doc, and I know you think the way I think. The big dudes that smell like bacon, those guys need to lead the way. You lean on them, and then everything else falls in line. If we run at people, I'm noticing inside the tackles, Bill gets it done. Yep. That side-to-side stuff hasn't worked. And when we are on defense, we got to collapse the pocket. We got to get penetration. We get penetration, things change up.
Where's your edge pressure coming from?
They got to find a way. I mean, they have guys that are on the defensive inside and on the defense in the defensive end position. They rush, but setting the edge, I don't see that often. I see too many people get to the edge all the time.
Yeah, they got to pass. That's like across the border. So we need a great deal of enthusiasm. That's why all that rah. See, that's what the check is supposed to do. I don't understand how somebody has to have a motivational speaker fire them up for the game. That's what your check is supposed to do. Mm-hmm. Everybody talking about the bag. Well, they got the bag. So what do we get? I mean, it's straight up. It's not complicated. The question is, what are we going to see? You either out game plan people or you have more athleticism on your side than the opponent does. I need to see something different. Because all these excuses, people miss tackles. You guys were absolutely on point. Anybody that's critical over a guy missing a tackle has never been in a game. That's clear. They're just exposing them to their own ignorance. Mm-hmm. But I do want to go down fighting. I don't want to be sitting in something passively getting my ass kicked. That I don't like. There's ways. They call them zero blitz, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's better than what I'm watching. That's better than and because this boy Dak, and he got some wheels too. It's going to be an interesting test. That's if we're ready, if we're emotionally charged up. Because it seems like now the check is not enough for our guys. They have to have a motivational session in order to get them fired up. So week to week, it's not who you are every day. You say that, but you don't show it.
To that point, Doc, it has been surprising to me, and we've seen it in some like late game scenarios. There did seem to be this like, and DQ's talked about it. Anybody, anywhere, anytime.
I got the T-shirt.
Violence.
Yeah.
Right, like it. Some of that take the fight to them all the time mindset, and just. Like in the procedural stuff, the managerial stuff, in how you handle late game scenarios has felt different this year. And maybe that's a byproduct of being less capable offensively, where you haven't had as many long drives. I mean, their third down percentage is so significantly worse than last year. I mean, you're talking like 25 spots worse. And it's only 6 games and things can turn around. But has that surprised you, where it just seems like the mindset has maybe shifted a little, at least in certain portions?
No, nothing surprises me because they're pretty consistent in being inconsistent. See, we won off a Hail Mary, which means you were getting your ass kicked. And then you come back and have a play, and we got intoxicated, and it wasn't adrenaline juice. It was juice, no doubt about it. Mm-hmm. So then the Bears come back, they're the same old Bears, and now you're up on them, and then you give it a game away. Your building was as electric as I've ever seen or heard it. And you ruin your own party. And so you got guys that can physically do things. I'm not certain of being allowed to do that. It doesn't seem like it. Our edge guy, let's face it, saying somebody's old is just a nice way of saying they're slow in today's game. So what's your counter to that? It's either age and experience or athleticism and youth, whatever. You either got advantage or disadvantage. What is the counter to it?
Yeah.
I haven't seen a counter to it. I just hear a lot of talk, but I do not see the counter. What's your counter punch? He's not the kid in Baltimore. So we can kind of get to him, but who's going to do it?
Yeah.
How are we going to do it? Can't get there with 4. Are we going to blitz? We seem to be having these off-the-record conversations with our coordinators, but nobody just goes man up and asks the damn question. We fiddle around and stick and go and trying to be core. What you can show me what you're going to do. You showed me. I'm watching. Is that going to change? Are you capable of getting more out of your people than you're getting? Now, if you guys have been in it as long as I've been in it, so you tell me. You're all ears.
Like I tell you like this, Doc. I played with 2 of the best. Well, 3 I would say. Richie Pettibone knew how to make adjustments. Joe Gibbs did. Andy Reid was outstanding at it too. And I always say, people can say, "Man, we got to make adjustments at halftime." Why wait till halftime? After the first series, you know what's not working. And I think we got to find a way to begin to do that because, yes, people do sit all off season and they come up with a plan.
Yeah.
But you know that plan ain't going to work sometimes. And the thing that I go one step, and I'm on people to understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying don't listen.
They're not going to understand it, so don't even try.
But
don't matter.
Every player is a professional athlete, right?
Right.
Most of these guys have done their job a lot longer than the person that's coaching them has coached their position.
Yep.
If you know something is not working, you don't wait for somebody to tell you to change it. You know another technique or something that probably will work. And if you could make that adjustment while staying with the framework of the defense or offense, you make it happen. That's if you're studying your playbook well enough. Like I told my coach directly on Monday to Saturday, you are the coach. Sunday, I'm the damn coach. Because if the stuff you taught me all week doesn't work in this game, I'm not going to keep doing it. Because they're not going to blame you. They're going to blame me. So I'm going to make it happen. And I had a coach that was so damn asinine that he got mad after I scored a touchdown because I didn't do what he told me to do.
Well, see, that guy, hopefully he's not in the league.
Oh, he's not in the league anymore, but I basically told him, I said, yo, bro, the camera's on me right now, and I'm laughing. I said, I'm not going to be the only one embarrassed, so you better step away. And he stepped away, but he came back. He had to apologize because he saw what he had taught would have got me tackled for a loss.
And see, that happens, but you were a freak, so you were hard to coach unless you just let you be you.
Mm-hmm.
These guys, we're not talking about. We got a few unusual people. Ears. I say this all the time. Who do we double on our defense? Who requires a double team? Okay, so you're playing even. But we got a lot of people talking about bags. I keep hearing all this bag talk. And I'm telling, like Coach used to tell us, they need to be spoken to in tongues. Because that motivation 101, you're not getting the desired result. So somebody's not paying attention, or they're not listening, or you're just not good enough. But we've been in games that not been good enough. You got to play over your head. Somebody's got to be a hero. I only judge you by your check. The bigger the check, the more I expect from you. If not, somebody's got a bad deal. You can talk about sets, formations. Should we be in man or should we be in zone? We should be in ever what the hell your people do best. Whatever that is. And if they don't do anything well, then you should be blitzing. But to stand there stagnant and to have somebody outrun people 100% of the time, to me, is borderline lunacy.
Doc, we appreciate you, man. Thank you for making time for us.
Well, I'm glad I could fill in for your guest that dropped out anytime you need us.
He's stupid.
Yeah, you know that's a lie. You know that's a lie, dude.
That's the truth. I ain't been on this thing about 3 months. My people tell me, man, what happened to you and B. Mitch and Finley? I say, hey, man, I don't know.
Landfill asked us yesterday, who should we get tomorrow? I said,
well,
Doc.
that's my man. No, Landfill's my guy. I get that. But I'm a regular listener, so y'all can't talk yourself out of this one. Okay? The K9 community is not happy with you. I'm just letting you know.
Doc, every week I say, let's get Doc Walker on, and
I know you do.
the rest of them try to talk me out of it.
Doc,
He's messed up.
Doc, Landfill is a habitual liar. I'm learning that real quick.
Come on, B. That's my dog, man. All right, hey, man, I'll see you at the gym. All right.
Goodbye.
Later, dude.
Thank you, Doc. We appreciate you. The great Rick Doc Walker. Give him a follow at Rick Doc Walker. When we come back, let's take a look at the football game tonight. Plenty more coming your way. You'll hear from Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Witt a little later in the program.
Hey, it's B. and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt a great difference instantly.
The best part, Ruud systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Ruud's got the variable speed compressor that ensures precise temperature and humidity control. It lets your house be perfect. Comfort and performance. It's going to lower your bills and keep your house feeling exactly how you want it to be. You got to tell them about the cash, too. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit Ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud,
it ain't right.
This sports update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants are arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. Rams wideout Puka Nacua injured his ankle during a win over the Ravens, and although Nacua returned to finish the game, his head coach Sean McVay said afterward that he didn't know if his standout receiver would be available to play versus the Jags in London this week. Well, Nacua ended up sitting out Wednesday's practice due to the injury. McVay doesn't expect this to be a long-term issue for his receiver, but it does put his status into further question. Meadows Farms is celebrating 65 years with our anniversary sale. VIPs enjoy 20% off all perennials, trees, shrubs, and houseplants. With 16 locations, it is the perfect time to refresh your garden or bring some green indoors, all while saving big. Offer excludes delivery and installation. Meadow Farms, plant a little happiness. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you missed any of our interview with the legendary one and only Doc Walker, get on the Odyssey app or the iHeart app or anywhere you get your podcasts and listen to it. Doc is the best. Doc is not happy with that Bears loss. I think it's safe to say that. I've been meaning to make a point of this, and I wanted to bring it up. You've seen more and more pushback against Pro Football Focus. Mm-hmm. And my stance with PFF has always kind of been a constant in that the information they provide, like the pre-snap formation stuff, like there's a lot of valuable information they provide. Mm-hmm. But the subjective stuff, specifically the grading, I've never taken to fully because I just feel like, one, it's so incredibly subjective and you don't know who is the one doing the analysis, and then football's a game that's really hard. When Chris Cooley used to do the film breakdowns with Sheehan, they were so freaking great because Chris also had the playbook. He knew what was supposed to happen and what did happen.
Yeah.
A lot of other film breakdowns, and that's not to say there's not value to lots of them. There are. As long as you trust the source that's providing the content, like the breakdown, the context, like there is absolutely value in that stuff. But, like, you don't always know what the design is. So you don't always know if the safety is actually out of place or what the D lineman was supposed to do in that capacity, right? And I'm not knocking film study. There's a lot of value to it. But what I've thought is crazy is the notion of Pro Football Focus grades and then Pro Football Focus ranks on top of it. And as PFF has grown and grown and grown, you see these ranks more and more and more. And dude, I work for NBC, so maybe I should choose my words more carefully. But, like, PFF has a relationship with Chris Collinsworth. Chris Collinsworth works for NBC. Now they show these PFF rankings on Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
And it gives it this sense of authority, right? So Chris Long played in the NFL, won a Super Bowl. I think he played 11 years in the NFL. Obviously, Howie Long's a Hall of Famer. His brother Chris played in the NFL. Like, these are dudes that know football, I think it's safe to say, right? And Chris Long went nuts on his podcast about Patrick Mahomes specifically. And there was a screen grab that went viral. And I don't know if you're aware of this, B. At least going into Sunday Night Football, where do you think PFF had Patrick Mahomes ranked?
Had to be low for Chris to lose his mind.
13th.
That's stupid. There's not 12 quarterbacks in the league better than Pat. Never. And there's not 12 playing better than he is right now.
And then to put it as 13th of 32 quarterbacks, like it's some statement of fact, is just a little nuts to me. And what really bothered Chris Long, what got him started on this, is the Chiefs have a D lineman. I think his last name is Nandi.
Yeah.
They flew a graphic on Derek Nandi that he was the 191st out of 191 ranked defensive tackles. And Chris Long was like, he should sue them. like how on earth can you make that determination? Especially, and I don't know specifically, but if I had to guess, if you're Derek Nandi and you're lined up with Chris Jones on the same D line, a lot of times your job is just to try to eat as many blockers as you can, just to basically be like a human shield to let Chris
beat the other people. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Or and the flip side of that is if Chris Jones is getting double teamed like he frequently is, Nani should be able to make some plays, and maybe he isn't. So maybe he isn't having a great season. You've heard more coaches go in on this, players go in on it. McAfee went in on it the other day, and I am not saying anybody is right or wrong. I just think it's gotten over its skis with the weight that is thrown at this.
Okay, I think this is the main thing. If I'm involved with a product and I am gaining money from this product, or I be getting more of a better name or whatever from the product, and I'm always discussing the product in a positive way, people look at it as a conflict of interest, right?
Yeah.
So that's why they look at Chris and the whole deal the same way. He's involved with the PFL stuff. So if I'm on TV on Sunday nights and stuff, and I get to discuss the product I'm involved with, I'm damn sure gonna promote it. But is that not a conflict of interest?
I mean, that's a different question.
But no, it's just I have the soapbox to tell you about my product, and people in this society today, they believe everything they hear the person on TV saying or whatever. So if I'm saying it all the time, and then now I'm flying it off as this is the end all be all, is it not a conflict of interest? So I'm promoting something that I guess, because I'll tell you this, coaches talk to reporters and analysts all the time. I'd be damned if they letting you know everything in their playbook. Like, you were absolutely right. Cooley knew the exact offense that this team was supposed to be running. Had the iPad that they had. So he can tell you exactly what happened and what didn't. So when he says stuff, you can take it for damn near facts.
Right.
I'll be damned if 32 teams telling these people exactly what they're trying to do and what happened. So a lot of it, like you said, subjective or guessing. And that's where the whole damn problem comes from.
And it's totally fine to reference a data point, but at some point the weight given to those data points is far too significant. And I think when you see stuff, the level that Mahomes is playing at right now, especially early in the year when Worthy was hurt, Rice is suspended.
But it doesn't take into account none of that stuff. See, when you say a quarterback is the 13th, you have to take into account what is he throwing to. His best receiver was his aging tight end that hasn't played like he was capable of playing in the last 3 years. But they still beat the team that everybody was giving all the praise to. You know what I mean? So he's doing something. He put 30 on that team.
All right, quick break from us. You are going to hear from the coordinators here in a moment, as well as Sean Sharif will join us at noon. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win. Your bet plus a share of bonus bets, just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel, official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Desperately want it. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I think a lot of this PFF stuff was kicked up because McAfee went pretty hard on it, that they rated Myles Garrett significantly better than TJ Watt, even though Garrett had like a half sack and Watt had like 2.5 and a forced fumble or something. And he's just like, where is the disconnect here? And then J.J. Watt went on his show and said, I've had my issues with PFF for a very long time, and I was their number one rated player. They literally had to change their system because of me, and I still hate it. PFF has a lot of very, very beneficial tools, but they've got to stop grading players.
Yeah. I mean, you can do one thing and be exceptional at it, but you don't have to make it seem like you're the end-all, be-all, and you're completely off for one part. Like you said, doing the pre-snap stuff and things of that nature, which guess what? Anybody can pull up and see if they want to. If you got
but they're really good at accumulating that data.
Yeah,
which
but
is
I'm saying
hard
if you got that much time to go do it, but that's factual. That can be factual from anyone. But to sit up here and act as if you know everything that was supposed to happen, that's where you're wrong at.
Cottage industry of making football seem complicated so you can sell the results.
There you go.
There's the answer to everything is money, Brian. How about the answer to this one, though? The B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll question of the day. Are the Cowboys still the Commanders' biggest rival? Now, of course, the AAA poll today brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. What's the answer for you?
I would say that the people that's been around a long time are going to say yes because that's always been the thing. But I think the people that's watching it right now, it's more about the Eagles and the Giants.
I
would say the Eagles for sure.
I'd say the Eagles.
But if you think about this, you go back even in the days when I was in '90 and before, the Giants were always a thorn in the side.
Sure.
And if you ask the players when they were on the field, the players saw Dallas Week as a big thing because you heard about it from the fans all the time. But on that practice field, when you got ready to play Philly and New York, you saw the intensity. It means something. I think the whole NFC East is damn a rivalry. You know, you got the Eagles right up the road. Their fans come down and take over the damn stadium.
Right.
You can't tell me that rivalry is not bigger over the last 15, 20 years.
Well,
and they're the ones that's winning every damn
Philly's
day.
also really good.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
I think all the games are a rivalry, to your point. I think Dallas still has the weight of the history and the tradition. I think Philly has become a little more vitriolic. A lot of that driven by how Eagles fans behave, for lack of a better word. The poll results are, as of now, 55% of fans say yes, the Cowboys are still the Commanders' biggest rival. 45% say no, they're not. I'm guessing if you could ask, like, who is it then, the answer would be Philly. I think Dallas hasn't been very good, and Washington hasn't been very good. And just maybe this is stupid, and you can tell me if you think so. There was like when I was a kid, and I don't think this happens anymore, right? The world has changed. But when I was a kid, especially when I lived in North Carolina, like when you live in rural areas, we just went outside every day, and we each had a toy gun, and we'd run around and shoot each other. Me and my boy Sammy Steyer. Shout out to Sammy. That was what we did every day after school. Some days it was cops and robbers. Some days it was cowboys and Indians. But, like, those were the games we played.
Yeah, totally.
And I think there was just some baseline of Cowboys and Redskins.
Yeah.
Like, I think that added to it.
It
Like,
did.
you had Chief Z and the dude in the cowboy outfit.
Bro, it 100% did.
And so-
Because I grew up watching nothing but Westerns.
Right.
And that's how everybody, like, that's how you chose one side or the other.
Right.
Side was.
Right. And so there was some just like baseline of history of Cowboys and Indians fighting each other,
Yeah,
right? And
yeah.
it was shown to us by Hollywood and all these things. And I do think with the name change a little bit, like it's not Cowboys Commanders doesn't carry that same
Yeah, it
weight.
doesn't.
And if you're a younger fan and you're just getting into this because you love Jaden and you think, you know, this is my team now, it may not carry the same thing.
True.
And Dallas hasn't been really deeply playoff football relevant in 2 decades. Washington until last year hadn't either. So that thing kind of naturally could fade a bit. But I think much like I think maybe my favorite part of the Monday night game was how awesome that stadium was
Oh,
pregame.
it was electrifying.
It
bro.
was like what you remembered. And I feel like if Washington and Dallas are good again, then it comes right back.
Yeah, it probably will. But you look at the last 15, 20, it's about those people in green more than anybody else in that division.
Totally. Here's what we're going to do. Our guy Sean Sharif from Dallas will join us next. Maybe we ask him if the Commanders are still their biggest rival. I know our friend Newey Scruggs always says, oh, nah, it's Philly. But I don't know. These are interesting times we're in. Big week. It is Dallas week after all. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. The Commanders are placing defensive end Drake Jackson, who they just signed, on the injured reserve, and that means he is out for 4 games with a knee injury. But this was the plan all along. He is working his way back from said knee injury. The hope is that Jackson is back later in the season, so essentially they signed him just to stash him. Jackson was a 2022 second-round pick out of USC by the 49ers, where he spent the 2022 and 23 seasons in San Francisco before missing all of 2024 following some surgery. The 49ers waived him in May, and he signed officially with Washington yesterday. And Thursday night's matchup between the Pittsburgh Steelers and Cincinnati Bengals will mark only the 3rd regular season game in history between 40-year-old starting quarterbacks. This will be the 4th matchup between Aaron Rodgers and Joe Flacco, with Rodgers winning the previous 3. Rodgers has helped lead the Steelers to a 4-1 start and first place in the AFC North. Now, Flacco hasn't had a ton of practice time with the Bengals, but he has developed a very quick rapport with star receivers Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. So we're going to see tonight if these old dogs can show us some new tricks in primetime. Meadows Farms is celebrating 65 years with our anniversary sale. VIPs enjoy 20% off all perennials, trees, shrubs, and houseplants. With 16 locations, it is the perfect time to refresh your garden or bring some green indoors, all while saving big. Offer excludes delivery and installations. Meadow Farms, plan a little happiness. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia and points north, south, east, and west. Time for us to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline, go down to Dallas, talk to our friend Shan Shariff from 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. Sean, what's up, dude? Long time no talk. Landy? We got Sean there? Okay. Working on the connection here with our guy, Shan Shariff. Joe Witt, Commander's D coordinator, just got done talking, and he said of Dak Prescott playing the best ball he's been playing. Dak's been really, really good. That is a big problem, a big issue for Washington to take on this week. Sean, you there now? We got you, buddy?
Yeah, guys. Sorry, I'm just talking to random people out here in a Dallas parking lot, trying to add them to Eberflus's defense. So I was recruiting out here for Jerry. So my apologies.
All good, man. Let's start there then, because obviously there's a lot of good with the Dallas offense, but the defense has been terrible. Jerry's in the foxhole with Eberflus. What are they? Is it personnel, scheme, a little bit of both? What has gone wrong for Dallas on the defensive end?
Yes. Just yes. Matt Eberflus obviously got run out of Chicago. Game management stuff against you guys. The locker room revolting at the end of the year with the way he was handling things. This team is predictable. You know exactly what they're going to run. B. Mitch could speak to this more than me facing NFL defenses. But my assumption is if you know someone's going to run zone 85 or 90% of the time, that's a little bit easier to prepare for and execute against. Do they have the personnel to run man? Trayvon Diggs and others want them to run man. Well, me, along with a lot of Cowboy followers, think Trayvon Diggs is cooked. Deron Bland is a $90 million corner. He's playing 7 yards off on a 4th and 4 that has Carolina beat you. In terms of personnel, we know about the Micah trade. This has been a ridiculously disappointing defensive line. They were expecting Sam Williams, Marshawn Nealon. They paid Osa Odighizuwa to go ahead and step up. They're counting way too much on Donovan Ezeraku, who they just drafted. He's coming along, but he obviously is not there. This could be the worst group of linebackers in the entire National Football League. Kenneth Murray, bum. Jack Sanborn, bum. They're waiting on Overshown to come back. They're putting a lot on his shoulders. He's coming off a second major injury, but he's got athleticism and speed. And then their safety. If you get Donovan Wilson in coverage, if you have him covering anyone on that back end and Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels don't throw at him, they should get run out of town as well. So it's scheme right now, and it's personnel, all of the above.
Okay, that's a pretty thorough explanation of what's going wrong for that Cowboys defense. How are fans down there seeing how bad this defense is? And I think, when DQ and Joe Witt were down there, they had that defense cooking pretty good. Dallas's corners have always been pretty good at turning the ball over. I don't know why you would mess with that, especially with a guy like Deron Bland. But how is 6 games into the season, how is the Parsons trade being viewed now?
Parsons trade being viewed, I think Cowboy fans are okay with trading him, but we wanted a little bit more back. Kenny Clark was on the ground at least 4 times in the Carolina game. I mean, you talk about a D-line that got emasculated and whooped, and it happens a lot around here in terms of this run D, but guys were getting thrown into the backfield in the second level of the defense 5 to 6 yards, and Kenny Clark may have had his worst game as a Cowboy. Jerry oversold it, as he normally does, at the Kenny Clark or at the Micah press conference when he's like, "Oh, we're going to fix our run D. We wouldn't make a trade unless we got a win now defensive tackle." So I think we've been underwhelmed with Kenny Clark, especially after this past game. But I wish we'd gotten a little bit more back in return for Parsons, because look, Micah Parsons on this defense, we've seen it. They've gotten pushed around, they've gotten run on, they've gotten exposed. So Micah Parsons is not fixing this defense. They need multiple players in order to do it.
Why didn't they? And I feel like maybe this was a better question for then, but I'm curious about it now. Trying to rub salt in Dallas wounds, right? But I don't think the Mavs got enough for Luka, and it seemed like they only talked to the Lakers about it. And I don't think the Cowboys got enough for Micah, and it seemed like they only talked to the Packers about it. But I'm guessing you guys have explored those similarities if they exist.
Well, they're prerequisite, right? You limit the room when you say we have to get a win now D tackle. They've acknowledged Carolina. We saw their D tackles. They've acknowledged that they talked to the Jets, and the Jets are like, no, we can't make that happen for Quinnen Williams. So when you're small-minded or you have a narrow window, right, that doesn't help the trade market. And they also did it late. We're sitting here saying, why didn't you do this before the draft? And their answer back is, well, we were offering him a contract. We weren't thinking about trading him. We were sitting there thinking a contract extension was going to get done around draft time. And Jerry realized this thing was going to be an absolute mess more and more as we got into the season. And Jerry also, this got personal. It doesn't matter what he says to us every Tuesday or what they say to the media. This thing got personal. Micah apparently told him, lose my number. And Jerry said, okay, I'm going to go ahead and trade you to a team who kicks our ass every time we play each other. So the D-tackle prerequisite, personal feelings, and the bad timing right before the season cost them, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you kind of nailed that. We're talking with our friend Sean Sharif from 105.3 The Fan down in Dallas. You can listen to him in the mornings with RJ and Bobby. It's a fun show. I follow all you guys on social. I really like the way you approach things down there.
And you crushed it today on you crushed it today on with us. So thank you for coming on to preview the. Where's B Mitch? Is he golfing again?
Nah, man, he actually had to run to the dock. He's good. Just had a doctor's appointment come up. But he knew everybody was going to say that, so he told me, he's like, man, you make sure you tell him I had to go to the doctor. What Dallas is doing really well is playing offense. And let's start with Dak. I think, there had been real questions about the Dak contract and is he worth it? And anything with the Cowboys becomes a national lightning rod, and then you get Stephen A. and all these people involved. I've interacted with Dak like twice, and it wasn't on a real personal level. What does it mean to him, you think, for him to be playing at this level and carrying that team? Carrying them to what? I'm not sure. To me, it looks like a 7-win season, but he's playing at an elite football level.
Yeah, I think he's on cloud 9 with all the questions. Like last year, before he got hurt, that was a bad start to the season for him. We all had major questions. We're like, hey, I was saying draft Shador. Draft Shador in the 4th or the 5th round. This will be it for Dak. He'll get hurt again, and then you got to start over. You got to start over with a brand new quarterback. But this guy's playing at an MVP level. him and Brian Schottenheimer seem to absolutely be in love with each other in terms of the scheme. Brian Schottenheimer already is a fantastic players coach, and Dak Prescott is a humongous advocate for George Pickens. I mean, Dak is just raving. You never would have thought George Pickens had the reputation he did in Pittsburgh with the way that Dak Prescott is talking about him as a teammate. So Dak, obviously everyone hears the noise. He knows that people are like, hey, how are you still the highest paid player in the NFL? It's a ridiculous contract. You don't belong up there. Well, right now he does. And the guy does. You can say whatever you want about his ability. He cares. No one's going to outwork him. He's going to do every single thing the right way. That's the way he's become like such a great story as a fourth-round pick. And he is absolutely balling right now, no doubt about it.
So that said, I mean, Dak's playing at a phenomenal level. Pickens has been really, really good. What do you expect Dallas's offense to do this weekend? Can they carry them to a win?
Man, if you look at my gambling account, I'm the wrong person to ask. I thought the Jets would get them because Justin Fields can run around, and then they threw for negative 10 yards. I thought they'd beat Carolina. They had a horrific 3-and-out drive that really cost them. There's so much pressure. There's no offense in the league that is this good, that has this much pressure on them to score every single time. I felt a little bit better about it after you came on with us this morning because you talked about the secondary for the Commanders being so bad. So you're going to get CeeDee Lamb back. You may get Turpin back. Of course, the Cowboys can outscore you to get a W, but how much are you going to control the football game with your top rushing offense? How much is Jaden Daniels going to have a back-breaking third-down run to extend drives? How much are you going to control the football the way Carolina did it for the final 6 minutes of that game? And how much are you just going to make the Dallas D, continue to look like the defense that has Russell Wilson with a resurgence? The Chicago Bears throwing for 4 touchdowns on you. So I have no idea what's going to happen in this game. Cowboys offense should be good, should be fine. If they don't turn it over, they're on a nice little turnover-less streak as well. But with this defense, it feels like every single game is a roller coaster ride that they could win or lose.
Yeah, I mean, weirdly, it's kind of felt that way for Washington, and that wasn't the expectation going into the season. You asked me a question this morning that I kind of used as a segment for Brian and I, where you said going into the season, expectations for Washington were they were maybe the second best team in the NFC behind Philly. They were certainly going to compete with Philly for the division title. And did I feel that was still the case? I want to ask you that same question. What were your expectations for Washington coming into the year, and how do you feel from kind of the Dallas national perspective? You're not living it every day here. Where do you think Washington is perception versus reality through 6 games?
I'm a little bit disappointed in Washington. The C.J. Stroud sophomore season did have me thinking that maybe Jaden Daniels, would not win the MVP. Maybe he'll take a little bit of a step back once people know his game. I know the McLaurin thing has, plagued you guys since the offseason and now the injury that he's coming back from. I thought they'd probably be the second best team in the NFC East, but I wasn't so sure. I did not expect the Cowboys to have an all-time bad defense, so I thought it'd be between the Cowboys and the Commanders for second place in the East. Now I think it will be the Commanders in second place because this defense is atrocious. But I did expect a little bit more from them. One of our midday guys I thought used a good word for you all, and he said clunky. Like the offense just kind of feels and seems a little bit clunky at times. And I know that Jaden has been hurt and banged up as well, and they can always get rolling. But I expected a little bit more from the Commanders. And in terms of overall contenders, I mean, we did power rankings the other day, and in my 25 years in radio, this is the most wide open that the National Football League has ever been. So if you told me the Commanders were right back there in the NFC title game or they made the Super Bowl, I would not be surprised. A lot of people have Tampa as the best overall team in the league. We know the Eagles are susceptible. Green Bay, to me, hasn't looked that sharp. You got your Seattles in there that you can a bunch of teams, and I would include the Commanders in that.
Dude, I think that the league is totally wide open. I mean, even the question of like who's the best team in the NFL right now versus who do you think will be holding the Lombardi
Yeah.
I'd say Kansas City right now is like a top 5, top 7 team. They're 500. But if you ask me, could they hold the Lombardi? Hell yeah. And Philly has lost 2 in a row.
Buffalo.
It's funny you mentioned clunky though, because I've been saying that for weeks, and I think one of the biggest differences with this Washington team. Now, granted, Jaden missed 2 games, right, with the knee injury, but Washington last year was excellent on third downs. They were excellent at having really long offensive drives where they stayed on the field, possessed the ball for a long time. And I think that kept what was then, last year, an older defense fresh. This year, they're bad on third down. They're converting about a third. They're 29th in the NFL at third down conversions. And in turn, an older defense is on the field that much more. Dallas's defense is god-awful on third downs. Do you expect that to continue? Is there any recipe for Dallas where they can continue to slow down Washington and force punts?
No. The only thing I can think of is that, and Jerry kind of spilled this to reporters the other day, and people got ticked off over GM Jerry kind of giving away the adjustment. The only thing I can think of is that we get so much more man coverage this Sunday against you guys that it maybe throws off your game planning of it. If Trayvon Diggs has some type of like resurgent game, or Deron Bland shows, there's a thought that we can't figure out if Diggs and Bland are nicked up or just overrated and done. So if Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland are put in situations where they're playing a lot of man coverage and they have a flashback game, that's the only way I can see this Dallas defense surprising and giving y'all a hard time.
Interesting. I'm not sure. You know, Washington, if you get Terry back on the field, it forces Dallas to have to cover differently. I think a big problem for Washington is not having the real speed of Terry McLaurin out there and a guy that can just win contested catches. I mean, McLaurin has had big games in Dallas before. You know what I mean? Like,
JP, we're spending too much time even talking about the passing game. Just hand off the damn football. I know you said they didn't get it done against the Bears. That should have been the same recipe. And then I'm going to this game, and Krosky Merritt or Bill, whatever the hell his nickname is not sitting here at 5 or 6 yards of carry at least against this run D. Then, you know, like I said, Cliff Carey needs to be cross-examined. Like, you don't even need to throw the football. Just continue to emasculate this run defense. They're not even close. Now, the pass defense is just as scary, if not even scarier, but y'all may not even have to throw to win this thing and dominate physically.
Gotcha. Just while I have you, what do you make of like the resurgent Giants with Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo? They're fired up in New York. I find it interesting, certainly a spark.
Yes. It's fun right now. I was not a big Scatterbo fan coming out. You know, the whole meathead thing. I got enough friends. I went to American University where I met a lot of friends from Jersey and New York. So I realized what meatheads and meatballs they were. They fall in love with this crap like DeVito and his clown agent with his little pinata suit. So they're absolutely buying all this. The Scatterbo, to me, he's a great, nice spark. You know, he's like your fun Dennis Rodman, you know, 6-man type role player coming off an NBA bench. I don't think he's a one. I think right now these guys, they're headbutting each other and they have their NFL frat house. I don't think it's going to last for too long. People I respect were not in love with Jackson Dart coming out. He's got a recklessness to his game too. You know, I don't know whether he grew up ramming his head into telephone poles like Scatterbo said the other day, but they can have their nice little run right now. Unless Jackson Dart stays healthy, I'm not too frightened over New York. But it is fun and it is interesting. I do like seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, had you ever seen anything like that blue medical tent situation last Thursday? That was
nuts. And Brian Daboll, I can't stand Sirianni. Brian Daboll to melt down like a little cheerleader. The way that man broke Daniel Jones and tried to ruin his career, to watch him kiss the ass in the rear end and basically try to set up a VIP tent with everyone running in there as if they were selling tickets to go meet Jackson Dart in that tent. That was so ridiculous and laughable the way that Brian Daboll is completely simping towards these two, but he knows his job is on the line and it's tied to the meatheads there.
Totally. It with Sirianni, he's arrogant, but he has backed it up. For me, my problem with Sirianni, he's just too emotionally
he's a douchebag.
Yeah,
He's
but
a
at
tool.
least he has
he's
results.
a D-bag. When Jalen Hurts has to settle him down on the sideline
Right.
and stop him, you know, he's like
too
Baker
volatile.
Mayfield when he's too volatile.
But with Sirianni, he has results. Like in his brief coaching tenure, he's got a ring and he's coached in another one. Daboll's also arrogant without the results. Which
Yeah,
I
he
just
came from
find-
that Belichick. He came from that Belichick tree, and he's about to be back on it. Unless Jackson Dart, unless he can convince Mara, I can guide this guy. Like, give me one more year with him, then he'll be unemployed just like the rest. He'll be over there in North Carolina with Bill if he survives.
Bill ain't going to be at Carolina next year.
No.
One thing that was funny with Belichick, so there's a couple big high schools up here that churn out a lot of college and then eventually pro talent. Belichick was down on the sideline for good counsel playing DeMatha last weekend, and a bunch of my friends that went to those schools were sending me pictures of it, like, yo, how cool is this? And I was like, why is Bill pretending to recruit for next year? That dude ain't going to be there. That thing is a disaster.
I know. I was all time fascinated in this to see what was going to happen and could his coaching genius overcome and just outsmart everyone with the X's and the O's. And it was my stupidity of just imagining Bill Belichick recruiting with that lousy personality, recruiting these kids, and then allowing this Jordan Hudson thing to continue like this. And then being so petty to cost your own kids. Why would you, as a college parent, send your kid to Bill Belichick when he won't allow the scouts of an NFL team to go there and watch them, to sit there and limit views towards potential teams wanting your players, and then the pettiness of not having a North Carolina Twitter account send out any props to Drake May when he's balling out? Like, why would you ever want someone to go ahead and play for a dude like that? So this thing is over. I don't care what they say in order to try to calm down the masses.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Listen, man, you've been on with us. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for the time. I know you got a lot going on, and we'll see you on Sunday, dude.
Appreciate it, brother. Thanks for coming on today. And
yeah, anytime,
don't run the football too much. Tell B. Mitch I said what's up.
Will do. All right, that's our guy, Sean Sharif from Dallas, 105.3 The Fan. In the mornings, give him a follow at 105.3 SS. Sean, of course, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Before we run, I got to tell you about my friends at Collars & Co. Yesterday, I was out here in Ashburn. I wore a Collars & Co. quarter zip that is just super fresh. It has stitching on the seams of the shoulders and the wrists that all match. I just thought it was such a clean look. I wore that on TV. Then I went home, hung out with my 6-year-old for a while. She was climbing all over me, so I had to change my clothes. I put on a Collars & Co. polo shirt with a blazer. The best part of these Collars & Co. polo shirts, you put them on with a blazer, and you look super dressed up, yet it feels like you're wearing a T-shirt. It's super comfortable. If you want to see the look, you can go on YouTube, watch all the years from last night. That's a Collars & Co. polo. That was super dope. You don't have to take this stuff to the dry cleaner. It doesn't wrinkle. When I go to Dallas this weekend, I'm going to bring a backpack. I'm going to put a Collars & Co. dress shirt in my backpack, and I'm going to wear it on the sidelines for the game, and it's not going to look the slightest bit wrinkled. I don't know how they do it. The technology is incredible. It feels like you're wearing like a dry fit. Like it feels like you're wearing athletic gear, and it looks super fresh. If you want to check it out in person, they're opening a store at Congressional Plaza. Easy to get to, 355, or you can check out the website. That's where I've ordered all my gear. If you decide you want to order from Collars & Co., use the code JPFinley20. You get 20% off orders over $99. JPFinley20, Finley spelled with an A. Collars & Co. is a game changer.
So not only do we have Thursday Night Football tonight between the Steelers and the Bengals, but we also have 2 playoff baseball games. Dave Roberts has found a way around the Dodgers' struggling relievers, and it's to barely use them. The defending World Series champions have relied on their starting pitching to take a commanding 2-0 lead against the Brewers in their best-of-7 NL Championship Series. They have Tyler Glasnow on the bump for Game 3 tonight, so we're going to see if he's able to keep this starting pitching streak alive or if the bullpen will finally get a little use. And instead of a win-or-go-home game, the Blue Jays have a chance to tie this series up tonight with another win in Seattle. They've got Max Scherzer on the mound, and if we remember anything about 2019 or really any time Max Scherzer has ever taken the mound, you know that guy is going to compete and try to keep his team in it. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Live in Ashburn, Virginia. Commanders practice today. Big day for Washington. Going to see what they got for, I think, Sam Cosmi, Terry McLaurin are the big question marks. Dorrance Armstrong probably a level under that. They got a big physical practice today. This is when you see what guys have, how they respond. Speaking of how guys respond, Commanders defense coordinator Joe Witt, certainly under fire from the fans. A lot of folks upset with the defensive performance. Joe Witt spoke at length, explaining what he has seen so far. Let's hear from the Washington, D.C.
You know, a couple of things. You know, we didn't get any turnovers, and they got 3. We had 3 opportunities. I mean, real opportunities on defense and 1 on special teams, so that makes 4. We dropped 2, and then the ball went up, and we didn't get it. So what do we have to do as coaches? I mean, we got to put them in and expose them. We're doing different drills this week, exposing them to different ball drills to make sure that we come down with those balls. Sudden change, you know, we talked about it the last 2 wins that we had. When we got in sudden change, the offense turned the ball over. We didn't allow points, okay? This game, we allowed 13 points. All right, so that's not good enough. We went into this game, number 1 versus the screen, and they hit some screens on us for a number of yards, which was, new to us this year. And then the running back run game, they ran the ball for the first time, with the running back. They got significant yards. In our missed tackles, I think we're at 12%. That puts us at 17th in the league. If you're at 11%, that puts you in top 10. So 1% better in our missed tackles will get us where we want to be if you look at it from a ratio. If you just look at the raw number, which is, I don't think, a fair way of looking at it because of you take the tackles versus the missed tackles, and that's how you get the ratio from that standpoint. There were some positives from the game. I thought Payne played well, J.K. played well, Trey, and Frankie. But at the end of the day, we're here to win, and so we're not necessarily looking for positives. We're here to win. So moving forward to Dallas, had a lot of history with those guys being there for 3 years. Dak is playing the best ball that he's playing. Man, he is playing at a high level, getting the ball out of his hands. He has really good eligibles outside. CD will be back. Turp will be back. So the running back is running hard. The offensive line is blocking really good. Tyler Smith, one of the best guards. The young rookie Booker, he's playing well. Steele's playing well. They're blocking in as a unit. The tight ends, Ferguson, he's highly targeted. Dak has a comfort level with him. They're putting up a lot of points. They're good run and pass. They're very good offense. And so we have our work cut out for us. We just have to, nail it back down. And like I said, we're trying to get off this roller coaster. And like last week, I talked about not being known, and we're staying on it. So hopefully we can get off and start playing consistent play. Any questions?
Like you said, the screen game you had done well, but why did they have some of the success? Was it recognition, awareness? What was it there?
There was a couple of things, one screen that they hit on us that I guess got the biggest yards, that we went the wrong way with one guy, and that allowed the blockers to get up. And then there was 2 that I think got around 11 or 12 yards, and sometimes that's going to happen in the screen. They had good plays on that, but there was one that really got too many yards that normally didn't happen. Then we hit one in the backfield on a tight end screen. We've done really nice against the screen, but this game, with our pressure, it got behind us a little bit.
And then, like you said, with Dak playing well, what is the difference you've seen in him? And then how much more dangerous that offense with CD and then Pickens on the outside?
Dak has always played well. I just see him really getting the ball out of his hand really quick. He plays with great anticipation. His back foot hitting the ground and the ball's coming out. He can elude people in the pocket. He can make every throw. He's faster and stronger than people really give him credit for. And then when you have CD and Pickens on the outside, and not only them, you have the running back that doesn't allow you to play, a lot of cover 2 against them because the running back can run through tackles. So the combination of all three makes it very, very difficult to put hats over the top of those guys outside. And then once they get the ball, CD is like a running back once he gets the ball in his hand.
Going back to the missed tackles, is that difficult to work on in season just because you're not doing a ton of live hitting in practices? You want to maintain the guy's health in season. Like, is that a difficult thing to improve in season?
I don't think for the simple fact that this is the NFL and this is how you have to practice in it. There's nobody doing it any differently, okay? You have to make sure that you're getting your body, you're bending at the end of tackles in practice. We're not putting our, like yesterday was a walkthrough. So bend at the end, get your body in position, throw hands, and get multiple people there. Vice tackle. Don't leave a guy on a singular tackle when multiple people can be there. So you have to make sure the details of that because we're not going to the ground, but nobody's going to the ground at this time of the year. So like I said, right now we're at 12% in missed tackles. If we get to 1% better, that's going to put us top 10. We get to 10%, that puts you top 5. So the margins are small in NFL, you know what I'm saying? So we're at 17th right now. That's not where we want to be. We want to be top 10, moving into the top 5 in that area. So we will continue to work at it and get it done.
And then looking at the Cowboys, what has George Pickens brought to this offense, and what challenge does he pose?
He's one of the best deep ball catchers, body control to the catch in the league. I mean, he can run the slant and run away from you, but at the same time, his ability to track the ball and get body control to it is unique and rare. It's a lot like AJ Green was in his early years. I thought he was a really good deep ball catcher. This guy is along that line of what AJ used to do, where AJ was catching over his eyes. He has the ability to contort his body to go get it.
Similar to Nikki's question about tackling with turnovers, is it a year-to-year thing where you're working with the guys on different techniques, different games? Obviously, it's a little bit of ball luck in terms of picking them up, in terms of kind of creating those turnovers. It's something that you guys have preached since you've been here. How do you kind of amp that up as the season goes on?
We got to do a better job as coaches and exposing them in the drills. We had 2 in our hands that we dropped. Okay, so why are we dropping them? All right, are we giving them those type of tips and overthrows type balls in practice enough? Are we giving the linebackers the drive throws when they have to fall back when they're in different spacings? We have to make sure as coaches that we expose to guys, because I'm a firm believer of when we expose them, when they understand it, they gonna make the plays. You know what I'm saying? So we'll do a better job of that.
You talked a little bit about the running game last week to this week. What did you see? Because you all were basically stopping the run.
Yeah.
What did you see some key things that you were doing last week that you have to clean up this week with stopping the run a little more?
Yeah, still in between the tackles, the big guys did a nice job with Ken Law and Payne. We miss Eddie. It would have been nice to have him, but the ball on the C and D gaps, we're getting outside, and so we have to do a better job of setting edges and making sure that we're flowing. People still aren't running in between the tackles. They didn't necessarily run in between the tackles. It was more perimeter runs. So we have to ensure the C and D gaps and the crack toss and those plays that got outside of us. We have to do a better job of setting edges and those things.
And you talked about Dak, the year that he's having. Mm-hmm. What are some keys that that you all have to do to kind of like slow him up if possible?
He's having a great year. Everybody sees it. I think we've pressured the quarterback really well. We have to hit him. All right, but he's the type of quarterback. I always judge a quarterback once you hit him. Do they look at the rush? He doesn't look at the rush. He keeps his eyes downfield. He's a real quarterback. Most quarterbacks or younger quarterbacks, or when you hit them, they start looking at the rush. He doesn't do that. You can hit him. He's a very tough man, so I understand that. But we have to hit him, and we have to make sure that he's uncomfortable in the pocket, because if he's sitting back there hitting his back foot, getting the ball out to his eligibles, he's really, really good. So we have to find a way to get to him and hit him.
Hey, Coach, you've mentioned when I've asked previously about October football, what you wanted to see. You talked about the consistency.
Yeah.
So, what are some of the things that you have seen consistently with your defense?
Well, our third down has been good. Okay, we've our situation is third down, fourth down, we getting off the fields in those situations. The ability to the completion percentage is down. The runs up until this last week was good. If we can take the explosive play, so like the play on the sideline where we had the missed tackle that went, that's the tackle that we have to make. You know what I'm saying? And we have to do a better job of drilling that, as coaches, and then coming through with that, because we get that ball down. All right, it's a first down in that situation, and now they have to go a longer ways. But just work at it. Like I just told the guys today. Like DQ said in his opening press conference when he first got here. Doing hard shit with good people. It's hard. Nobody said this was going to be easy, but we'll get it done. That if we're going to walk around here and with a negative cloud on us, which we're not, which I'm not, because that's not productive. All right, we're going to work at it. We're going to try to find ways. We're going to be creative, but at the end of the day, we got to win. All this lip service and talking that I'm doing, if we don't win, it don't really matter. All right, so we got to win. The fun in football is winning, and I understand the fans. They're passionate, and that's how they should be. All right, they should be passionate about these Commanders, and we got to do a better job. Period.
Got to do a better job. Nobody said it was going to be easy. Joe Witt has the right mindset, but at some point it's a results business. Defensively, the big plays have been a killer. They have been good on third down. They did do a good job of, in those transition moments when they had turnovers, holding Chicago to 3 points, not touchdowns. But ultimately, this defense ranks down towards the bottom in a number of key categories. And as long as that's the case, the pressure is going to remain hot on Joe Witt. Now, they've been pretty good in points allowed. They're 13th in points allowed, but they're giving up the 26th most yards in the NFL, man. Hard to win like that. Nobody go anywhere. We're going to open the phones at 1 o'clock. It's B. Mitch and Finley. All right, folks, we're opening these phone lines up at 1 o'clock. It is a Thursday. You know what that means. Time to get your bleep U's off. You just heard from Commanders defense coordinator Joe Witt. Obviously, he's got a large task in front of him as this Cowboys offense is performing at a pretty prolific tag through 6 weeks. What about Washington's offense, though? They've been clunky. I've been saying it. Apparently, they're saying it in Dallas. What does Cliff Kingsbury, the Commanders' play caller, do to get this thing right? Let's hear from Cliff.
We haven't consistently been able to practice as a unit, since training camp started. And I think that's where maybe some of the inconsistency is showing up, particularly on third downs. It just seems like we're a little bit off. But as a play caller, you just adapt to the personnel, and our staff has done a great job getting those guys ready to play. And the guys are making plays when they have been called upon. And so it's been cool to see those guys step up and make plays.
Did you notice the Bears playing you guys a little bit differently than maybe you anticipated, with maybe some more heavier boxes just because of maybe some of the injuries on the outside?
Yeah, I think teams are going to challenge you with a little more man coverage if they want to see where you're at with wideout and what those guys can do. And I thought the guys responded and made a bunch of plays.
What kind of strain does that put on the quarterback when you don't have the practice rep, just in terms of getting timing down with receivers and whatnot?
Yeah, it's big. I think that's a great point you bring up. That more than anything is if guys aren't practicing during the week or you haven't been able to consistently work with a guy throughout training camp, throughout the season, it's not easy when the pressure's on and the lights are on to get on the same page. But like I said, I think they've done a great job, and Jaden's done a tremendous job of kind of lifting the group up and has the guys playing at a high level.
And how's Sam Cosme looked since he's started practicing?
Still working through it. He's big physical, looks big, strong, fast. We'll see how that kind of progresses throughout the week, but I think he's made strides. So I'm not sure if it'll be this week, but I like what I've seen.
Hey, Coach, kind of going back to that theme of the wide receiver group, and just I know you've talked a lot about time on task. You just brought it up, a moment ago. What is your overall assessment of this group? I know you have to elevate, a couple players from the practice squad. So what is your overall assessment?
Yeah, I think, they're answering the call. I think you look at Chris Moore had a big touchdown catch. Luke continues to make plays. Jalen Lane gets better and better each week. So I've been really impressed with the guys that have been asked to step up. They're doing it, and it's not easy to do when you haven't had as many reps as other guys, and then all of a sudden you're kind of thrown in there to be able to understand the offense, execute at a high level, make plays when the lights are on. That says a lot about kind of their character and their mentality.
Cliff, what is Chris Paul doing to be successful in your eyes, and how are you taking advantage of it, or what does that change for you?
He's a guy who, from day one, us getting here till now, it looks like a completely different human. Just the way he plays, he's changed his body, really got in shape, and he's just a physical presence for us in the run game. In the pass game, if he gets his hands on you, he's really hard to get around. And then just he's one of the best communicators I've ever been around on the O-line, really talking through things, talking through protections and run game and points and things of that nature. So the O-line really appreciates that about him. And so he's just been a real pleasant surprise, actually, this season to see him step up. And, that left side with him and LT has really helped us run the football well at times.
And when it comes to running backs putting the ball on the ground, obviously nothing you want when it's a young guy like this. He's now having a couple weeks in a row. Presumably you've had some kind of conversation. But for you, what's the – I have to factor in he is young versus, hey, it doesn't matter who is playing there. We can't have that.
Yeah, there's a fine line to walk. I think that's – we're bottom part of the league right now in turnover margin, and that's really holding us back from kind of taking that next step, I think, as a team. And Bill – knows he has to protect the football. That's first and foremost when you talk about running back responsibilities, and I think he'll continue to get better, continue to learn, and I've said it, from the beginning, each game is a new experience for him, and he's going to learn from and take away, and that's 2 weeks in a row that he's put on the ground, and he knows the expectation moving forward is that can't happen.
Luke McCaffrey seems to be making some big plays when he's on the field. With all the injuries at the top of the wide receiver room, he's still only getting about a third of the snaps on offense. What more do you need to see to him to get him out on the field more often?
Yeah, I think we have a good rotation with him, and we like what he's doing, the role he's been in. But as the thing goes, he'll continue to earn more reps, and we'll see how these other guys come back. I don't know timetables on everybody and when they'll be back exactly, but yeah, I think I like the progression he's at, and when he's in there, he's playing at a high level.
Coach, when you right here, back here, with the tight end room, Zach made obviously a big play the other night. How do you see the room progressing now as far as the pass catching side?
Yeah, I mean, Zach is one of the premier route running, pass catching tight ends in league history, and so we call upon him in a lot of those situations, third downs, 2 minutes, things like that. But John Bates, Ben, Colson are all very equipped to do it as well. They just haven't had as many opportunities because of Zach's kind of presence in that room. But I really like how that room's developed in the run game and the pass game, and it's definitely an entire room that's ascending.
Hey, good afternoon, Coach. Kind of following up on the Luke McCaffrey question, his role on special teams, while I know his reps have kind of gone down, actually his influence, I would say, on the special teams has gone up. How much does that kind of impact how much you can get him on the field on offense as well?
Yeah, there's some of that. Like I said, I think we've brought him along at the pace that we wanted to and I wanted to, and it'll continue to expand. But it's definitely part of it when he's returning kicks like that. You want to make sure you don't wear the guy out.
Cliff, more on Zach Ertz. Previously, the last couple of games, I think he had 2 catches and then no catches against the Chargers. Then this past week against the Bears, he had 6 catches. Was there a point of emphasis to kind of get him more involved because he's so pivotal in those type of spots?
Yeah, it's just how the game goes. We have a lot of talented players, so it's going to be week in, week out. When we have that full repertoire of skill guys out there of who gets the ball and which way the game goes. But he's a guy who's always going to be quarterback friendly. He's going to present himself and be open, and he made some real critical plays the other night.
Cliff, when it comes to first and second down, you guys are second in yards per play, but that drops to 27th on third down. Has there been something that you've noticed in terms of a trend of why you guys are struggling on that down in particular?
I have not. I wish I knew. We're working through that. We haven't played very well on third down. I know near the bottom of the league, and I think that combined with the turnover margin, very fortunate to be 500 at this point because those are 2 critical areas. But it starts with me, game plan, play calling, and then we just have to, the sense of focus and urgency on that down and distance has to get better because we have to continue to stay on the field, and we can't rely on fourth down every time to keep it rolling.
This is a very specific question. What did you see on Jaden's interception? Was that like the right spot to deliver the ball and it was just an off throw, or what did you see?
Yeah, I think there were a number of things that went into that play, but I liked that he cut it loose. We just needed to be more detailed overall, I'd say, as an offense on that play.
All right. Thanks, Coach.
Thank y'all.
Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury there, telling the truth. If he knew what was wrong on third down, they'd fix it. They don't know. Here's what I do know. Phones are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. It's time for Bleep You Thursday.
We've got the Icy Hot Bowl tonight. I wish I could take credit for that, but we're going to call it what it is. This is just the third regular season game between two 40-year-old starting quarterbacks. Joe Flacco and the Bengals are hosting the Aaron Rodgers-led Steelers. Now, the Steelers may not have Deshaun Elliott on a short week as he did not travel with the team to Cincinnati, but the team listed him as questionable for tonight and not out. Jalen Ramsey, who fought through a hamstring injury to play last week, was not given an injury designation for this week. Now, for the Bengals, they will likely be without Trey Hendrickson. He's only listed as questionable but did not practice at all this week. And on a short week, it's kind of hard to imagine him playing. We've also got two playoff baseball games today. You've got the Brewers and the Dodgers. Dodgers up 2-0 in that series. And the Mariners host the Blue Jays again. The Blue Jays went off last night, so we will see if the bats can stay hot to even up that series 2-2. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It's 1 o'clock on a Thursday, which means people get to release some tension. That's right. Whoever you're mad at in the world, now is your chance to let them know. It's Bleep You Thursday. The phone number is 800-636-1067. MGM National Harbor listener lines are open. A lot of reasons people are mad in this world. I got one on Twitter already. Curtis says, my Bleep You goes to the Cowboys and their fans. It's Dallas week, so Bleep You, your owner, your fans, your history, just everything about you. Kind of like that, man. Just set the tone early. Let's go to these phones. Eddie is in Seat Pleasant. What's up, Eddie?
Taking my phone call, and I got a bunch of Bleep Yous, but the first one is to those damn Cowboy fans here in D.C. that's faking. Y'all don't come out like it's Groundhog Day when they only winning or picking their head up on that. All last year, we couldn't find y'all. Stop faking. This is the DMV. This is Redskin country / Commanders, who we call ourselves. So I got a big Bleep You to them. Don't run up on me while I have my gear on, because I'm going to win, lose, or draw, because we not fake like y'all are. So bleep y'all. Thank you, Jay.
Hell yeah, Eddie. Great call. Eddie bringing the passion. Mad at fake-ass Cowboy fans. Never been to Texas. Let's go to Rusty in Delaware. What's up, Rusty? Who you mad at?
What's going on, JP? Yeah, definitely on the Cowboys, without a doubt. But my Bleep You is to you.
Me?
My Bleep You is to you. So we tried to recreate a selfie that we did last year at the Bears game that brought us incredible luck. And this year we were just a mere 10, 12 feet away from the same spot, and we settled on a different spot.
I said we could walk over there, dude. I said we could walk over there.
Actually, you said this spot will be fine.
I said, do you want to walk over there? This spot is good.
It's all love, brother. It's all love.
I'm reversing the Bleep You to you. You should have been like, no, we have to go over there for good luck.
I'm bleeping myself too. I'm bleeping myself for not saying no. Let's walk over there to the stairwell.
Next time we will. I got to be honest, Rusty. I'm not sure that where we took that photo would have mattered in the game with 3 turnovers, but
without a doubt,
there's no way to know for sure.
Next time.
All right. It was nice meeting you. It was good seeing you and meeting the kids. Thank you for saying hello. Take care. Enjoy the weekend, dude. 800-636. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I've already been bleeped, and we're 2 callers into the segment. That might be a new record, Landfill. Let's go to our guy Charlie in College Park. Charlie, who you mad at, dude?
First of all, Landfill, what's up? Everything's cool, man. You realize, JP, you just made history. I've never heard a reverse bleep. You turned it back.
The Mongolian reversal.
Take it easy, Eddie. Take a sedative or something, man. Good job. My bleep is to the NFL and the NFL Rules Committee. I am sick and bleeping tired. players getting near the end zone, running at the corner, and passing the football over the damn pylon to get a touchdown. That's not a touchdown. I played this game a long time. Your body's out of bounds, and I know it's where your feet are, this and that. If they're going to do that, put a chip. Tell Wilson Sporting Goods to put a chip in the football so something bleeps when that ball crosses that plate. You kidding me? The ball goes over the pylon, that's a touchdown. Bleep you. Good night.
Thank you, Charlie. Great call, dude. I am not mad. I think here's what I'll say specific to the ball going over the pylon counting as a touchdown. I don't hate the idea of the chip technology. It might slow it down even more, which would be kind of annoying. But I like that if you reach for the pylon, it's a touchdown. If your body's out of bounds, but the ball is over the pylon, that's a touchdown. I like that it's accessible to score touchdowns. But the flip to that is, and this is where I generally disagree with a lot of people, I also like the rule that if you fumble out of the end zone on your way in for a touchdown, it's a touchback for the other team. Touchdowns are the biggest goal you can get in a football game, and you should make them accessible for receivers diving out of bounds or running backs or Taylor Heineke. I like all that, but it has to come with additional risk that if you are going to stretch for that play, you better damn well make the play, otherwise it's a turnover. So I like the risk reward of that to counter Charlie. Keep the phone lines going here, 800-636-1067. Tay is in D.C. What's up, Tay?
What's up, JP?
Hey, buddy. Who you mad at?
John Lindsay. That dude left me on hold last week for like the whole damn show, and then next thing I know, here comes Grant and Danny. So just real quick, leave John Lindsay.
That's funny, dude. I didn't know you were on hold, and I'm sorry. John Lindsay had a hell of a day. He came in to say hi, ended up working the whole day. He was S-talking Jeff the whole time. Jeff, did you want to respond to young John Lindsay? He was dragging you pretty good, dude.
Hey, from the video that I seen on Twitter, he dragged himself. I don't have to respond. Anytime JP wish for me to come back to work, brother, you are beating yourself up.
He did get the burgers really well, though. So respect there.
He was fast with the burgers, Jeff. He was fast with the burgers. That's a fact, Landfill. We had a very thorough burger discussion at NBC4 last night. Yang wants us to try Joya Burger. Has anybody tried Joya Burger yet?
No, did she make that one up?
No, dude. There's a place at Glover Park. So it's Joia. And listen, is a legit foodie, but she likes high-end, Michelin star restaurants, but also just cheeseburgers. So we got to find Joya Burger. I think there's one in Mount Pleasant, one in Glover Park. Let's put that on new business, Landfill. Let's see if we can pull that off. Maybe they do Uber Eats. I don't know, but let's find Joya Burger. Let's keep the phones going. Mark is in Gaithersburg. Mark, who you mad at, dude?
I'm mad at kind of Fairweather fans, what you were talking about earlier today. During the game Monday, a buddy of mine texted me after we were 6 down, and he's like, "Why do we play so terrible?" And I'm like, "We're 1 score down." You know what I mean? I just, I don't know, man. I mean, he's actually even said, I'd rather see Mariota in there than Jaden. I'm just fans like that I don't get, man. Bleep them.
Yeah, dude, that's a great call, and I totally agree with you. The folks that are mad at Jaden all of a sudden are out of their damn mind. Just absolutely out of their damn mind. I'll never understand that, and I think people just got to relax, dude. You got to try to keep in mind the totality of a football season, not the immediacy of a loss, because those losses suck, not pretending, but relax just a little bit, man. Relax. RELAX, to quote Aaron Rodgers. Let's go to Brendan is in Calvert. What's up, Brendan?
What's up, JP? The guy before me kind of stole my thunder because I was going to say bleep you to any Commanders fans that are blaming Jaden Daniels for having fun and smiling and just being himself. Let the man do his job. He got us there before. He'll get us there again.
Well said, sir. Seriously, thank you. That's a good call. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Intern John is not working today, so if you call, Jeff will probably identify your name and city correctly, and we won't leave you on hold for 4 hours. John is in McLean. What's up, Johnny?
What's going on, guys? I just want to throw my bleep you to the Dallas Cowboys fans, those ones that rep the team. They're from Arlington, Virginia, not Arlington, Texas. I also want to throw a little bleep you to the Bears fans who've been calling this a rivalry since the 24 draft. Ain't no rivalry. We had a bad game. We lost. You didn't. That's what it is.
I like it. Thank you for the call, brother. Can I quickly just weigh in, maybe perhaps issue my own bleep you? People I don't have my DMs open, right? I'm pretty accessible. If you want to, you can always tweet at me. You can call the radio station. My email address is certainly out there in the ether. I'm pretty accessible. And I've learned the DMs are just a weird space that I don't need open because people have this, expectation of a response. But in the last commercial break, I decided to give a quick check to my DMs. To start with, this is not a bleep you, but I get asked this all the time. I cannot help you with autographs. It is explicitly against the rules as a journalist to ask a player for an autograph, period. So just so everybody understands, I can't help you with autographs. Period, full stop, end of sentence, next paragraph, new chapter. I got a DM, somebody asking for an autograph. That happens all the time. I can't help you, all right? This was a new one, though, Jeff. Somebody asked me for the Monday night game, and obviously I'm seeing this on Thursday, so I did not help, and I apologize. Somebody asked me, they said, I bought tickets for my family for the game, but we don't have parking because the pricing is outrageous. Can you help me find reasonably priced parking? I can't help you with that. I'm not the parking guy. I think, honestly, Landfill, can you confirm for me? I think the best course of action for folks that are looking for parking for Commanders games is probably to call Chris Russell, or at least just tweet at him.
Yeah,
he has
definitely.
the parking hookups, right?
At WrestleMania621, he knows where all the good spots are, the places where your car won't get towed or stolen.
Probably
Chris
get you
Russell.
one for free.
Russell's generally can hook up free parking. If not, it'll be significantly less than other parking vendors.
I'll go so far as to say if he can't pull off free parking for you, it's because he personally doesn't like you.
Yeah. Whatever your parking needs, whether it's at a Commanders game, a Nats game, a Caps game, or even at your office, hit up Chris Russell. He's a parking expert. He tries to keep that low key. I don't know why he's shy about it. Let the world know your skills.
His show starts in 45 minutes on 980.
Yeah, damn right it does. This one, though, fellas, this one feels a little personal. This series of DMs I got. And I got to be honest, I don't know what this fella's upset about. However, in a series of 3 DMs, I don't know what the time frame was of these. This dude sent me a message privately. It said, and I don't know if he's talking about me or something else I may have posted. I don't know. One was, horrible analogy, you bleeping loser. Another one said, no one is trying to move forward with the media is pushing that narrative. And then the piece de resistance. No one gives a bleep, you sellout piece of bleep. So, bleep you, nameless, faceless troll dork. Why are you sending me these messages? What do you think the response is going to be, you loser? Anything to add to this guy, fellas? Or gal, I guess.
You found my burner.
Now that I would believe. Although I don't think you would be sending those privately. I still kind of think you started the @JPFinleySucks account.
I did not.
Okay.
Now, quick
you did
question.
start one. Yeah.
Was that back to back? Were those messages back to back? Or did he take his time? Was it days in between?
Something tells me that fella doesn't take his time when he does anything, if you know what I'm saying. I'll try to find it. Now, the person that asked for the autograph, I replied, sorry, I can't help with that stuff. We're not allowed to ask. And that was a very kind response. Okay, thank you. Cool. Let me find this probably unhinged lunatic. The first two responses were from, they weren't, two of those were back-to-back. One of them was Monday night. I don't know. This person appears to have a significant political agenda. I would say I'm pretty apolitical. I don't really know how I fit into that. But get a grip, dog. Get a grip. Back to the phones. Elijah's in D.C. Eli, who you mad at?
Yo, man. I'm mad at whoever or whatever is preventing us from getting to our 15 to 20 play script with the Commanders. I feel like whatever's going on, I'm like, man, we just can't get our 15 to 20 solid plays to get in rhythm. But I really was calling in about that burger spot too, man. That happens to be my neck of the woods, man. And there's pros and cons to that place. Oh yeah. So the thing is, the double patty. I don't mind thin patty, but it's razor thin and it's Wagyu. So I wound up spending $40 to tell my wife. She was like, "Yo, what's the deal?" I was like, "Yo, I spent $40 on two burgers, and I had the first one, and it was super good." But so when you eat it the first time, you're gonna be like, "Oh, I'm getting another one," but you're like, it's another $20. So if you want to spend $40, because as a grown man, it's not that big of a burger. Now if you got your kids with you, the kids meal is killing. It's super good. They got with ice cream and a whole deal, and it's way more approachable. So if you bring your kids, and that's the vibe. But for yourself, you can be like, dude, I'm still about to be hungry, man. You're gonna have to be dealing with some other stuff, man.
Well, thank you for the call, Eli. Landfill, that sounds perfect for me. I like small burgers.
That's what I was thinking. You enjoyed the one patty.
Yeah, one patty is a burger. I mean, literally, if you look up the definition in the dictionary, assuming those still exist, you get a patty between a bun, and that's a cheeseburger. That's a hamburger.
You're so passionate about this issue. You've caused multiple fights and repeatedly derailed lunch attempts by refusing to use Five Guys terminology.
That's so unlike me to derail something over semantics. That just doesn't speak to my character. Phone lines are open. Tony's in New Carrollton. What's up, Tone?
What up? What's going on? My bleep you is for, and don't worry, I'm not going to cuss. Those mother flood fucking flaming idiots on the Beltway.
He still said it.
Don't worry, I'm not going to cuss. Okay.
Half a second. It was half a second later. So I'm not going to cuss. Half a second later, there it goes.
Yo, speaking of that, my favorite line yesterday in the locker room, I asked Javon Kinlaw what Dallas is doing so well offensively, and he goes, "They're blocking like some mother bleep." It was I enjoy Javon Kinlaw. He has a perfect delivery. Unlike that gentleman who called on the radio, said he wasn't going to cuss, and then immediately cussed. Please feel free to share your complaint about the Beltway drivers with Chris Russell. What is his handle?
At WrestleMania621.
There's a big part of me that hopes Russell is just getting bombarded with requests for parking and people complaining about Beltway traffic. But to that caller's point, speaking of Beltway traffic, I've driven to Ashburn the last 2 mornings, and I am a vocal supporter of the great state of Maryland. I went to college there. I grew up there. I'm raising my children there. Whatever's going on the Maryland side of the Legion Bridge, can we do it faster or simpler or something? Because damn. All right, last one. Brandon's in Manassas. Brandon, who you mad at, dude?
I'm going to say bleep you to Debo Samuel for messing up my 14-leg parlay that I had going between the doubleheader Monday night. All I needed was a measly 25 receiving yards from him, and he ended up with 15. I know he was missing practice all week, so I wasn't expecting him, Debo to go Debo, but the last drive of the game when the Commanders had the ball, he ran a straight route down the field. It was wide open. It looked like Jaden was about to throw it to him, but then he got pressure, and he had to scramble out, and that was the play where he dumped it to McNichols for that 26-yard pickup. So bleep you, and I guess bleep you to the Commanders O-line for forcing that play to happen. Thanks, JP.
Sorry, buddy. I had a buddy. My buddy Ricky told me his nephew missed a 16-leg parlay on he needed a Bill anytime touchdown, and a $100 bet would have paid him $32,000. That's crazy money, man. Crazy money. Another rousing edition of Bleep You Thursday in the books. Thank you to everybody that called, particularly that dude that promised us he wouldn't cuss and then cussed a second later. Peter Rosenberg joins us next.
San Francisco 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy practiced yesterday for the first time since aggravating his toe injury in Week 4, although he was still limited. More specifically, Purdy is more limited than Mac Jones, according to head coach Kyle Shanahan. Jones, the 49ers backup quarterback who's gone 3-1 in Purdy's place, is dealing with knee and oblique injuries. But speaking of the 49ers, they just opened up George Kittle's 21-day window. They're hoping to have him available for Sunday night's game against the Atlanta Falcons. And tonight, your Thursday night football matchup, you've got the Steelers and the Bengals. The Steelers are riding a 3-game win streak and hope to keep it going against Cincinnati and veteran quarterback Joe Flacco. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. A few minutes we'll be joined by our friend Peter Rosenberg. But, man, let's start with what we're learning at practice. Commanders' wide receiver group is on the field for Thursday's practice. Deebo Samuel, Terry McLaurin, not among them. That is problematic for Washington. Some hope you get Terry back. Not there today. I mean, we're not ruling anybody out based on it, but it's not great. Deebo Samuel dealing with that injury. Now, he missed days last week and ended up playing. But, again, this is not great news for an organization that the offense just looks clunky, and they're trying to put it all together. I think there's real reason for concern offensively. And you hope it gets better, but until you see those guys out there, I'd say especially Terry, Deebo has missed some practices and then played. Terry hasn't played now in a few weeks. Yesterday was his first day of limited practice. Nobody's ruling anybody out, but that's not the update you were hoping for. Also, I saw this from Standig. Chris Rodriguez and Dorrance Armstrong also not at practice. Now, listen, the media only gets to watch a little bit, and then a whole bunch of then players can come in or out after the media is shuffled off to the side of the field, back into the annex, the trailer where we all work out of. So, I don't know. That is not good news, specifically with Terry, I would say. No finality to any of that, but cause for concern. Jeffrey, what's your immediate reaction to no Terry, no Deebo at practice? Gotcha. Jeff's at a loss for words. I think that properly sums up how Jeff Walker feels, and he's rarely at a loss for words. There's no rule that says those guys can't practice today, practice tomorrow, play Sunday. There's also no rule that says Washington can't win without those guys, but it does continue to get more and more difficult. Noah Brown's not playing. At least we don't have to juggle that question mark. We just know the answer because he's on the IR now. You'd like to see, if you do go into this game, at a certain point they'll just have no real options, but you'd like to see Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane's playing time increase. Joining us now on the Ruud Guest Hotline, Ruud makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV, is our friend Mr. Peter Rosenberg. Peter, how are you, dude? How have your travels been?
Speaking of Ruud, I'm sorry I couldn't pull it together for last week. I thought I would.
Bro, you were in Australia. That's okay.
But I thought I'd be able to manage, it'll be, 1:30 in the morning or whatever. Bruh, I was not correct. But the travel was beautiful. Perth, Australia was great, and I'm happy to be back. I was so happy to be back in time for that game until I wasn't happy to be back in time for that game.
So I want to talk some Skins football with you, obviously, but I am curious, what is the reception to WWE like when you go overseas? Is it crazy?
Yeah, it's pretty loved. It's pretty loved, man. Like walking around in Perth, Australia, I was blown away by the amount of like merch in the streets. Like maybe the most I've ever seen. We're like walking out, like when I was walking around on Thursday and Friday and the show was on Saturday, the amount of people wearing just WWE related products was so wild. And then, they sold out 3 shows. It was there for Friday SmackDown, Saturday we had Crown Jewel, and Monday they had Raw. All were sold out in Perth, Australia. So, listen, it's growing continuously across the world, but I'm not going to lie, it's pretty huge. And the fans are just so knowledgeable all over the world. And full recommendation for Perth, Australia. If one can handle going to the furthest place away on planet Earth, well worthwhile trip.
Wow. I assume there's like Australian wrestling leagues, federations, whatever, or is
Small
WWE
ones.
still the biggest?
No, it's the biggest. They have small ones, but like
Okay.
WWE is still the main thing that people watch on television. But we have like 3 pretty big Australian stars right now. In fact, one of maybe like the biggest up and coming star in the company is Australian, so that also probably helps as well.
Damn, Perth is far, dude. I just looked at that on a map.
You looked it up? No,
all right,
it's far, bro. Far.
All right, we've got our friend Peter Rosenberg on the line, fresh back from Australia with WWE. Got his radio show on ESPN New York this afternoon. This dude does it all, and through it all is a Burgundy and Gold fan. We'll start with Chicago. How disappointing was that loss to you? What went through your head when Jaden put that ball on the ground at the end?
Aren't football losses like so just they're such a unique experience. Like you put so much into weekly football games. It's so unlike any other sport's regular season. Like the level of defeat that you feel is just so strong. So like for me,
Living
it was
and
like a
dying every
5-minute and it was like a 3-minute process of like realizing we're going to lose now. Like you literally go through a denial and then acceptance, negotiation, acceptance. You go through all the steps and then like we're losing. And then you watch the ball go through the net as it zeros and you go, we just lost. We just went from 4-2 and first place in the division to 3-3 in 1 second. And the reason it happened is because our best player just put the ball on the ground. It happens,
Well, dude, even after the fumble, it's like, all right, well, if the defense can get a stop. So it was like you got stabbed and then slowly bled out. It wasn't like an instant guillotine. You know what I mean?
But did anybody think, based on what that game had felt like, did anybody think we were getting a stop there for field goal range? It didn't even cross my mind, honestly. I didn't. Not to say that the defense was horrible on every possession, but it just seemed like too often, when you look at the big picture of the game, not the third quarter, but like the big picture of the game, Chicago kind of moved the ball when they wanted to. And so I did not feel good about that possession.
All right, so now we turn the page to Dallas. Dallas has an excellent offense and a bad defense. How do you feel about Washington going down to Dallas and getting a very important dub?
Well, won't it come down to the exact same thing? You cannot lose the turnover battle because they're going to get their points. I do believe that by the time we get to December, January, I think this defense will get better and better. And I think they will be capable of winning football games. I think right now the defense is still very much a work in progress. And that means the offense basically has to score constantly. And it cannot be that Bill drops the ball or Jaden drops the ball or that Jaden throws a bad pick. Those things just cannot happen. I don't expect that they will. And furthermore, and I know Dan Quinn talked about that this week, you can't spot teams 2 touchdowns to start a game. You just can't do it. And the Dallas game would kill you because they just lost to Carolina. They're not a great team, but they can score. So you just cannot make mistakes. And if you don't make big mistakes, you will win. It's interesting. I came out of this game. I heard from multiple people this week who watched our game and are like, "Hey, Peter, I watched the game. I got to tell you, I know you guys lost, but I still really like you. Like, I really like what you guys are doing. Like, I see a lot of upside on this team." And I hear what they're saying. I feel the same way. I think the Commanders are better than 3-3, but you cannot make mistakes. That is the whole difference. That is the difference between 12-5 and dreaming of a Super Bowl and 10-7 and missing the playoffs is losing the turnover battle.
100%. I think that's really well said. You can't have three of them. You can't lose 3-0 in turnovers and expect to win a game. Dude,
and if it was 2-0, we would have won. 2-0, we would have won. 3 impossible.
I know. The injury situation here in Washington is not good. The Noah Brown situation, to have him miss 4 games, then he goes on IR is confusing at best. But today at practice, no Debo, no Terry. There was some level of optimism about Terry maybe returning. He's not practicing, at least during the portion the media was able to watch. And then Debo's clearly going through it with this heel situation. If those two don't play, does that alter how you feel about Sunday's game?
God. I mean, at some point, you have to be affected by lack of weapons, right? I mean, yes, I would. No Debo would be a problem. We're used to no Terry right now, and it really has been nice to see some of these other pieces come along, and kind of feels like we're seeing McCaffrey really become a player, and that's very exciting. But I'm not saying I immediately don't give us a chance, because I think with Dallas's defense and our running attack, even being down our big weapons, we could be okay. But certainly, yeah, how would you not be concerned with no Debo? Obviously, he didn't do a ton on Monday either. You certainly want to have him out there.
Yeah, and you wonder how much the injury impacted him Monday, and if that'll continue. Like, if you get him out there and he's limited, how much does that help?
I just worry. I think the bigger concern for me offensively may be, we were as of a week ago, everyone was so head over heels in love with Krosky Merritt. If he has another big putting the ball on the ground situation, if there's another big fumble from Bill, this thing could die as fast as it starts. That's the scariest thing about being a running back in this league, particularly when you're one of these stories who came out of nowhere and it's this dream scenario. The truth is, at that position, you are only as good as few fumbles you have. And you're closer to it, JP. If he has another big spot, are they going to keep going back to him over and over again?
Dude, I asked him yesterday. I was like, how crazy is this league where a week ago you had 150 yards, 2 touchdowns, you're the FedEx player of the week. 1 week later, everybody's just asking you about fumbles. And he's like, yeah, man, it's wild. I've got to clean it up. Like, he seems to be very cognizant of the issue. The Kingsbury and Dan Quinn and Jaden Daniels, to his credit, have all said we have full confidence in Bill. These things happen. I think there's, what do they say, like 2's a coincidence, 3's a trend, something like that.
Yeah.
He can't afford another one. And I don't know that Rodriguez is going to play. He didn't get he got 1 offensive snap, 0 carries last week, has missed practice again with this calf injury. As B likes to point out, calf injuries freak him out because that's awfully close to the Achilles.
Yep.
They need a dub bad, dude. They need a dub bad.
This is a monster game. It's not one. Listen, I'm not going to go to must win 7 games into the year, but
close.
To lose a divisional game against a team that is not very serious, it would really, really hurt. And they're not in a great spot, as you pointed out, health-wise. Man, this defense really needs to step up. Like, we know the Cowboys are going to get theirs, but the defense has to force a couple turnovers. I know the yardage is going to happen, but can you force a fumble or 2? Can pressure lead to an interception? Can the defense just help this offense out a bit? If they do, I think it's enough to win this football game. And even though you're bummed about what happened against Chicago and Atlanta, frankly, you're sitting at 4-3. I think, given all the injuries, you're feeling really good about that.
Yes, sir. Thank you for making time for us as always, buddy.
Appreciate you, man.
All right, that's our boy Peter Rosenberg, just the boys talking ball. That's what we like to do on B. Mitch and Finley. All the football talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Time to make some bets when we return. I know that's unheard of. Well, I had a hot streak betting. Got to 8 in a row, which is a record, we believe. And man, is the hot streak over. I took the Mariners last night. I got home from NBC, say like 9:30 or so. Chatted with my wife for a minute. She went to bed. I sat down, put the baseball game on. At that point, I think it was like about tied. I don't know. It wasn't like a runaway. And within 2 innings, the Blue Jays proceeded to hit 17 home runs. Numbers are approximate. Did either of you watch baseball last night? Toronto was mashing in Seattle.
I did not watch Toronto versus Seattle last night, no.
It was an ass kicking, dude. like it was, I don't know. That was pretty remarkable. Whatever, let's make some bets. All right, we got NFL football tonight. Steelers, Bengals. The quarterbacks in this thing are combined 81 years old. Do we have a weather report from Cincinnati tonight? What's the weather look like in Cincy? There's crazy weather occurring across the country. We also have college football tonight. We got baseball tonight. The Caps, I don't think, play till tomorrow night, right? Yeah, no Caps tonight. But we got action. White Brian, how do we stand so far this week?
We all lost last night. B-Mitch is in first. He's the only one with a win, with 2 wins.
White Brian, I want to count on you, but sometimes you don't seem very authoritative in your recaps. But all right, so we need some wins tonight. Jeffrey, what do you like?
Oh, man, this is tough. I'm going to take the Steelers. Oh, I can't even take their money line. Come back to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's minus 270, Jeff.
I'm taking Cal Raleigh, 2 or more hits, runs, and RBIs.
I think that's the first time you've said Cal Raleigh and not Big Dumper.
I'm also taking Big Dumper plus 2 or more hits, runs, and RBIs.
I'm taking Jalen.
Go ahead. No, you go.
I'm taking a Jalen Warren anytime touchdown.
Okay. White Brian?
Joe Flacco, 250 yards.
Okay. Boys, what we have tonight is a plain, clear system pick. You have a team at home in a night game getting points, getting a bunch of points, 5.5 points. I don't think the Bengals are very good. Joe Flacco and I graduated from high school in the same year. I could not go be an NFL quarterback. I think they'll hang around, though. These games tend to be ugly. Just hang around, Cincinnati. That's all I need. I don't need heroes, okay? I just need covers. I see it at 5.5. Is that what you got me for here, White Brian?
Yep.
Bengals plus 5.5?
Plus 5.5.
Give it to me all damn day. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Doc Walker for joining us. Thank you to Sean Sharif for joining us. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg for joining us. Thank you to all the calls. That was a fun Bleep You Thursday. Also, Landville, I got a DM from the guy that cursed and said he did not curse. He was using some other word. It just sounded like it. So shout out to him.
Sounded an awful lot like it.
Grant and Danny coming your way next. Me and B are broadcasting live tomorrow from D-City Smokehouse. That place is awesome. Come by. If you're out and about on a Friday, you can hang out with me and Brian. Should be fun. Let's hope Terry McLaurin can practice. Thanks for listening. You made it as far. I owe you a beer.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Commanders practice today, taking a look at that wide receiver group. Neither Deebo Samuel nor Terry McLaurin are out there for the media portion of practice. Now, no need to jump to conclusions just yet, but as JP Finley said earlier, it's not great. And with 6 Super Bowl wins, the Steelers are one of the most successful franchises in NFL history. But despite all of their success, there is one thing they have never been able to pull off. That is win a Thursday night road game against a divisional opponent. The Steelers have played a total of 8 divisional Thursday games on the road in franchise history. They've gone 0-8 in those games, which includes going 0-6 under Mike Tomlin. This streak has been going on for so long that the Steelers played 2 divisional games against opponents that aren't even in their division anymore. So the Steelers do have a chance to end this inexplicable losing streak when they travel to Cincinnati to take on the Bengals tonight. Pittsburgh is favored by 5.5 points, but if the history says anything there, it's that maybe the Steelers are on upset alert. This October, only score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Welcome in Grant and Danny on the air. It is 2 o'clock on October 16th, 2025, and we will take you all the way up to 6:30 tonight on the Fan. We're giving away Caps tickets in 2 hours, right at 4 o'clock, so make sure you're listening ahead of the Beltway Blitz. You can watch the show on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream. You can listen all over the DMV on 106.7, our flagship, or, of course, coast to coast with the always free and available Odyssey app. Danny, how are you?
I am very, very well, my friend. It's fall. It's gorgeous. Screw you, skinny people. We got it. It's our time now. Football's in full swing. I've been noodling this Cowpukes game here this weekend. I know we don't like the term must win or need to win or whatever because that's like reserved for game 7s or your season ends, etc. You better. You really need it. It could really help you. You know what I mean? Like, I am now, I think I'm not over Monday. I'm still annoyed about Monday, but I have turned my attention towards this weekend.
I think you're on to something. I want to get back to that in a second. I'm going to work my way back to the Cowboys game.
Okay.
You'll understand this track that I'm about to drive on in a moment. It's been a full day for me. So first things first, the wife, while I was out of town, found a deal on some outdoor furniture in some auction or something.
Okay.
So we scooped up some new outdoor furniture, which meant that the outdoor furniture that we currently have had to go.
You got to go.
So today, I don't have to work out tonight. We were going to meet at the gym right after the show.
Oh, you're not going to do it tonight?
Not going to do it today.
You're out?
I'm not going to the gym.
What the hell am I supposed to do?
I carried all the furniture, like 10 trips from around the house to the front, then got the new furniture, which was very heavy, to the back. So that was my workout. It was kind of like a Danny Rouillet cardio set situation.
Sure.
So I'm not going to be at the gym tonight. I hope that's okay with you.
It's fine with me. I mean, it leaves me in the lurch a little bit, leaving the Jason Bishop, but I'll be fine.
So did that, and then my tire was kind enough to go flat.
Oh, wasn't that fun?
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
So the old stranded situation, AAA comes, helps me out. Then the tire immediately goes flat again.
Did it?
So that tells me we got a real developing situation. So I was at a tire shop for a little while. Still no resolution yet, but they did put the donut on and order some new tires. So we're on our way. I tell you all that to tell you it's been a full day for me.
You've had one.
But the reason for the story is I'm sitting there with my guy, Keith McMichael, over at Albin Tire. They do a great job. And we're talking in his office. He's a big Commanders fan. We're talking about the Cowboys game.
Uh-huh.
That's full circle. And he says to me, Danny, something along the lines of, this is a must-win. I said, look, it's October, Keith. I don't do must-wins. But damn, if they don't win, they're in trouble. Call it whatever you want to.
Yeah.
Use the vernacular of your choosing. I refuse. When I signed the dotted line for the first time to do a radio program, I left the beat where I was a reporter who gave, informed opinions, and I took the mantle as a talk show host who sits in a chair and shouts takes, right? But when I signed on the dotted line, there was a few things I said I wouldn't do. One of those things was never say must win early in a football season. And today I'm not going to change that. But if you lose against the Cowboys, the way I view your entire year changes considerably. Right now, this moment, I think you're going to make the playoffs. Lose to the Cowboys, I don't think you're going to make the playoffs. Call it whatever you want to. It's that simple.
Yeah, I don't have that hang up. We do the show together, so I'm perfectly willing to use whatever vernacular is important.
You can use your phrases, I'll use mine. If you think it's a must-win, call it a must-win.
You better. You need to. It's really important that you do. If you lose, what are we even talking about? Or in other words, like, if you lose back-to-back games to the middling Bears and the middling Cowboys, you know what that makes you? Middling. You're Bette Midler. You are just a group of people. The idea that we started something, we're building. Nope. Not a dynasty, not a thing, not part of the royalty, not part of the elite, not part of the group that just gets out of bed and wins 12 games just because. Everyone has to acknowledge last year was magical. This year is this year. This is let's talk about if they lose. This is a flawed group with glaring issues. We'll talk about some of them today. You win, you put a lot of bad feelings to bed. One, because you're beating the Cowboys. Two, because you finally put some hay in the barn in the NFC. And three, you needed to harvest your nuts, Eddie Jordan, because you've got a really difficult stretch coming up in your own right. As guys are injured and not practicing and, everything that's going on with the team all swirling around. Just regular football stuff. This happens. This isn't scandal. This isn't Snyder time. But this is also, let's pump the brakes on everybody here walks on water. Everybody here that makes any kind of decision, you're not allowed to ask any questions because of the deposits they put in. You're starting to look at something now and go, if you drop this game to the Cowboys, 2 straight, where you come off to another sluggish start and this, excellent offense is excellent, and this defense that's terrible, talking about Dallas, does enough to beat you, we got problems, man.
I see what you did mentioning Bette Midler in October, right before Halloween. She was in Hocus Pocus.
She was in Hocus Pocus.
She played Winifred in Hocus Pocus.
Did you? Was the character's name? Winifred?
Sick reference, bro.
I have a cousin, Winifred.
Dude, your references are out of control. Everybody knows that.
Everyone knows that.
Winifred's a cousin of yours?
Yeah.
Does she go by Winnie?
Goes by Winnie.
As well she should.
She's like, she was one of those.
You can only be Winifred when you're a grandma. Now you're Winifred.
Well, I do the bit, and you've known this about me for a long time. I'll sometimes, like as a term of endearment, use someone's full name.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, it's my bit. So I call her like cousin Winifred. Like that's my full formal address to her is, hey, what's up, cousin Winifred? Like, how was cousin Frederick? Like her husband, Fred. You know what I mean? I do that bit. But I just like saying Winifred just because it's so old school. Like, who's named Winifred?
No, when she's a grandma and she's knitting and doing whatever grandmas do.
Yeah. 40 years from now,
It's gonna
actually a
make
little
more
bit less,
sense.
her kids a little bit older, but like maybe 20 years from now, she'll have the Werther's originals. They just manifest at your house. They just appear.
I hope the Rouilles step up their game on Halloween this year. People have been chirping about the Rouilles at Halloween. Didn't last year you didn't even do candy?
No, of course we did.
I thought you turned out the lights and just took the kids out or
No.
something.
First, I'll stop that. But by the way, it sounded for a second like you actually were talking to somebody.
No way.
Because
that wasn't good.
Well, that's been the butterscotch around the name. So a couple people have been chirping.
Oh no!
And it got back to the parents, and then it got back to the wife. Like,
what did you pass
this
out
is
last
something.
year?
I don't remember. Like a whole bunch of candy. I mean, we had multiple giant
But it wasn't
bowls.
king size sillies.
We did not do king size sillies.
I think you need to do that.
Well, there was a handful for everybody. Literally, you could take a handful. You were all good. Candy
Of
wasn't in
little
short supply.
candies.
Well, regular, whatever the candy was. Point of the dude's story is there was talk that there was enough decoration. You guys didn't go all out. Some of the other kids and their families have done more than you guys.
This is very Christmas with the cranks here.
Yeah.
You're not putting the snowman up on the roof, Tim Allen.
That's a reference to a movie.
You don't know about Christmas with the cranks?
I mean, I know about it. I know that I saw the preview and went, that's a Jay Schrader screen right there. That's
the
a hard pass.
Fromeyers get Rick. Spike Fromeyer's got to help out and save the day. Little kid from Malcolm in the Middle.
Really? That's the Malcolm?
No, the little kid.
Oh,
the
they
little
played
brother.
Dewey?
Dewey. Good pull.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go watch Christmas with the Cranks sometime. You want to get in the Christmas mood, Danny. It's
I tell
good.
you what, you put it on. Don't start it without me.
Are you anti-Christmas movie or anti-Christmas with the Cranks?
No, I didn't need another Tim Allen vehicle, sort of post Home Improvement. You know, I think I was good. I think
He's good in it.
I'm sure he's great. You know, but I got my fill. I think I'm good.
The wife, Jamie Lee Curtis. It's a good cast.
Jamie Lee Curtis is in it?
Yeah, that's the wife in Christmas with the Cranks. And Dan Aykroyd is like the kind of steals the movie, I think. He's the star of the show, the neighbor that's mad at them. Basically, your neighbor that's chirping about you guys.
Yeah.
That's Dan Aykroyd.
Like there has been. I literally thought you got some intel somehow, and because you had a little smirk on your face. Like, did you actually talk to my wife about this? Because this
Someone
has been
came up to me at an event, said you got to work Danny about this.
This has been the topic of conversation at the household last couple weeks.
Here's where I want to go with Commanders Cowboys to start the show. We haven't taken many calls, haven't had opportunities certainly early in our programs over the last few days post Bears. I want to play a little fill in the blank with people at 800-636-1067. If the Commanders lose this game to the Cowboys, what? What's the rest of that sentence for you? At 800-636-1067. If the Commanders lose to the Cowboys Sunday, comma, so I'll give you the example, okay? Here's how I'm finishing the sentence. If the Commanders lose to the Cowboys Sunday, I will no longer expect them to make the playoffs, and I think it gets really hard to envision them doing so. That's how big this is for me. Because go through it. Look at the upcoming schedule here. Yep. I think in the next 5 games, they have 5 before the bye. They have to be 3-2 to have a legitimate chance to make the playoffs. Otherwise, it becomes a real math problem. You're talking about at some point winning 4 in a row, 5 in a row, something unrealistic. Could happen, but you just can't count on it. In the next 5, that's Dallas, the 3-game gauntlet, Chiefs Monday night, Seahawks Sunday night, Lions 4:25, and then Madrid against the Dolphins. Even though that's a game they'll absolutely likely win on paper and should be a heavy favorite in.
Weird stuff happens international, man.
Flying to Madrid to play in a weird stadium on a weird surface against a team that actually can move the football and do some things, it's still quirky. But like, I think you got to go 3-2 in those 5 games. To me, that means you got to beat Dallas and Miami and then find a way to win one of the 3, which you should absolutely be able to do in the gauntlet of Chiefs, Seahawks, Lions. But if you win the bread of the sandwich, Dallas this week in a pick'em game where you're a 1.5-point favorite, Dolphins in Madrid, which you should definitely win. Now I need one more win. I'm 3-2. That gets me to 6-5 through 11. To get to 10-7, I would still need to go 4-2 in my final 6 games after the 5 and the bye week. That's still difficult because you're in the division twice against Philly. You're playing Dallas again. You got the Giants who are going to be better. You're going to Minnesota to face one of the better defenses in the league. It's not like it's an easy schedule.
Nope.
4-2 in and of itself is a challenge. But if you go 3-2 through the next 5, you at least allow yourself a couple of stubbing your toe opportunities to get to 10-7. And now you're just crossing your fingers because with your bad start in the NFC, you might even need 11-6 because tiebreakers might work against you.
Yeah, see the Seahawks, 10-7 last year, did not make the postseason.
This is kind of like the path that as a floor could get you there at. And I think if they go 2-3, and if you lose to the Cowboys, that's probably happening over the next 5. Now you're talking about having to maybe go 5-2 down the stretch or 5-1 in those 6 games to end the season. I don't see that happening. That's just to get to 10, let alone the 11 that it might take.
Yeah, I don't want to count on anybody else. I've done that dance for 30 years where, all right, if they win and then the other team ties and then this one gets rained out and there's 4 tiebreakers, if the team doesn't score a touchdown in the first half, maybe they can make. I'm not doing that. That's why I will do it. Obviously, it's the job.
You might
sure
have
what I mean?
to
I
because
probably
they're
have to.
1-3 right now in the conference.
And that's I do not leave it up to other people. This is all manageable in front of you. You've screwed up, honestly, by really especially losing to the Bears. That is a terrible loss.
The Falcons' loss, which I understand and it happens, is also just as big. Because Atlanta, like Chicago's right ahead of you in the NFC standings for the wild card, and that will be a head-to-head tiebreaker with both of those teams. But if you lose to Dallas, you're 1-4 in the NFC. You really can't put together a worse wild card hopeful resume than that this early in the season. So, Danny Rouillet, I spin around now and ask you, if the Commanders lose to the Cowboys...
All of you just stop it. Every one of you just stop. Stop the homerism. Stop the blind faith. Stop the yelling at anybody when someone asks a question. You don't get the benefit of the doubt anymore. Talking to the team now. Nobody is above questioning. No one's above reproach. No one's individual decisions or plans are above scrutiny at this stage. Last year was awesome. You must further acknowledge that that awesomeness was magical, and whether it was the credit fairy dust or whatever sprinkled on things to let you live that charmed life that we led last year, that's over with. You are back to an older, beat-up, middling roster. If you lose to Dallas and are 3-4 with the harder part of your schedule to come, all of you just stop it.
800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. All right, I want to hear from you guys on the phones on this in a moment, but first, Toby, I'm coming to you. Let's go round the horn. If the Commanders lose to the Cowboys, now you got to wear your jersey during the game. I would say you're more of a fan, kind of have that homer when you need it background than we do. We're a little more cynical, having seen a lot of bad football. How do you finish that sentence?
It's not over, but it's dire. I go back to the fact that their final 4 games of the year are division games. And so if the Eagles aren't going to get to a point where they're winning 12 games, if you can get to 7 wins before you get to those final 4 games, you could theoretically run the table and get to 11. You could win 3 of 4 and get to 10, and then hopefully feel good about getting in as a wild card team there. We've talked about the tiebreaker, so maybe you don't feel great there. But if you can get to 7 wins somehow before those final 4 games, I feel good. So it's not over, but it's dire.
So I actually think, too, by the way, if you lose to Dallas this weekend, I have my eyes set on the division, oddly enough, more than I do the wild card. Because your hope there is, well, the Eagles are being outscored this year. They're not that good. Maybe 10 wins the division with a tiebreaker if you beat Philly twice. Or if it takes 11 would probably get you into the wild card. It would almost certainly win the East if you pick the right games down the stretch, meaning multiple wins over Philadelphia. But like the chances of them winning the division, I'll bet you mathematically, would look better than them getting in as a wild card if they start 3-4 with 4 losses in the NFC. Because you would still at least be 1-1 in the division. And as we speak today, currently, the division resume is way better than the wild card resume. Because you're 1-0 against the Giants, you haven't played anybody else. If they were to beat Dallas, they're 2-0 in the division. They're sitting fat and happy. You might even be in first place coming out of the weekend in the NFC East. Darius, if the Commanders lose to the Cowboys on Sunday...
If the Commanders lose to the Cowboys on Sunday, get ready to learn trade deadline. It's time to start preparing for the possibility that this might not be the year. While I don't think that losing to the Cowboys will officially eliminate us by any means, because there's so much more season to go, I think it is time to start considering, hey, maybe this isn't the year. Let's get ready to start loading up at the trade deadline, send a few pieces out here, get some draft picks back in return.
So you would be advocating for selling off then?
Yes. Not completely. I think there's still a chance. If you go, let's just say you, by some miracle, we go down to Kansas City next week and beat the Chiefs and we're 4-4, then sure, we're still in it. But I think you do have to start considering the fact that it's possible you may need to start selling off.
So he makes an important point, too. After Dallas, the gauntlet. That's what I'm going to be calling it.
Mm-hmm.
Chiefs, Seahawks, Lions. Seattle's better than everybody thinks, by the way. They're really, really good. If you went 2-1 in that stretch, you'd make up for Dallas. You just can't bank on it. You could win any one of those games, and it's likely that you lose 2 of the 3 of them. But if you somehow won 2 of those 3 games and you lost to Dallas and you're 2-2 through those 4, you're still right kind of where you should be going into Miami to go 3-2 in the stretch.
Yeah, so you'd be 5-5 if you lose to Dallas, then go 2 out of 3 in the gauntlet.
But it still doesn't change the fact that, let's say you go 2-1 in the gauntlet. You're going to be kicking yourself for the Bears game. You're going to be kicking yourself for losing to the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Even if you handled your business, you birdie those holes, you still look back and go, damn, if I didn't put that one in the bunker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like on that previous hole, I could actually be 1 under par right now. We could be in a much better spot. It's just a game you should win. This is an awful defense. They can't stop anybody. Matt Eberflus has no answers as a coordinator. They can't tackle. They can't stop the run. Their secondary is not making plays. Matt Eberflus coaches the Cowboys. That's the big difference.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah. I mean, and by the way, like, it's cute. It's funny. I get your bit. The Cowboys' defense is way worse than this one. Whatever you think of Washington's, the Cowboys is worse.
I think they should do just at halftime change coordinators and see what happens. I'm only kind of doing shtick. Yeah, but your point is well seen. Like there is a cloud around Dallas. It's bad. Everyone knows it's bad. Offensively, they're great. Defensively, they are beyond horrendous. Washington just has one area where it's horrendous, and that's against the pass. Dallas has all of them. Name an area that Dallas has on defense that's bad.
I heard Dave Richard on with the Junks today for his fantasy segment while I was dropping the kids off at school. And he said that in his fantasy rankings this week, 2 of his top 3 quarterbacks are Dak Prescott and Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
I'd imagine Jaden is 1 or 2. I don't know. But this needs to be a Jaden Daniels goes ham game. There are no excuses and no reasons not to. If he doesn't light it up indoors against this defense this weekend, I don't care about weather and rain and conditions. And I thought a pretty good game other than 2 bad plays, bad turnovers that were weighted and obviously made up for a lot of really good ones this past week. Had a really good second half against the Chargers after the rustiness. But you can throw every excuse you want, the summer and the no passes in the preseason, and he's wearing a knee brace. It's week 7, man. If you're Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow and you're one of the best in the sport, you're playing the number 32 defense in the National Football League. Go whoop their ass like every other team has done. Last week, Bryce Young couldn't throw an incompletion in the second half against this team. He tried a couple times. They wouldn't let him. It's just too easy to move the ball against them. Daniels needs to get fat. This entire offense needs to get fat. And you need to, by the way, because they're going to move the ball in your defense. They're not going to be punting a whole lot. They're awesome offensively. Dak's playing like the MVP of the league. All right, we're going to hit the phones on this next. We got a line or two open, so let's fill them up. 800-636-1067. The question again, if the Commanders lose to the Cowboys Sunday, how do you finish that sentence? What does it mean for you? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey guys, it's GP. It's Thursday. FanDuel's getting you ready for Thursday Night Football, and FanDuel's an official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. Every NFL Thursday, like today, your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot allows you to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. This is kind of fun. Been doing this the last several weeks. It's a good time. So here's how it works. Thursday action tonight, Thursday Night Football, AFC North, Steelers-Bengals. All you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And then if the player you bet on to score scores the first or the last touchdown of the game, you win the bet, which means you win a share of all the $2 million in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. You've got to be 21 and present in Virginia. Opt in, must apply, profit boost token, select market, prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in 3 weeks. Restrictions apply. Terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, the Commanders made a roster move today, placing defensive end Drake Jackson on injured reserve with the knee injury. He was just signed yesterday. The hope is he'll be back later this season. Other injuries around the league, Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans is expected to be back at practice today. Lions safety Brian Branch had his one-game suspension upheld for the post-game altercation against the Chiefs last week. Thursday Night Football kicks off Week 7 of the NFL season tonight. 8:15 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on The Fan with the Steelers and the Bengals. In baseball, Dodgers and Brewers, Game 3 tonight, 6 o'clock first pitch. Tyler Glasnow takes on Aaron Ashby. The Dodgers lead that series 2-0. ALCS Game 4 tonight, Mariners and Blue Jays at 8:30. Luis Castillo takes on old friend Max Scherzer for the Blue Jays. The Mariners lead that series 2-1. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
All right, for the rest of the show, I want a random Redskins-Cowboys game rivalry every time we come back into break. Moment. Player, moment, whatever. So, I'll give you one right here.
Oh, okay.
Washington beats the Cowboys. Dave Campo is coaching Dallas to a third straight 5-11 season, and Chad Hutchison is their quarterback, wearing number 7. The good old days, man, when they sucked. They had no chance. I want to say he was handing it off to Troy Hambrick, number 42 in Northwest Stadium. What do you got for me?
Top of my head, I'm going to go with block kick. Troy Vincent blocks kick. Sean Taylor recovers, and you get a second chance at a game-winning field goal.
Yeah, Nick Novak misses a kick, but there's a whistle or whatever. There's a penalty. He moves back 5 yards, gets another shot, kicks it, and they win. After the Vincent block kick, the Sean Taylor recovery, face mask gave the 15 yards at the end of his return across midfield to set him up for the winner. That's one of my favorite live memories ever at the stadium.
Yeah, and it was for just an okay Washington team.
Still a great win,
Still
though.
great.
All right, so right now we're talking about Sunday. The Commanders are 3-3. They've won and lost interchangeably. Win-loss, win-loss, win-loss. So they're due to win. That's good. They need to. We're not going must-win. We don't play that game. But if the Commanders lose to the Cowboys, then finish that sentence. So for me, if the Commanders lose to the Cowboys, I will not expect them to make the playoffs, and I think it gets really hard for them to do so.
All of you just stop it with automatic praise and getting irritated when questions are asked. You've lost all your carte blanche.
Let's go to Paul in Arlington on The Fan. Paul, if the Commanders lose to the Cowboys, then how do you finish the sentence?
They're a bad football team, and they're not going to make the playoffs. I mean, Cowboys are terrible, and the Commanders' schedule so far has not been difficult. They've lost games they shouldn't lose against teams like Chicago and Atlanta. Their defense is old and slow. I don't think this looks like a playoff team to me. Jaden looks less sure than he did last season, less confident. Maybe with Terry coming back, that'll help. But if they lose to Dallas, they're just not a good football team.
Can't argue with the last part. I do think there's a little bit of overplaying how bad the Cowboys are within the fan base happening that I'm hearing this week. In this sense, whatever you want to say about their defense, say it. It's that bad.
Yeah, that's right.
Their offense is that good, though, almost. Nobody gets more yards per game. Nobody moves the ball as consistently as they do. And if you look at it, they tied. They should have beaten the Green Bay Packers, who blew out Washington. Now, that was in Dallas, but home games for them aren't really home games, especially for a game against a team like the Packers, travels like that. But it was a 40-40 game. They scored 40 on that defense, that shredded Washington's offense, remember. And more recently, you have seen them lose to the Jets, beat the Jets, rather, by 15, but they scored about 40. Lose to the Panthers, I get that. But they almost beat the Eagles. They beat Green Bay. This is a very, very good offense and a very okay team. They're basically same record as Washington with, take the tie out of the equation. And they are only a 1-point underdog in this game right now, according to odds makers. So it's not like you're playing the Jets on Sunday, which is what people are acting like a little bit. And it's a short week. You just played on
That's
Monday
right.
night.
And going on the road on a short week.
You're going on the road on a short week, which is the worst thing you could do. Let's go to Andre in Upper Marlboro. What's up, Dre?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, I say nothing. Only because our expectations were already set last year. That before the season started, when the ownership said they should be sorry. They're probably going to be sorry for 2 to 3 years. I say nothing, and like what I've been saying for 2 years, whether I call into you guys or other shows on this station, it doesn't matter what Jaden does. If the defense can't stop somebody from scoring one more point than them, it doesn't matter. And what was the score against the Bears? They lost by a point. I mean, they got Von Miller, but he's an old Von Miller. So we're still in the building stage. So, I mean, I'm not worried. I'm just excited that we got a new ownership group, good coaching staff, and we got the quarterback we wanted. I mean, I'm still in a good place.
You know what?
Appreciate you, dude.
There's a lot of people that may feel that way, and that's perfectly okay.
Yeah, if you're
still
in the stars in your eyes honeymoon phase because of how terrible it was, and you remember, I got no problem with that. I'm not even being flippant. I'm not being dismissive of that.
And it's not just the ownership, by the way. You have a GM.
Yeah.
You've never had a GM in
Right.
my entire life, and Adam Peters, he seems like he's pretty good at it. You have a head coach that people seem to really like around here, and Dan Quinn, who did a really good job in his first year. And you've got the thing that they haven't had for 30 years that every team is seeking, which is the franchise quarterback. Regardless of if Daniels plays at the level he did last year or not, does he get into the MVP conversation again or not? Does he turn the ball over here or there or not? We've seen enough to know that this is the answer. This is the 10-plus year franchise QB that you plug in and you watch operate. The question is now, what's the ceiling, and does he get back to being able to play like he did as a rookie, or is it more like whatever this is this year is a really good QB option who's top half the league? Maybe it's not top 4, top 7. Maybe it's top 10, top 12, top 13, whatever that looks like. But you've got the answer at quarterback. You've got a harmonious GM-head coach relationship. And, of course, the ownership part is the biggest. So if you go, last year was great. This is a house money season. Third year of the program next year. I'm fine. I don't have to completely agree with all of that, but I certainly understand the sentiment.
I do too. And if you're taking a longer view, I welcome that, honestly. I generally try to do that as well, over an individual play or a week or even a month. I think in terms of years when we you make franchise decisions. But maybe that's the point, is it's no longer about this year, right? I mean, I don't know if you would have had that, and again, I'm not ripping the caller, but would you have had that same view before week 1 of this season? Where it's you know what, big picture, long term, we're fine. Because I agree with you, by the way. You got some pieces in place. I'll take my chances. You might win some, you might lose some. You get good luck, bad luck, whatever happens. You get good injury health. Maybe you're around in December and January. You got a chance at this thing now. Whereas before, you were trying to run a race with lead underpants on and somebody pushing you in the opposite direction. You had no chance. You had no chance. It was a default. You might run into a winning streak and win a couple of games to sneak in, but you were cannon fodder in the postseason once every 7 years or so. This is not that now. So long term, totally fine. But that's an acknowledgement, though, that this year ain't it.
Well, on top of that, the reason I can't quite get down with that thinking is it just gets a lot harder to win consistently after you pay your quarterback. So they are operating right now in this gift of a window before Jaden Daniels gets an extension. This is super valuable real estate. You got to build on it. This real estate is the best bargain you can find in America. It's the cheapest, best land there is, and that is rookie contract, stellar quarterback, 3-year window. And you got to try to win during this window as best you can. Otherwise, it's a real waste of a golden opportunity, frankly, because it will get harder. On top of that, when you say, oh, well, it's just year 2, they haven't acted like it's a 3-year plan. They haven't prioritized 26 or 27.
Yeah, they've gone pretty right now, 2 straight years.
They've prioritized here and now. They did it again this offseason. You don't make as many trades of draft picks that they don't have next year if it's about next year. You don't go get Debo on a 1-year deal who you then have to pay big money to this offseason at his age with his injury history, which they'll have to decide if they want to do that. Certainly looks like based on how they use them, they're going to want to. But you don't do that about next year. You don't get Tunsil pre-extension. That's probably coming this offseason. You don't trade the picks you did for Lattimore and then re-up with Lattimore and pay him elite corner money. All those things were done to be really good this football season. So while it's a nice out to just say, it's only the second year and we got a young quarterback and it's early in this coach's tenure, I get not needing to get back to the NFC Championship game to be happy. That was a fluke. But, if you go 7-10 the year after next season, I'm also not just going to dismiss it and say, it's only been 2 years. They've already got one NFC title game berth. Like, no. They made a lot of decisions to be good this year. You kind of got to be good this year. Let's go to Kevin in Stafford. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, look, if the Commanders, who has the oldest defense in the league, goes to Dallas and loses to the worst defense in the league, then it's time for Peters to gather up all his draft picks, like one of your previous callers said, and start selling off some pieces that he can get some draft picks for. Deron Payne, because he's going to want another big contract. So, in that aspect, I think if they lose to Dallas, they're pretty much done. Because of everything that you all have said prior to me getting on the phone, still on some of my thunder anyway. But,
Apologies, buddy. Just trying to do the show over here.
I know. Their defense is just...
It's old and slow. That's what it is, right?
Slow. I mean,
yeah.
I love Bobby Wagner, but he cannot get from sideline to sideline.
There's nobody you'd rather have, Kevin, coming basically from 5 yards off the ball to the line of scrimmage between the tackles to make a tackle of a running back. Still in this minute, I don't think, than Bobby Wagner. But when you start having him run into the flat to cover somebody in space or to make a tackle even in space, I've never seen him miss one. It's just there's plenty of times where he's not going to get there to try to wrap a guy.
And we have done this before with late career London Fletcher, who, again, should be a Hall of Famer, a superstar, one of the greatest players that you're ever going to find, a tackling machine. Downhill between the tackles, as good as there is. Knew everything before it happened, flow to the football, arrive violently, all the good stuff that you want out of a linebacker in that setting. You put him in different settings, though, make that face, right? Again, it doesn't take away from London's career. Same way it doesn't take from Bobby Wagner's career. If he stops playing, if he leaves practice today and goes, you know what, I'm hanging up, I'm done, you got to wait the requisite number of years, he's a Hall of Famer. That doesn't change anything. That's the way it is now.
Vince, the question is, if the Commanders lose to the Cowboys as narrow favorites in Dallas on Sunday, then what? How does it change how you feel about this season? Vince, are you there? You'll get nothing, and you'll
Vince.
like it.
Nothing,
Same
Vince.
question to you, Jim. If the Commanders lose to the Cowboys, then?
Hey, real quick, I love your show. I called in to answer this question, but I might have the best live Dallas-Washington memory.
Okay, well, answer the question first, and then we'll do that.
Okay. It's so funny. You really hit my thunder. What my answer was, I'd get Peters in the conference room and say, what is your 3-year plan to get us to be a superior team before we pay Jaden $70 million a year? Because the bottom line is you guys are all correct. We are built to win this year for some reason, and we do not have superior draft picks, in my opinion, that are going to perform. We don't have any receivers either, right? I mean, those were misfires from my perspective. So that's my take. I agree with you. But I do have a good thing if you want it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was 5 years old. It's New Year's Eve, 1972. I'm 20th row behind the goalpost. This NFC Championship. Billy Kilmer throws a down, out, and up to Charlie Taylor. Washington extends. The ball comes over his hands. Charlie Taylor catches it and runs right up 20 rows down. And I looked at my dad and I said, I love you.
Oh,
That
that's
ain't
so
bad.
cool.
That ain't bad.
That's pretty good memory.
That'll work.
I'll take that. Want one of those with my kid for sure. Looking at their draft picks for this year as we talk about, if they lose, it's okay because it's only year 2. They have 2 picks in the first 4 rounds. 2. They pick in the first round at 15. They pick again in the third round, 13th that round. They don't have a second round pick. They don't have a 4th round pick. They've got a mid-5th round pick and then a 6th round pick. But you're talking about a draft where you're going to get maybe, if you're lucky, one really good starter, unless they maneuver the board or find someone awesome in the 3rd round or something. But you're likely getting, if it goes great, like a starter at corner or tight end or wherever they go in the middle of the 1st round, and then someone who helps you a little bit as a depth guy in the 3rd round. And you might be replacing Deron Payne. You might be replacing, and who knows, are they going to lock up Tunsil? Is Deebo Samuel going to be on the roster? Like they might have some holes of some of their better players.
And it's about 3 weeks to the trade deadline. I believe November 4th for the NFL. I actually agree with Darius. I'd be way more cutthroat than most NFL GMs are in terms of raising the white flag where I go, I don't think I've got a Super Bowl team here. Now, maybe their mentality might be once McLaurin is back, if and when Noah Brown is back. Once we have our full complement, then you'll see, maybe. But if you're 3-5, which you would be at the time of this the trade deadline, who wants Wagner and Ertz and Payne and the rest of the guys?
It's also easier in football because you got it one game instead of a series to just go on a run, as we see all the time. And last year, you won 2 road playoff games and got to the NFC Championship game.
That's right.
And they may feel like you got 5, so you got a shot. That could be their philosophy. We're not selling off because if we just somehow get into the dance, nobody's going to
Who wants to see us? Yeah.
This offense that can score 30 and Jaden Daniels. 800-636-1067. If the Commanders lose to the Cowboys, you're finishing that sentence for us on Grant and Danny. My next Commanders, Cowboys, Redskins, Cowboys moment. I'm just going to get the easiest layup out of the way for doing this throughout the show. Santana Moss. Me. Sean Paulson, my brother. Steve Moore, my buddy. My mom. Sitting in my living room in King George County. 56 minutes without moving the ball. Terrible football. Down 13-0. And here come the Commanders. In game 2 of the Joe Gibbs era. Listless offense. Everybody's saying, oh, Joe Gibbs, the game's passed him by. They're never going to move the ball. They can't do anything. 2 touchdowns, both just over the outstretched fingertips of DBs. Moss single-handedly beats the Cowboys with Brunell Crow hopping into throws. I'll have it forever, man. I stand up and start cursing and screaming and just spin kicking around the house. My mom's trying to send me to my room as a teenager. The best.
We want Dallas. We want Dallas. The stadium shaking. Dexter Manley breaks through the line of scrimmage, tips a pass up in the air, and Darrell Grant ends up on the other end of it, and he rumbles into the end zone as dejected people in that disgusting blue and silver with that stupid star just mope off the field because Washington had just scored a touchdown to go to the Super Bowl.
Let's go to the phones. Kendall's in Brandywine. Kendall, the question is, if the Commanders lose to the Cowboys, we are refusing as a show to call it a must-win in October. But finish that sentence. If they lose to the Cowboys, then?
In the immortal words of Mortimer Duke, sell, sell, sell. we got to sell, man. Hindsight is 20/20, man. But I think this thing went downhill as far as Adam Peters' philosophy of kind of utilizing this 3-year window as Jaden on the rookie contract. It went off the rails when we went and got Lattimore, and so now. That was a terrible trade, 2020 hindsight. I know I was with it when we first did it too, but this aging veteran model is so flawed, it's ridiculous. And again, looking at it from the perspective of seeing it, he doubled down on it when he got Lattimore. So now you're kind of stuck there, and we cannot double down on it again. This year would be a wash. Next year is probably going to be a wash too. But we in this thing for the long term, and everything looks good in terms of the future. But if we lose this game, we need to try to recoup as many draft picks because we came into this thing with a completely empty cupboard from the Rivera era. So I think we just made a mistake trying to get the aging veteran and compete right away versus building this thing like we should have.
It worked last year for sure. It's not working as well right now. Kendall, by the way, a question. How old are you?
I'm 54.
Okay, so I think I've told you this before, but years ago when you and I, Danny, did like an off-the-air caller draft where we were going to hang out with callers for a day, I took Kendall number 1 overall.
He got the first pick. He went Kendall 1-1.
But do you know who I picture when I talk to you, Kendall? Do you know the actor Delroy Lindo?
Yes. He's a great actor.
I don't know if you look like him, but you have the deep voice. That's who I picture when I'm talking.
And like you're trying to find Nicolas Cage and stop car thievery?
Delroy Lindo.
I don't look like him. People say I look like Doc Walker, but next time I'm gonna come to one of your events and I'll introduce. One time I came up, you guys were down, but you had already left. I couldn't get there because I was coming off work, but you were down on Route 1 at the Buffalo Wild Wings, maybe last year, before last, I can't remember. But I'll catch up to you guys.
All right, we're gonna be in Caddies. We're in Maryland. Friday, Bethesda. So if you can get over that way, we'll be at Caddies in Bethesda.
Eating wings.
Yeah, and that goes for the rest of you, too. This is not just for Kendall.
It's not a special Kendall-only invite.
No one come but Kendall. That's not the rules.
Right.
The rules are anyone can come, although I'd like to see Delroy Lindo stroll in.
That'd be cool, wouldn't it?
He's such a good actor, by the way. But Friday, Caddies, Bethesda, kick it with us tomorrow, a field trip. We're out and about. Maryland, we're coming your way. Right now, we're asking you guys about the import of Commanders Cowboys on Sunday.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commanders have placed Drake Jackson, the defensive end that they just signed yesterday, on injured reserve with a knee injury that he's been dealing with for a couple of years. The hope is he will be back later this season. Other injuries in the NFL, Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans is expected to be back at practice today. Lions safety Brian Branch had his one-game suspension upheld after the post-game altercation with the Chiefs on Sunday. Thursday Night Football kicks off Week 7 tonight. Steelers and Bengals, 8:15 kickoff. You can hear that game right here on The Fan. In baseball, NLCS continues on tonight. Game 3, 6 o'clock first pitch at Dodger Stadium. Dodgers and Brewers, with the Dodgers leading that series 2-0 to none. Tyler Glasnow gets the ball for L.A. Aaron Ashby starts for Milwaukee. ALCS Game 4 tonight. Mariners and Blue Jays, 8:30 first pitch on that one. The Mariners leading that series 2-0 to 1. Luis Castillo takes the bump for the Mariners. Old friend, Nationals legend Max Scherzer starts for the Toronto Blue Jays. In hockey, the Capitals off today. They'll be back in action tomorrow, looking for their 4th straight win as they'll take on the Minnesota Wild at home. You can hear that game right here on The Fan. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
He's Danny Rouillet. I'm Grant Paulson. This is The Fan. And the show's brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori and Murad.
So what can they do for you? How about estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration? Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We got Caps tickets. We're giving those away in 1 hour ahead of the Beltway Blitz at 4 o'clock. If you want to see the Caps and the Kraken, we've got a pair for you to October 21st, 5 days out. Hockey at Capital One Arena. By the way, the new NHL team in Utah unveiled last night. The Utah Mammoth, their brand new mascot. I think his name is Tusky.
Okay.
So they had the spotlight on center ice with this big block-looking contraption. And then he punched out of what were broken pieces of the contraption that were supposed to be like ice crystals falling off of this ice structure.
Oh, I see, yeah.
And he punches his way out, piece breaking by piece breaking, and then he starts skating around the ice. And they just yell into the microphone, "This is Tusky!" And everyone just goes crazy.
Where are you at on team nicknames not ending in S? There's a couple now in hockey. We got Kraken. Is it a singular Kraken, or is it like are multiple Kraken together?
Kraken works for me for some reason because I view it as like deer. Does that make sense?
Yep.
It's a plural in my mind. I don't know if it is or isn't, but it feels like
deer or moose.
Kraken are swimming by. Deer are running past.
Yep.
But in general, I need a plural noun. I need S on the end of my team names.
Mm-hmm. That's where I'm at.
I didn't like Mammoth.
I do not love it
as a team name. And I will say, having watched the video of Tusky being born, as it were, last night, I think that the turnout for that game was alarmingly bad. They're in their first week, right? I mean, they've with this name, with this restructure, with this rebrand that they've now created, it's not their first week as an NHL team. But my point is, there should be excitement. There should be juice. This is a young National Hockey League operation. And if you look at that video I was watching, there are tons of empty seats. That would be jarring and alarming to me if I'm involved in the business ops there. Going, is this sustainable?
Yeah. I mean, when Vegas became a thing, everyone's like, really? I know it's the tourist destination. You know, it's the ultimate fly-in and everybody hangs out there. But is there a critical mass of population to sustain it? The answer was a resounding yes. The amount of buy-in from a relatively small city, when you think about the people that live there year-round. Again, it swells every weekend to millions or whatever the numbers are, but like of local Vegas residents, people in and around the city that live and work, it's not Los Angeles or New York or Chicago or whatever, but the instant buy-in and love affair that they had was readily apparent when we went out there for the Stanley Cup. Now, I know obviously they made the Stanley Cup in their first year, which is absurd, but you could tell there was such an unbelievable amount of pride with just in their having their own thing.
But that is the argument too. Everybody said the league made it way too easy over the last several years for the expansion teams.
Oh, without a doubt.
And I think that they probably did, but the argument against it is, you sure? Look at how much Vegas loves hockey.
Yeah.
I mean, they were so good, so fast. If your year one, if your first time ever going to the building is them winning 6-1, or you're going to the barn for the first time and they're in a playoff push.
That's a good point.
Like, you lock in for years, whereas if you're an expansion team that's bad for 5 years, this is your first opportunity to go see the last 5 years of the Nats or something, and they're in their infancy. How many times are you going back? So I don't know. Maybe they had it right. But you played last season. I know they had last year, and they ended up using their 27 skaters and 4 different goaltenders, and went round and around with the operation. But I don't know, man. I was watching the video, and I'm thinking, oh, damn, this is not a great sign. Like it looked like a minor league hockey kind of attended event as they were introducing Old Tusky last evening. We're talking Commanders and Cowboys on Grant and Danny. What do you make of my point that you are starting to see some emotional hedging here, where people, I don't think it's just to protect their emotions. I shouldn't say it so nefariously or kind of alleging anything, but it does seem like people are kind of talking themselves into, well, if this season goes sideways, it's perfectly fine because it's only year 2. And what I'm about to say has nothing to do with how good year 1 was, but it is only year 2. And you're 2 years down now of Daniels before he gets paid. It is only year 2. And you have the oldest roster in the NFL and some major departures looming. And so there still has to be a significant build coming here that you haven't really started. I mean, they have with draft classes, with a couple of free agent additions, but it's not like they're built in a way where they have at any point put 26 or 27 over 25.
Yeah, it's not like a 14 players deep either, couple of draft classes. There's a lot more Brandon Coleman who's inactive, and a lot more where's Ben Sinnott than there are frontline players that are instrumental in things. Obviously, Jaden Daniels makes a lot of that right. But we talked about this a bunch, and this is not the same. I'm not telling you it's the same, but it reminds me of this. So everyone's going to conflate that and be annoyed at me, whatever. The worst thing to happen to Ron Rivera and the Martys, who were incompetent and over their heads and shouldn't have been given the roles that they were given. But the worst thing that happened was that fraudulent division title. Now, I had fun. I cheered along with you guys watching Taylor Heineke dive at the end zone against Tampa Bay and give him a fight. But winning that 7-9 fraudulent nonsense division when they did not have a good roster, when they were not very good, changed expectations and maybe altered the course of some of the things they might have done. Rewind to last year. That magical ride sort of belied the fact that you were doing some unsustainable things with some unsustainable players, maybe not doing what you should have done and taking your lumps and gone 6-11 with a whole bunch of kids and trying to build the cupboard up to really ramp up and be great in a couple of years. You stubbed your toe and we're awesome in year 1. Going 12-5, go to the NFC title game. I'm not trying to give that back. I'm just saying once you go down that road, it's really hard to then go, okay, let's rip out the old players and really go youth when you were in the NFC title game last year. How do you do anything other than stay the course? And now it's kind of coming home to roost with all their injuries and age looking old and slow.
Yeah, it would just be so much easier for me to not be bothered by a regression this year and to be unfazed by a disappointing season if the moves made throughout the offseason suggested we're going to see what happens this year, but we're really plotting 26 and 27 as when we're going to be sprinting. But they didn't. And in fact, I think there's many questions about next year. Now, the benefit will be that the schedule, if things go sideways, gets easier again, and you can kind of get on that every other ride the roller coaster thing, where you're not going to have a murderer's row of Chiefs, Seahawks, Lions at a time where you're struggling a bit. But they built this thing to be solid this year. And coming into the year, the expectation from a lot of people was double-digit wins.
Yeah.
I know I had them at 10-7, and I was on the lower end of thinking they were good. A lot of people thought 11, 12 wins was in the offing. I didn't really see that with this defense. But the point is, if you win 7 games, 8 games, then there's going to have to be some inventory to take on how we got here. Let's go to Shane in Virginia on Grant and Danny. If they miss the Cowboys, then finish that sentence.
What's up, Commander? What's up, Lieutenant Grant?
Buddy.
It's the season's a wash. Ownership. You got to look at the ownership now and the management. Poor management. They had no plan for Terry. They had no plan for this old defense with no team speed. I think it's they missed the playoffs, obviously, but I think now you start looking at you could be picking in the top 10. I mean, if you start like Deron Paynes, the Lattimores, and you start building for the future and try getting that trade, if you will, for the Saints, like you lost those picks for Lattimore, you try to get those back. Because obviously you're not signing him back to a big contract. You're not going to extend Deron Payne. And you know what? The schedule's not favoring you. We were lucky last year because our schedule was a weaker schedule. Now we're playing teams with speed. Now we're playing decent quarterbacks. And let's call it, we're going to finish last in our division if you let the Cowboys go in there and do their thing, which I think they will. I don't think we can outscore anybody right now. I really don't. And that was the issue. Our defense we know what it is, but we're not outscoring nobody right now, especially without the receiver core we have right now with Terry and
well,
all
to
the
that
injuries
point,
right
Shane,
now.
a few calls ago, somebody said something like, if the defense gives up one more point than us, nothing matters. Look what happened in the Bears game. I get it. The defense is not good. That was 25-24. Let's not act like that was 37-36. That was not 44-43. That game is a game where the offense should have done more. You should have been able to run the ball better against that front. Yes, they had an extra week to prepare, and they got 3 starters back. But that was the best defensive game the Bears have played all year. Washington's offense was fine. Should have been better. You shouldn't have turned the ball over multiple times. You should have put the win away at the end and kept the football in your hands. Those types of things. Now, was the defense a big issue? Of course. But you didn't lose that game because the defense gave up 25 points. When, by the way, 9 of those points, 3 field goals, came on short fields because of the offense turning the ball over. 13 points in the game off of turnovers for the Bears, and 9 points on sub 40-yard drives. So I don't do of course the defense gave up one too many when it's 25-24. The whole league is about offense, man. Drives start at the 40. Kickers start kicking field goals from 55 yards like it's nothing. You should be scoring on almost every single drive. That is the league now. So 24 points on offense with this quarterback and these players is not enough.
Think about had they gotten a stop, though, right? Hear me out for a second. Like, after that bad fumble, if they don't just roll over and die and let DeAndre Swift run off 25 yards on 2 carries, or Quan Martin pushes him out of bounds, or they make a play and they win that game against Chicago. Think about how different this conversation would be. You've got folks right now, and I'm not ripping anybody. I'm thinking the same thing. Dara said this, and I'm kind of having the same conversation as everyone else. People are talking about going, it's not going to happen this year. If they're 4-2 and had found a way to kind of eke one out over the Bears in primetime, as they did last year, mind you, that's the ultimate eke out. You were losing that game that you should have won, but you went on a Hail Mary. It's a different conversation entirely. People are openly saying, trade away some guys, they're old and slow. But whereas now, had you won that game, whether it's the offense makes a play, defense makes a play, whoever you want to blame for it, it's a totally different mindset. Right now, people are down given what happened this past week. And it's not like, they lost, but they'll be fine, like against Atlanta. People were talking about, we'll go out and we'll beat the Chargers. There was a lot of confidence. This one shook the fan base a little bit, I think.
It was the most emotionally draining loss they've had, easily since Dallas last year at home. But I would even go back further than that. I really go to the Jets game in 23, and that wasn't even that crazy because they were a terrible team playing out the string, and it helped get Jaden Daniels. A lot of us were actually, when the Jets had the ball at the end of the game, going, please go win this thing. Please go win this thing. I want pick 2. I don't want pick 4, or whatever it was at the time. But to that point, Danny, it's hard to call when the last time Washington lost a game that was that demoralizing. Not because they were favored by a few points. I'm talking about the way the game played out, where you were better, you should have won, inclement weather, stupid fumbles, and bad football. When's the last time you were that disappointed after a loss? It's been a while. And it wasn't during this operation, probably, unless it was the Cowboys game at home last year. That's the only time I can really remember where you go, All right, this is actually Rivera-esque levels of how did that happen? What was the plan? What was the prep? Why did you get out coached? Why did you get outplayed? I mean, you can count those. There's 2 of them, maybe 3 of them in a year and a half. So it was just so different than what they've done. They normally run the ball well. They didn't. They normally stop the run. They didn't that well. In fact, they did really poorly in that. They normally don't turn the ball over. They turned it over 3 times. They've won 9 of their last 11 home games. They look like crap at home. Matt in Raleigh, home of the Carolina Hurricanes, sadly. What's up, Matt? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Today?
Very well.
Huge Cavs fan over here. Love the show.
Good.
Hate to do this, but I got to. If the Commanders lose to the Cowboys on Sunday, it will be pure happiness because that means my Dallas Cowboys have won a game against a division rival, and I will be soaking it in.
Matt, why would you be so happy about it? Oh, my finger slipped.
Why'd you do that to Matt?
My bad,
Hey.
Matt. It was an accident.
Was it?
That was an accident.
Was it?
Matt, if you call back, my finger will not slip next time. I don't think. I do like you. You're a listener, and that means a lot to us. So thank you for listening.
Mm-hmm.
But my finger slipped. What do you want me to do?
I mean, ideally not have it slip.
Yeah.
Ideally.
What am I supposed to do?
It's wet conditions.
Sit here during Cowboys week and listen to that? Is that what you want me to do?
Well, yeah, Matt was nice, right?
Yeah, very sweet man.
Right, nice.
Thank you for liking the Capitals. We have that in common, for sure. Let's go to Lawrence in D.C. on Grant and Danny. Hello, Lawrence. How are you?
I'm all right. What's happening, G&D?
Hey, dude.
Hey, Danny.
Yeah.
Stop eating my sesame cake. You're not going to catch the reference. That's terrible. Congo. Delray Londo. But whatever, man.
Oh, Delroy.
I'm sitting there going, what? I know this.
It's a throwback
I haven't
to earlier
seen
in the show.
I haven't seen Congo in 30 years.
I've
That's a
never
great
seen
bit.
Congo, I'll tell you that.
That's a great bit. 10 out of 10.
But listen, man, if we lose to the Cowboys this weekend, hopefully there's some good middle linebackers and some corners in the top 15 of the draft because that's where we need to be looking because we're not going to do anything at that point. It's going to be a razor blade slide after that. I mean, all confidence, all motivation of the team is just going to go if they lose to the Cowboys. I mean, that's it, because it almost looks like that now with the Bears. I mean, the sideline on Monday, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like the same as it did last year. And I know it's not 12 and 13, whatever else have you, but it's just like the drive just isn't there this year. I don't know if it started off with the Terry thing. I don't know if it's because of the injuries.
This is an interesting question, actually. What feels most different this year to last year? I actually like that. We should get into that next. Because it's hard to quantify the intangible stuff, but there was, watching the game last year, even today, on a Thursday before a Sunday game on the road or whatever, you just kind of felt like, oh, Jaden's going to make plays. The offense is going to hum. They're going to get up and down the field. They're going to win. You kind of felt that.
Mm-hmm.
And the success breeds that because you see it week in and week out. You know it's coming again the following week. But I don't even mean based on the result that they're not winning as much, that there's less confidence. Like what feels most different year over year? We can get into that in a moment. Wrapping up the calls, though. Commanders, Cowboys. Sean, if they lose, then what?
I completely agree with you, Grant. I think that it's just not going to happen in terms of the playoffs. I mean, if you look at the old-looking defense, the play that Zacchaeus dropped the ball, Wagner looked like he was praying to the gods that didn't happen. And I can't put everything on Quan Martin because, yes, he gave up that one play for 55 yards, but there was another 120 yards from Swift that the defense gave up. I think it's, if this doesn't happen, then nothing happens for the team.
Let's go to Zach in Alexandria. Zach, I don't think they make the playoffs if they lose to Dallas. Danny says it's time to stop giving the benefit of the doubt and really start questioning some of the decisions. What's your answer? If they lose to the Cowboys, then what?
Then I'm going to suffer from PTSD. There's too much that seems like the last 30 years of watching this team and being frustrated. And I don't want to feel that way, but I can't help it slipping in. Is ownership trying to win now too much? I trust that we have a good GM. That's great. I love Jaden. That's great. But, geez, watching this team, the self-inflicted mistakes, the penalties, the turnovers. Last year it felt like we'd always win, but this year it doesn't.
It doesn't feel that way.
Does it matter how they lose?
Yes.
Like, if they come out flat again and they're down 10-0, I don't know that there's any path to me coming out of that game if it's a loss, not being ready to overturn tables and chairs. But if they start fast and it's just a shootout the whole way and it feels like a Big 12 football game.
Yeah, where neither defense can stop each other.
Exactly, and it's 40-37 and you turn it over once on the road and they don't turn it over or something like that, then the takeaway will clearly be this defense is so bad that it's going to cost them their season. But I'll feel way, way better than having to question Dan Quinn and the staff if, again, you in a game where maybe your season's on the line in a lot of ways, at least for the first half of your year right now, we're saying your chances to make the playoffs statistically go from 56% with a win to 27% with a loss, and you come out listless and have another 10-0 deficit. Like, now there are bigger fish to fry here.
So he brought up a great point. For a fan that just wants to tune in on Sunday, right, and you're not really as concerned about some of the off-field nonsense of all the the investigations and the charges, and these accusations, some of the business dealings and the scumminess of Snyder and everything else. If all you're doing is saying, it feels like previous football teams I've watched, yeah, that does. Now, the difference is, to me, this is just regular football conversation where sometimes a good plan goes awry. Sometimes the plan wasn't good, but it wasn't because somebody's in over their head and incompetent. This was hey, we made this educated guess. There's a balance sheet. There's a trade-off. We try to win right now, so we have older players. Well, you have older players. What does that mean? Well, the trade-off is they get hurt more often, and we're not as fast as maybe we could be if we were younger and quicker. But if we're younger and quicker, you're less experienced, maybe not ready to win right away. It's an endless chasing your tail type cycle. You're always trying to patch the wall. But from a fan perspective, you just don't worry about anything else. You tune in on Sunday. I've seen that before. I've seen the mismanagement of timeouts. I've seen them not be able to get plays in on time. I have seen the challenge successful into the timeout, which then leads to the offense on the other team having a big game right after that. I've seen the incompetence. I've seen people be complacent and tell me, trust me, and pat myself on the back on their way to an 8-win season. I know what that looks like. And I think a lot of fans he used PTSD. People are feeling that. Again, doesn't mean that Adam Peters is dumb. Doesn't mean that Dan Quinn stinks or that anything's wrong with Jaden Daniels. It's just the big macro part. I know what that mediocre, middling, Jekyll and Hyde, they're awesome for a quarter and they can't be bothered to show up in a hugely important game for the first half. I've seen that bleep my whole life.
Yeah. Last year was a reprieve.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
We got a 1-year respite, but it does feel like this one's a lot more like the ones before. I want to answer that question, though. What feels most different this year from last year about the operation or just watching this team? We'll do that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. Little Thursday night football action tonight. Now, not a ton of injuries on the offensive side of the ball, outside obviously of Joe Burrow for Cincinnati, but for Pittsburgh and Cincy, your Thursday night game this evening. Trey Hendrickson is out, though, for Cincinnati. Why am I pointing that out? That might mean another nice day for Aaron Rodgers and company, might mean a nice day for DK Metcalf, Pittsburgh Steelers running backs. You know the drill when it comes to the potential for more time in the pocket, and in the Cincinnati defense, not particularly good when it comes to stopping the run, the pass, or anything else. Pittsburgh Steelers have a chance to move the football tonight, even though that offense hasn't been great, but it's just something to consider when you start taking a gander at what this game tonight might look like. And that is today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. This football season, where else would you want to bet other than with my friends at Fanatic Sportsbook? Fanatic Sportsbook is the home of fair play. You've heard me talk about this thing. It's the best thing going as far as I'm concerned in the world of sports betting, protecting all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, same game parlays all season long from any first half injury. They were the first to protect your prop bets through the first quarter, and now they've extended that protection through the entire first half. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets, whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or even defensive players. Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when you're cooking up that parlay. So why stick with a book that leaves you empty-handed when you can bet with the one that has your back for the entire first half? So if you want to protect your parlays from injury, switch to the Sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and second quarters for all pro football, every single game, all season long. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. In the NFL, the Commanders making some roster moves today, placing defensive end Drake Jackson on injured reserve. They just signed him yesterday, dealing with the knee injury he's still coming back from. They hope he can be back later this season. Other injuries in the NFL, Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans expected to be back at practice today. Lions safety Brian Branch had his one-game suspension upheld after the altercation post-game with the Chiefs. Thursday Night Football tonight kicks off Week 7. Steelers and Bengals at 8:15. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Baseball playoffs continuing tonight. NLCS Game 3, Dodgers and Brewers at 6 o'clock. Tyler Glasnow takes on Aaron Ashby. The Dodgers lead that series 2-0. ALCS Game 4 tonight, Mariners and Blue Jays, 8:30 first pitch. Luis Castillo goes for Seattle. Old friend Max Scherzer goes for Toronto. The Mariners lead that series 2-1. Blue Jays winning last night. Meadows Farms is celebrating 65 years with our anniversary sale. VIPs enjoy 20% off all perennials, trees, shrubs, and houseplants with 16 locations. It's the perfect time to refresh your garden or bring some green indoors while saving big. Offer excludes delivery and installations. Meadows Farms, plant a little happiness. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Yeah, it's really awesome to be in the NFC East. It really is, and there's times we'll just kind of show some of the highlights from the years past of people that have been in this space and in these games. So we like that. We like what it stands for. But at the end, it's about us and getting ourselves ready and getting the team ready, and that's really what my message was for them today. We're going to prepare really hard, for what we need to, but our play style and attitude is what's at hand, and it's just cool to be part of a division that has some long-term rivalries that are cool.
It's true. That's one of the great things about the history of this team, the history of the NFC East. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. That was Dan Quinn today in Ashburn. DQ's been on both sides of this because he was your D coordinator for 3 years against Washington with Dallas, and as he was kind of getting his career back on track after getting fired by the Falcons and doing a really good job running Dallas's defense as a top 5 unit over that time, he saw the other side of the rivalry. Earlier today, we recorded a brand new Take Command, myself and Logan Paulson, which is dropping later today. So wherever you get your audio when we're done tonight, you can go listen to our X's and O's preview of the Cowboys matchup. But Logan, as a former player, gave me a little perspective on what it's like getting ready for this rivalry as a player. Because my point has always been fans care, media cares, the players don't care that much. And it sounds like that's kind of true, but because it's a division game, there's obviously added importance.
As a player, obviously, I was part of the new, modern free agency where guys are moving around a lot. And I think, the team did try to make or impart kind of a understanding of what the history of this rivalry was. We'd watch a highlight video of some of the early games, some of the big games, the Monday Night Mirror, all these different things, and kind of just revisit kind of some of the animosity between the two teams. And I do think that there is a real rivalry because it's a divisional game. This team, these people, you play against them every year. It means something different. And, the Philadelphias, the Cowboys, the Giants, it does mean something different because of the familiarity. And so, yes, it's not what it once was for the players, I don't think, but I do think there still is something to it. And I do think the organization does a good job of kind of reminding people what the history here is. I was on the game plan with Coach the other day, and I said, "Hey, do you guys still show those videos?" And he goes, "Oh yeah, absolutely. We want the guys to understand what this means to the community." And I think that's awesome. Again, it's never going to reach that fever pitch that it once was, but I do think that there is something still there, just not at the same level.
Logan Paulson from an episode of Take Command that we did today that'll be dropping a little bit later on this afternoon. But that's good to hear. You heard Dan Quinn kind of reference it, got me thinking about it, that they're showing a video so that there is some institutional knowledge for these players that are... Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt was in college a year ago. He doesn't care about Redskins Cowboys. Right. But if you show the video and you say, here's why the media is going to ask you about it. Here's why every TV reporter out there is going to go, what does Dallas week mean to you? That kind of stuff.
It means we play Dallas this weekend.
The video says, oh, okay, this is why the fans care, because Grandpa and Dad cared, and so I care too.
It can never be the same like it was because of free agency, because of player movement, because of fantasy sports, because of, frankly, the game access. You can watch more football now than you could when this was the only thing in town. I mean, this used to be, when they played, it was 4 o'clock on whatever channel it was, usually Fox, a lot of times growing up, but it was the national game of the week. It was before all the extra prime times. There's no Thursday night. That Sunday night was rare. It was the sort of story of the league because the two franchises were so good, sort of trading 12, 13, 14 win seasons in the 80s and early 90s, et cetera. The rivalry mattered the most, and it was the marquee rivalry, frankly, in the sport. That hasn't been the case in some time, mostly because Washington's been terrible, but Dallas hasn't done as much meaningful since Aikman and company left. But you can never have the same thing. Once modern free agency started and it became routine for guys to have played for both franchises instead of over 10, 12 years, the same core group of dudes going at it twice a year in these fearsome battles, it can never be like that again. And a little bit of that is a shame, but you understand that that's the modern NFL.
Grant and Danny from our DC studios today. Tomorrow, we're in Maryland, broadcasting live at Caddy's on Cordell in Bethesda. Awesome sports bar. So if you're in the area, please come out and get ready for Commanders Cowboys with us. We'll have a little pep rally 2 to 6:30 tomorrow live on the Fan. Let's go. That's right.
That's
Melvin's
right, yeah.
in Bethune. In Bethune? I'm
Bethune?
sure. Melvin's in Bowie.
You won't go to Bethune.
Different than Bethesda. What's up, Melvin? How are you?
Hey, gentlemen. How y'all doing?
What's up, man?
A couple of things. I don't know what we're going to do. But I'm going to tell you what the problem is and why we're so deflated and down. You know, it's like this. If you saw Jesus walking on the water. All of a sudden, he started sinking. What's going to happen? You're going to go, oh, wow. Jayden, man. I mean, not that he looked totally bad, but he made two mistakes that I'm going to say cost us. The last one definitely cost us. And it blew us.
And he didn't make them last year.
Everybody there.
And maybe that is one of the answers. What's different this year from last year? I just think last year, everything was going right, and there was this feeling like it's going to work out. I think the players had that feeling. They played like it. There was a confidence there. I think the coaches coached like it. There was a swagger. We're going for every fourth down. We're not coming off the field. Tress Way, put your feet up. And a lot of this is chicken or the egg, like based on results, too. You can stick your chest out. You can be a little cocky. You can walk around cock of the walk if you don't need to punt because you're moving the ball, because you're setting records offensively. But it seems to me like the demeanor has changed, and it's probably reasonable that at 3-3, instead of winning most of your games or whatever, that's going to happen. But I know that my confidence watching them is lesser. Last year, you went into the game and you went into every game and you said, Daniels will make a few plays. They're probably going to score 40, and unless they have a catastrophic defensive performance, this game will be over in the fourth quarter.
So you remember that Atlanta game, for example. Daniels, the Falcons actually made a great play on this. It was a great disguise in terms of pass coverage, a linebacker that you never in a million years thought would be there, dropped into coverage, Daniels threw an early pick. The amount of, that's fine. You just knew. It'll be okay. He's going to do something magical. And then of course he did. It's as he wins the game single-handedly. They couldn't run the ball. He could. They couldn't throw the ball, or you know what I mean? Nobody's open. Didn't matter. He's doing it. He's doing everything. The second half, the fourth quarter, overtime, game winner, just a matter of time because Daniels has the ball. You guys are losing, Atlanta Falcons. That didn't feel that way this year, right? And that was kind of one of the, not to run in the parade from last year when it was happening, but little timidly you raise your hand and go, it's not sustainable. It's great. It's awesome. I'm having fun, but that's not sustainable to have a quarterback mask everything at this point, especially a rookie or even a second-year guy without that many weapons. This might be an issue. And now it's happening. Now it's kind of going like this. I think he's been fine, even pretty good, even plus or great at times. But you can't mask everything anymore. There's no just automatic cheat code.
I got a tweet from somebody here, Blessed in DMV. He says the difference is that this year, they're relying on JD5 to be a hero every play. I disagree with that.
I think that's the same.
I think that was the case last year, too, and I would even say they're relying on him less this year. He didn't play in 2 games, and their offense was great. And on top of that, their run game this year, and I mean their traditional run game, and some of this is a Jayden Daniels result, to be clear, but he didn't play in a couple games, and they ran the ball very effectively in those games, too. Their run game, without him running, is awesome. Ja'Cory Krosky merits better than Robinson and Eckler were last year in terms of yards per attempt. And the other guys, Rodriguez and McNichols, are running for more yards. They're blocking better. The play calling's been great in terms of the run game. It's super successful. That's not something that puts a lot on Daniels' plate to turn around and hand the ball off. Now, I give him credit, by the way, because his presence in the backfield helps make your running game better. I'm not taking away from Daniels' import on that. I'm just saying that's a pretty easy thing and a nice thing to have a guy averaging 6 yards per carry behind you. That's what he has now. So I disagree with the notion that they're asking for more out of Daniels, who missed a couple of games where Mariota came in and looked great in a win and then looked solid in a loss that was on the defense, not the offense. Let's go to Jay in California on the Fan. What's up, Jay? What's feeling different for you this year from last year?
Hi, Danny. Hey, Grant. Clearly, it's the expectations. To me, I think the team is faltering under the expectations, and I think a lot of the reasons the struggles are due to the fact that the offense can't score 6 on its first scripted plays. I mean, getting off the slow starts, I don't like explosive offenses. I think they're overrated. I think the reason the Chiefs win so consistently, besides Patrick Mahomes, is the fact that they take forever on their drives and they keep their defense fresh. And it seems like the expectations of the season and what they were supposed to be is putting too much stress on the defense.
Appreciate you, dude. I mean, they had more time in possession than the Bears did in that game and couldn't stop them there on the last couple of possessions. And I guess I see your point, but I'll take points no matter how I get them. If it happens quick, I'm not going to apologize for it. Like if you have an 80-yard strike, you don't want to give those points back. But yeah, ideally, you average 4.5 yards per play. There's never any wavering. There's no penalties. There's no slowdown. And you just march down the field, take up 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes, and you have a lead. But that's not the world. I mean, this is a chunk yardage league to me. So I would disagree with your characterization. But again, it's your proclivity, it's your fandom. If you don't enjoy big strike offenses, you and I don't have that in common.
Let's go to Matt and Stafford on the Fan. The question is, what do you feel different about when you watch the team now from a year ago?
Yeah, I think the overall expectation when you think about a new coach, a new GM, a new quarterback, they weren't very high. Nobody thought they were going to do anything too great. Now, no one, that was unheard of for them to go to the conference championship. So now you got to live up to that, and that's kind of what has the vibe hanging overhead. But I don't think a whole lot has changed. I'm pretty positive about it all. When you have JD, every time he drops back, I feel like something magical is going to happen. I don't think that's changed. So you got a top 3 quarterback. Injuries happen in the league. I still am pretty optimistic.
Appreciate you,
Thank
buddy.
you, dude.
Got 2 tweets here. Travis says, seeing Daniels fumble the game away felt like watching Batman get a beat down by Bane.
I thought this was great. I was going to bring it up, yeah.
He said it was like watching Superman get weak from kryptonite. Sorry, Grant. Sunday is a must-win. The fan base needs it. Well, you guys definitely need it. I mean, the negativity is being ramped up. There's no doubt. I'm not judging anybody. I get it. But it would be really, really nice to get everyone to calm down just to get a nice win against Dallas. But it might be too late if they don't at 3-4. KB says, first quarter, first half scoring numbers last year sucked as well. They waited till the second half for Jaden Magic. That's not quite true statistically, I don't think. I'd have to look at it, but...
Yeah, there were some games, certainly, where they weren't great in the first half, but it wasn't this epidemic where they don't show up until the middle of the second
They
quarter.
weren't down by 10 points and spotting clubs 13 routinely like they have this year. He says, why are we sure DQ fumbled Matt Ryan and Julio Jones won't keep fumbling this? Well, I mean, I don't know that anybody's sure about anything, but I don't know that it's fair to just say Quinn fumbled those guys in Atlanta. They botched it after coordinators left and they didn't have a plan. That's always been my fear with the hiring of Quinn and a defensive-minded guy in general. But Cliff's still here. So I don't know if they're analogous. I guess his point is the Falcons should have won a Super Bowl during that era. How do we know Washington's going to? It's hard to win a Super Bowl, man. We don't.
Nobody gets anything for free, right, when it comes to it. And the assumption that you were good based on last year or we're just going to be able to continue and kind of ride that wave was always erroneous. So when we pointed out flaws or pointed out questions, it got to be one of those things where it was like, how dare you? How dare you? I think now everybody's kind of getting on board with that.
You can watch football on CBS. Our conversations on the Fan are presented by CBS and Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Our double play is next. Another Commanders-Cowboys memory. How about Robert Griffin's 4-touchdown Thanksgiving Day game against Dallas in 2012? Santana Moss caught one. Niles Paul caught one. I think Aldrick Robinson caught one, who, by the way, has been mentioned 2 straight days on this show.
Yeah, Niles Paul had a tutty in that one.
I mentioned him.
You said Niles,
Yeah. Who else was? There was 4.
Did Pierre have one?
Somebody double up. Oh, Pierre definitely caught one.
Or was he hurt at that point? Was that broken foot time?
No, I think he did. I remember him making a catch, reaching back across his body and rolling in from 30 yards out. 4 score. And now 13 years ago. God, that's a long. We're all old.
That's a long time ago.
13 years ago that was. I was there in Dallas. And I got to say, I know we don't like giving a lot of credit to Jerry Jones and the Cowboys. They have a hell of a Thanksgiving Day spread. They set us up beautifully. You couldn't be at home for Thanksgiving? No problem. Jerry's got you. Turkey and potatoes and stuffing. The best of everything you could possibly want, Danny. They had it all. Beer in the press box if you wanted one of those.
How about that?
Yeah, they do it right at Jerry's World. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers, now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Reminder, show tomorrow, Caddies, Bethesda. Come on out, hang with us. We're there from 2 to 6:30.
So this is a pretty data-heavy double play from your pal, and it was so data-heavy, I actually missed a cue from you last segment. You were talking to me, and I was distracted by this article, and I missed my chance to speak and didn't talk for almost 3 seconds, and it was awkward, and it was my fault. So
I'm glad you brought it up again instead of just never mentioning it.
No, it's just we try to be transparent on the show.
We don't need to be that transparent.
It's pretty transparent. So that was a Danny mess up, not a Grant mess up if you're scoring at home, and I know
when
you
we
are.
mess up together.
Unless this one's on me. So the point of the dude's story is, I think you probably feel like if you live in D.C. or you've been in D.C. or been around D.C., you've seen more rats. And you just feel like that's the case. Well, it's not just your feeling. It's true. It's true. A 13-fold increase in rat encounters. I say that number again. A 13x increase in rat encounters in D.C. over a 10-year period from 2014 to 2024. D.C. is losing. Every other city, not every other city, a couple other cities are actually winning against the rat population. They're doing the necessary steps, taking all the measures that you can do. You can't eliminate this group. This is one of the ultimate surviving species that we have in history, but you can make it tougher on them, and DC is not. The basic gist is when you put up a big new giant condo building and charge people $1 trillion an inch to be able to sit there and make their vegan parsley, you are not using the best of the best in terms of the materials that repel the rats. So years ago, New York City, which used to be the rat capital of the universe, there was some sort of strike that happened about waste and nobody kind of knew what was going to happen. And they moved on from metal bins and had plastic and lighter stuff, easier things to carry, easier things to deal with. And the rats said, thank you so much. That's great for us. We'll just hang out here forever. And because they went back to the more difficult thing for the rats to deal with, New York is now again among the nation's leaders in repelling rats. In fact, they have a rat czar. Or Tsar. I don't know how you want to say that.
Now, I still refuse to believe that they're just killing it in the rat game. Because you can't walk 3 blocks in that city without seeing a rat.
Now, but here's the thing. There are more rats there because it's a bigger city. There's just more. But your per capita, your number of incidents, run-ins, caught, all the things that when you come across, that number is steadily going down, whereas DC's looks like the greatest stock in human history.
I found something for all the National Guardsmen to take care of. They're standing on the corner. Let's get them. How do we get the rats out of the city? That'll be the next thing.
So you look at this graph, the Steffi graph right here. It's inside the article in The Economist. But you see the one big squiggly line shooting up there real high?
Is that DC?
That's DC. The rest of them, it's New York, Toronto, Boston, whatever.
I get so psyched for a visual, like a graph like that just shows, here's the rats everywhere else. And it's like, it looks kind of like a 45-degree angle.
So, yeah, I'm not certain exactly what the actual data is showing here in terms of the rat incidents per 100 people.
What is a rat incident, by the way?
Like where one's in your apartment, one's you have to call 311 for the exterminator, or please do something about this. So anything that goes into like rat encounters.
I just wonder how they chronicle it, because I'm not telling anyone when I see a rat or have a rat encounter. How could they possibly know? I'm just interested in
Right.
that.
No, that's what I'm saying. So this is where it's so bad that it's reported,
Yes.
kind of a deal. And it looks like a hockey stick. So everybody else, every other city is starting to do a better job. DC is lagging. So I call upon you, if you live in the district, call upon your city council person. This is not a political issue. This is a disgusting issue. Do the things that other cities are doing. Take your cues. Stop all your nonsense, DC City Council. Get on this. You took your sweet time with the stadium. Appreciate you guys getting that done.
Hey, we got a stadium.
Bunch of people are campaigning for different roles that you don't have.
Big DC City Council guy.
Stop what you're doing because I'm about to ruin the image and the style that you're used to. Too many rats. You can do something about it and start right now.
What if you like rats?
Then you are a weirdo.
What about a rat? What if you're a big rat guy?
Then you belong in a place for other people that aren't sane. They're the most disgusting things we got. And they're here and they're winning. Fight back.
You always see them and point them out.
Yeah, once you've lived in a city for long enough.
I notice them, but Danny's like, "There's a rat," and I'm like, "How do you know?" And you're like, "Watch, he's gonna come out." And then sure enough, he'll come out, and I'm like, "Oh my god, I saw a rat."
Yeah, and he's enormous.
It's the coolest thing.
When you've done enough time in a city, as I have, and I've graduated, no thank you anymore. But you see enough of them, you now have the radar.
Rat vision.
Everything that moves is a rat to you. Everything that blinks.
There's a couple times where Danny's like, "That's a rat." And I'm like, "Danny, that's a leaf.
It's just
Relax."
a leaf, dude.
Yeah.
But I literally now think everything is a rat because I've seen so many. I've had so many close encounters of the rat kind.
You're Frank Costello. I got a gnawing
Cheese-eating
rat in my
rat.
presence. I get a cheese-eating rat. I gotta deal with it.
kill everybody and move on.
There's your double play. We will be giving away Caps tickets as soon as we return. You better be listening to Grant and Danny if you want those. And remember, tomorrow, kick it with your pals out in Maryland and Bethesda. Caddies on Cordell, a Friday field trip. We're taking you up to 6:30 today on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, roster moves for the Commanders today. Defensive end Drake Jackson, who they just officially signed yesterday, was placed on injured reserve with the knee injury that's kept him out for a while. The hope is that he'll be back later this season. Also in the NFL, some injury news. Mike Evans is expected to be back at practice after missing a couple of weeks for the Buccaneers. And tonight, Thursday Night Football kicks off Week 7 of the NFL season. The Bengals the Bengals are at home to host the Steelers. 8:15 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Also in the NFL, Lions safety Brian Branch had his one-game suspension upheld after he had the extracurricular post-game activities with the Kansas City Chiefs. Hockey, Capitals have the day off today, looking for their 4th straight win tomorrow. They'll take on the Minnesota Wild at home. Baseball playoffs continuing on tonight. NLCS Game 3, Dodgers and Brewers at 6 o'clock. Tyler Glasnow taking on Aaron Ashby. The Dodgers up 2-0 in that series. ALCS Game 4, familiar face on the mound for Toronto tonight. Max Scherzer starts for the Blue Jays. For the Mariners, Luis Castillo gets the ball. Game 4 at 8:30 tonight. Mariners up 2-1 in that series. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
G&D, welcoming you back on The Fan. Thank you for listening to the program. We know you've got lots of options. Let's give away Caps tickets right now as a thank you for checking us out. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning 2 tickets to see the Capitals Tuesday, October 21st. Coming up this Tuesday, they're playing the Kraken. The Caps are going to host Donate Life Night in partnership with MedStar Health. For tickets and the complete Caps schedule, go to thefandc.com/contests, courtesy of the Washington Capitals.
We are brought to you by the law firm of Condorian Morad. Exclusively so. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
The Beltway Blitz will cover the Gridiron and the Commanders in their huge game with the Cowboys, but we start you off on the hardwood. They are less than 1 week away from getting started next Wednesday night. Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports, joins us on our Beltway Blitz. Chase, let's set the table of the road ahead for the Wiz here in this final week of prep. What's it look like, and then how do things shape up for them with the early season schedule?
Yeah, well, first of all, things are shaping up pretty well in the health department. Alex Sarr began training camp sidelined with a calf injury, but he came back pretty soon after they got started. He played in their first preseason game, did not play in their second one because it was a back-to-back, but it looks like he'll be ready to go. A.J. Johnson and Bilal Coulibaly continue to be sidelined, but for the most part, they're a healthy team as they look ahead to the regular season. I should knock on wood because they play their final preseason game tonight against the Detroit Pistons, but it's another year of a rebuild where they're a young team trying to find out what they have. But this is a season where they have a lot more young players and a lot more recent draft picks than they did in the first 2 years of the rebuild. So I think it could be a little bit more intriguing to watch because there's just a much deeper talent pool that they're evaluating right now.
Where are Alex Sarr's shots going to come from this year, Chase?
I think there's going to be more around the basket and in the paint. Last year, despite being 7 feet tall and having a ridiculously high vertical leap for his size, he really relied on shots from three-point range. And he showed some promise as a shooter from the outside. It's not like it was terrible, but overall he was a problem. He shot under 40% from the field. And so what they're going to try to do is have him roll to the rim more often off screens. Try to catch more lobs, and just do more around the basket. And I think it's pretty simple logic. He's oftentimes the biggest, most athletic player on the court. Might as well go for the easy ones and at least work those in and try to improve his overall efficiency.
What kind of rookie year should we expect from Trey Johnson?
I think he'll hit the ground running on the offensive end. I think his shooting's going to translate very quickly. Last year at Texas, he shot about 40% from NBA range. He shot really well in transition, about 40% on transition threes, which is going to fit really well with how the Wizards like to play. They're one of the fastest teams in the league based on pace. So I think he's got a real chance at setting the franchise record for rookie three-pointers. It's 138, held by Bub Carrington. It was set last year. So I think if he stays healthy, he can eclipse that mark and possibly have a chance to win Rookie of the Year. You know, that is traditionally an offensive war. You have to score a lot of points Rookie of the Year. 20 of the last 22 guys who've won it have averaged at least 15 points a game. And I think that's a big reason why he's currently second in betting odds behind only Cooper Flagg.
Chase, we are D.C. area guys, and we have fallen in love with the preseasons of a million running backs or a million receivers or, you know, whoever, right?
Marcus Mason.
100%. It's the Marcus Mason Award. I'm trying not to let myself get carried away, but do they have something in Cam Whitmore?
I think they do, at least on offense. I mean, he didn't play a whole lot in Houston, but when he did, I mean, he scored, and he shot pretty efficiently. He averages like 11 points per game for his career in about 17 minutes per game. It's the fourth highest average in NBA history for guys who've averaged 20 minutes or fewer. So he can score, but in order to stay on the court, he's going to have to play defense, and he's going to have to be a willing passer, and those were some of the reasons why he didn't play very much in Houston the last 2 years. Now, he was in a depth chart with more talent at his position. The Terror twins in Houston of Amen Thompson and Tari Eason kind of bumped him down the depth chart. There's a little bit less established talent here in D.C., but it's still a deep position on the depth chart, and he's still going to have to do those things because the Wizards have said it. Like, that's the way he's going to stay on the floor, and he has said all the right things so far, but he's going to have to prove it.
Chase, just going broad NBA for a second with you as we get ready for tip-off this coming week. The Thunder are the heavy favorites to be the best team in the NBA and to win a championship. I would imagine some variation of Cleveland, Denver thereafter. But what's that top tier look like, and how do you tier the best teams in basketball coming in?
Well, I'll start with the Eastern Conference because I think there's going to be a bigger gap in talent from the two conferences than maybe we've ever seen because of the injuries to Jason Tatum and Tyrese Halliburton. The East is completely wide open. It was already the far inferior conference, and now the two teams that have been in the finals the last 2 years have been decimated by injuries. So I think Cleveland, New York, Orlando, those are some teams that have a real chance to go to the finals. So I think I'm going to put them in the top tier just because they're in the East and they're good and they've won a lot of games in the regular season, at least recently. I think in the Western Conference, certainly some of the teams you mentioned, you know, Oklahoma City, Houston is really good. Denver's always going to have a chance with Jokic. It's a really deep conference where, like, the Clippers, the Warriors, they could make some noise. I think the Lakers are going to have a big season. They won 50 games last year and were the 3 seed, and that was without Luka being healthy even after they got him, right? And now he's healthy, he's in shape. I think LeBron's still got some left in the tank. I think they added some nice depth pieces. So they won 50 games last year without Luka full-time. I think they're going to win a lot of games, and they're actually my pick to get out of the Western Conference and win it all.
Chase, awesome to catch up with you, buddy. Let's talk soon.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
See you, dude. There he goes. Hit that NFL sounder, please.
Thursday night football tonight, Danny. The Steelers and the Bengals. Pittsburgh, as you would expect on the road, pretty significant favorite. Now, you know, I told you already, I'm not betting on Thursday night football anymore. FanDuel Paulson will only go player props tonight because it's been a shabingus the last couple of weeks with the underdogs. I will tell you, I'm going to be a fool one more time, though. I don't see it this time around. The Bengals and Joe Flacco, I do not see them beating Pittsburgh tonight.
You're talking about the 5-1 Steelers are about to be?
That's what they're going to be.
It's unreal that it's happening again. The thing that we go, it can't keep happening. It's literally happening right now this minute.
Well, also, the division's opening up for them in a big way.
I know.
The Ravens are bad. The Bengals are bad. Neither of those teams were supposed to be.
The Browns are garbage.
Lamar's not playing. Joe Burrow's not playing. I mean, the Steelers, I don't think anything that's happening makes them a Super Bowl contender, but they're going to get a fairly unimpeded path back to the postseason to get beat up by someone probably in the first round.
Let's say Cincinnati finds a way tonight. Let's say they finally win with Flacco in a short week.
How would that happen?
I don't know.
Okay.
But
I'm just playing along.
What's what we're talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, the I don't know how that happened has happened a number of times this year,
This
right?
one's a pretty big I don't know, but I get it.
Yeah. So they win this game. They got the Jets next week. They're basically trying to be within a couple of games of 500 by December in case Joe Burrow makes a miraculous enough recovery from this horrendous turf toe situation that he's got. Is there any chance that happens, or is it a fool's errand?
If they win tonight, sure, it means they could probably beat some good teams along the way. But until I see that, no. I mean, I like the way Flacco played and gave them a chance against Green Bay. They're 5.5-point dogs. It's a division game. It is Thursday Night Football, so I'll give them a small chance this evening to keep it close. But I think they're probably going to lose, and then the hole you've dug yourself into is too big. Again, the line tonight, 5.5 points. Pittsburgh favored on the road. Total in the game set at 44.5. Let's talk playoff baseball. Kyle Glazer joins us to do just that. Good buddy of mine who's very, very good on social. If you don't follow him on Twitter, you should be. Nobody keeps up with the game closer than he does. Kyle, are you surprised with where we're at in the National League Championship Series? The Brewers had the number 3 lineup in baseball all year in runs scored, and they have been completely ineffective at getting to either Dodger starter. They combined to go 17 one-run innings in games 1 and 2.
I think I'm surprised in the sense of just how dominant Blake Snell and Yoshinobu Yamamoto have been. Again, getting 8 innings and then 9 innings. We just don't see that very often from anyone anymore. That said, we know that great pitching more often than not beats great hitting in the postseason, and there's no denying the Dodgers starting rotation, now that everyone is healthy, is 4 number ones. When you have Snell, you have Yamamoto, you have Shohei Ohtani, you have Tyler Glass now. That's going to be a very, very, very difficult starting rotation for anyone to score on. The Phillies are an elite offense as well, and the Dodgers took care of them. So I'm not surprised that the Dodgers pitching staff is holding its own against the Brewers. I am surprised to the degree that they're doing it.
I am fully acknowledging I'm overreacting to last night, but did Seattle just kind of give this thing away and give Toronto some life, and now they got momentum?
I mean, I wouldn't say they gave it away. I mean, Toronto earned it. They went out and hammered one of the best pitchers in baseball who was on full rest in George Kirby. When Kirby's right, that's another true ace. There's no question. I think anytime you can go up 3-0 on a team, you've more or less buried them. But look, the Mariners are still in good shape here. They're up 2-1. They still have 2 more games at home. And most importantly, their starting pitchers are now going to be throwing on full rest. We saw Bryce Miller and Logan Gilbert have to go on short rest, given the 15 innings they played in the finale of the ALDS. So the Mariners are still in great shape. But again, I think anytime, you have a chance to go up 3-0, you really could bury a team. And in that sense, there's an opportunity missed. But again, to me, it was more about Toronto came out and did what they're capable of, and that's bring the wood to anyone, as we saw them do against the Yankees.
Kyle Glazer is with us, MLB for Foul Territory TV. You should follow him on social. It's Kyle A. Glazer with an S, where you'd expect the Z. Kyle, how about the Nationals? Paul Taboni is hired. You and I think, texted about this, but we have not talked on air about it. Also, now he's brought over Devin Pearson, who everybody seems to think is, if Taboni's the old man in the room, the 35-year-old hotshot, Pearson, I think, is around 31 and is this rising star as well. What do you make of the young Avengers of baseball they're putting together in their front office?
Yeah, look, both Taboni and Pearson are very, very well regarded in the industry for their baseball acumen and also just the way they conducted themselves, the way they think about the game. I think there's no question. When you look at the Nationals, this was an organization that needed a refresh, a restart, a new way of doing things, a new way of looking at things, and bringing in guys who are a little younger and just have some different, fresher ideas about player development and drafting and how organizations should be built and run. I think that was needed in Washington. Now, obviously, it's very, very different being in charge of an organization as opposed to being one of many leaders in an organization. So there's always going to be challenges with that. I'm sure there'll be some speed bumps along the way, but there's no question throughout the industry, these hires are seen as good ones, and we'll see over time if it shakes out. But I do think they did a good job hiring Taboni, and they started to bring in some good people.
Grade the talent level, both at the major league level and all that kind of through the organization at this point that they're kind of inheriting. Because I think there's mixed views on that, right? A lot of people think it's great raw dough that they haven't molded anything because they can't develop anybody, and other folks a little bit lower on it. Where are you?
I think there's certainly some really, really good talent to work with as a starting point. I mean, anytime you can start with James Wood and C.J. Abrams, I know Dylan Cruz hasn't delivered yet, but there is real talent in there. Mackenzie Gore, we'll see what they decide to do there, but having a really good lefty with swing and miss stuff is a good place to start. I do think there are pieces, but it is not a complete organization. As you've mentioned, the Nationals have done fairly poorly in the draft. They've not done great internationally since Juan Soto and Victor Robles. Luis Garcia has been okay, but on the whole, there's no question. This is a team that has some pieces. They need a lot more pieces, and the best way to do that is home grow it and develop it, just as they did. Their 2019 was mostly, a lot of core guys were homegrown. A lot of other key guys were acquired in trades as minor leaguers. So they're going to have to build this thing from the ground up to get this to a place where the Nationals are able to compete, as opposed to a team that just has some good young players.
Kyle, thank you. Good information. Enjoy the rest of these playoffs, buddy.
My pleasure. Anytime, guys.
Yeah, be good. There's Kyle Glazer. Let's talk football. And a development for the Commanders within the last few minutes. It's come out that Terry McLaurin did not practice today. He was a DNP. Now, he was listed limited yesterday. Deshaun Reed of the Washington Post, who covers the Commanders, joins us now. So, Deshaun, a clarification here. Was yesterday a practice to the point where he was limited and he took a step back and did nothing today? Or was that their guess at what he would have been able to do in a practice? Or because it was a walkthrough, he was able to walk around a bit and he was limited? Like, how should we view yesterday limited, today nothing?
Well, yesterday was really closer to a walkthrough than a practice, I would say. And so, it's more of an estimation since they weren't doing a lot of the things that they typically do at practice. And so, and Dan Quinn talked about this yesterday, not just with Terry, but also guys like Dorrance Armstrong dealing with a hamstring injury. Like, it's having more so have to see what they're able to do, once they put the pads on and they actually go through a full practice. And so coming off, Monday Night Football, it makes sense that you would do that walkthrough style practice on Wednesday, but I think he kind of cushioned it by saying, don't read too much into what guys are able to do today. It's really going to be about Thursday and Friday. And so I can see how it's comes off as a setback, but maybe he's just not ready to give that full go at practice yet.
Which makes sense. I guess to that point, when he was saying, and I remember the quote, it was something to the effect of, it's what we assume he would have been able to do, which is kind of what you were saying. I mean, with Dorrance Armstrong, they listed him yesterday as a DNP, same with Rodriguez and Debo, and yet Terry is limited, almost like they felt like he was closer or further along. There seems to have been a disconnect. We heard about he's getting a second opinion, a third opinion, a ninth opinion. Is it fair to say this is now weird? That this is dragging on so long, this quad?
I think, in terms of getting multiple opinions about the injury, I don't know, I wouldn't call that weird because it does happen. I think the part that is a little strange, and you probably say it about the Noah Brown situation as well, is the decision not to place him on injured reserve, when the injury initially happened, to free up a roster spot and kind of stash him and not have this weekly question of, is he going to come back? Is he going to come back? So that part of it, I think, maybe a little bit weird that they didn't just go that route if it was a injury that is serious enough to keep him out for as long as it's kept him out so far. And so I think it's more about the roster management that's weird. I don't really read too much into there being some sort of dissent between Terry and the team, especially, it'd be one thing if he never signed the extension, but with the extension being done, it doesn't really make sense to me. You know what I mean? What would it be about at this point? So I really do think this is a matter of, the injury is taking longer than they probably anticipated it was going to.
So that can happen. I understand that, but now it seems to happen to both of their receivers, right? Where the timetable they initially thought and the rhetoric and the ramp-ups didn't seem to work. So that leads to other questions, right? So I guess kind of what gives there?
Yeah, every player is different. I just think, Brown last week, he was able to come back to an actual practice that wasn't a walkthrough and give it a go, and he just wasn't ready, and that ultimately got him placed on IR and sidelined him for another 4 weeks. I don't think Terry is in that same vein, in terms of, putting him on IR. We'll see. I think he's closer to return than Noah Brown was, but it's kind of, especially with those soft tissue injuries, those are tricky. We see it, every time, every year we see at least one player, try to come back from a soft tissue injury too early, and then it turns into something more serious. And so I think it's smart to err on the side of caution with those. I know that it's frustrating from the outside looking in for a fan base, but would you rather them take an extra week or two, or would you rather him go out there and tear something? You know what I mean? So I think when you're talking about a player as important as he is and as as committed to they are, as they are with him with his contract, I think it makes sense to take your time, if it's something that's still a little bit of gray area there, and that seems to be where they are.
Totally makes sense. Goes back to a point you made a minute or two ago, though, which is, yeah, take all the extra time you need, but if he doesn't play this week, then you could have IR'd him.
Yeah, and I guess part of it is, you can IR him and free up a roster spot, but it's like it's not that many, productive receivers still out there right now. You know what I mean? Like the free agency market is pretty thin at this point. So who would they have been able to pick up if they put him on IR? It's kind of hard to say. Like I don't know that anybody has been signed the last couple of weeks has lit the world on fire at receiver. So I think that's part of it too. Is like what are the options?
Sure.
That's why you see the team willing to make a move like picking up a Drake Jackson, even though they were going to place him on IR right away. Like I just think at this point in the season, the free agent options aren't that great. You'd probably have to swing a trade, to add a receiver of note. But I think it's a better move for them at this point to just give those reps to the younger receivers like McCaffrey and Lane instead of, let's say, trading a day 3 pick or something like that for a solid receiver. I don't think that makes sense for where they are. And so I kind of see both sides of it. It's kind of like for who, for what, freeing up their roster spot. But it does kind of lead to this game every week where people are guessing about his status.
Totally true.
Are we surprised that Noah I hasn't played at all for a secondary that's really struggling?
Well, I mean, who do you bench there? I think they like Trey Amos and what he's put out there. I know, Lattimore, he's been, really harped on since he's gotten here, but it's a lot of issues besides him. I mean, safety play with Will Harris being out has been a problem. Quan Martin hasn't been quite as good in coverage this year. Linebackers, Bobby Wagner, Frankie Lou have their issues in coverage. Mike Sanger still, hasn't been quite as good as he was as a rookie. And so it's more of a collective effort. And I don't know that simply changing the lineup just to change it makes it better necessarily. I think the shift more so than personnel, because I don't know that there's really a clear upgrade on the roster at any of those spots. It may have to come from a scheme standpoint. This team has been really aggressive. They play a high rate of man coverage. They blitz pretty often. And, while that does open a door for you to make some more plays on defense, it also comes with more risks of getting burned for those big plays, which we've seen them give up on a weekly basis. And so do they start playing more zone? Do they start blitzing less often? I think those are more so the areas where you look to potentially make a shakeup rather than, making a lineup change.
Deshaun, thank you, buddy. We appreciate it. Good insight.
Thanks for having me.
Awesome as always, bro. Check him out in the Washington Post. All right, so let's do this. I want to get into that next. So this is the development right now of the day. This is the big story. McLaurin's not practicing again. It's Thursday on a short week, okay? So this is now trending toward him not playing against the Cowboys, for the record. That's where we are. 4 straight games. I want to get into the idea of not IRing him because I think that that's the right point that he just made. So they IR him, and then what? They have an extra roster spot for Tay Martin or something, or Ja'Cory Brooks? Like, is that a big deal? Probably not. But did they know it was this serious? Are the player and the team on the same page? I know this sounds crazy. Could McLaurin and the team be on a different page? We haven't seen that before.
No, that's impossible, I guess.
But let's get into this next. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by Fairfax City, where innovation meets community and every business has home field advantage. In the NFL, the Commanders made a roster move today, placing defensive end Drake Jackson on injured reserve. They just signed him yesterday, dealing with a knee injury. Hope is he'll be back later this season. Practice report for today, 4 DNPs. Defensive end Dorrance Armstrong dealing with a hamstring injury. Second straight DNP for him. Chris Rodriguez also didn't practice. Second straight day for him. Debo also didn't practice with a heel injury. Second straight DNP. Wide receiver Terry McLaurin also did not practice, dealing with a quad injury. He was listed as limited for yesterday's practice. Injuries around the league. Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans was expected to be back at practice today after he's missed the last couple of games for the Buccaneers. Lions safety Brian Branch had his 1-game suspension upheld after a hearing, and he appealed that suspension from the altercation after the game against the Chiefs. Thursday Night Football, Steelers and Bengals tonight, 8:15 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. College football. Indiana head coach Curt Cignetti signed a contract extension with the Hoosiers. 8 years, $11.6 million per year. His new contract runs through November of 2033. Business success is like success on the field. It takes teamwork, strategy, and a strong home advantage. In Fairfax City, companies play to win with a community that rallies behind them and a place where employees can live, work, and play without leaving the neighborhood. Visit GoFairfaxCity.com to learn more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Terry McLaurin did not practice today. That is the news of the day on Grant and Danny. Welcome back. You're locked into 106.7 The Fan, our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day on the 106.7 The Fan Twitter account right now. Should they have put Terry McLaurin on injured reserve? The answer to that is yes. Do you have any issue with them not doing that? Local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. So let's start with that. Here's the issue with the gripe about the frustration with not putting him on injured reserve, which it goes without saying, if he misses 4 games, then he should have been on IR. Because there's no discount to that. There's no downside to that.
Uh-huh.
You just get an extra roster spot. The problem with getting overly upset about not putting him on IR or spending a lot of time on that is, I don't know how it would have helped them that much either. The only drawback to the way they were doing it, because you have the same guys in your building on the practice squad, your Tay Martin, your Ja'Cory Brooks types, is that you only get to call those guys up, I think it's for like 3 games and send them down 3 times before you have to add them to your 53-man in perpetuity, or each time they go down, they have to clear waivers. Well, number one, let's just say you do that with Tay Martin for the rest of the year. I think he would clear waivers every single time. Like, is another team going to add him to their 53-man roster and claim him when you try to sneak him back to your practice squad? The answer to that to me is probably no. In a hypothetical, though, where he didn't clear waivers and you lost him because you didn't use the extra roster spot, because you 4 straight weeks elevated him and put him back down, okay? In that case, bringing him back down those 4 times, even if you lost him, so what? Is what I would say.
That's my view. The 53rd guy, losing that guy, that you can find that guy 10 times. Now, he hasn't been in your building all summer, whoever this new person is, but they found the artist formerly known as Robbie Anderson. I mean, that's the equivalent to me. It's the same. It's 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
And Robbie Anderson is a good example of like who's available, who they signed, who's on the practice squad, who hasn't been elevated. When you play him,
I'm not telling you he's special.
He's not going to make a big difference, right? But he didn't even get the chance. It was Ja'Cory Brooks who's been here all along.
Yeah.
So the idea that they should have put him on injured reserve, while in and of itself might be true, I don't think it really matters. By not putting him on IR, it's not like baseball where, oh my gosh, you haven't had a roster spot. You've had 1 less reliever that you could have been using in all of these games, or you've had 1 less bench bat in the 8th inning. You could pinch it for a big home run with power, and these guys waiting in the minor leagues to come up. It's not that. But here is where it is interesting to me that they didn't put him on IR. I think you can wonder when they don't put him on IR and then he misses 4 games. Did they miscalculate on the injury? Did they think he'd be back sooner than they got him back? The answer to the second one has to be yes.
Has to be yes, right?
And if so, then you have to figure out why. Either he was more hurt than they thought, either he recovered slower than they thought, or they disagree with the player on the injury and there's a little bit of butting heads maybe on getting him back, or he's a little more hesitant to get back on the field, or he's a little bit more anxious and nervous about playing again, mentally, physically, whatever it looks like, then they think he should be. Whereas they're going, hey, man, you're ready. Last week you were supposed to ramp it up with more practices. This week is the week you should be playing in the game. We've kind of all along thought this was a 2 to 4 week injury. It's time to get you back out there. And he's going, yeah, I'm not so sure. So that's where I think the argument or the discussion, the discourse can be interesting on should they have put him on injured reserve. I don't care from a roster standpoint about which wide receivers are coming up and down or who you could have added as a 53rd guy.
Because there's no Terry McLaurin waiting in the wings.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't help. It's still going to be Luke getting 3 targets, Jalen Lane getting a couple targets, and some guy running 6 routes and not seeing the football. Doesn't really matter who that is. Tay Martin catches 1 ball a week or whatever. That could be Ja'Cory Brooks. What I'm saying, though, is now my antenna goes up from the back of my head thinking, do they see this the same way the player does?
That is a question that, unfortunately, you have to ask given the backdrop. Right? I'm not asking that regarding Noah Brown. I'm not.
Well,
I'm asking it with him.
I asked it with Jaden Daniels. I would ask it about anybody. I think it's more relevant because of the Terry Summer. And I think it's more likely that something could be going on because this guy and the team were at odds very recently for an extended period of time.
Now, I've seen a number of people tweet this, and I'm at Funny Danny, Grant H. Paulson. The nature of Terry's deal is very incentive-laden, and that puts to bed any kind of potential for discord. It's in his advantage and his best interest to play and put up great numbers. Well, yeah. I mean, even if there wasn't incentive-laden, it's still in his best interest to try to earn a future contract or anything else. The part that I take the most issue's not the right word, but that I wonder about the most is you got 2 guys within 48 hours or 24 hours of each other where you kind of went, we think it's X, and whoopsie daisy, it's not, and it happens to be at the receiver spot. I don't like that. That to me is it goes to competence. It goes to, is everyone not only on the same page, but are we sure we've got the best practice thing going on here, right? Where you think of the Nationals for so many years. They did so much well, but Anthony Rendon had a broken foot for 2 weeks, and he just sat on the bench for 10 days, played one of those days, so they reset his count for when you could backdate his injured list trip, and just played a man down for a while, and then finally went on the IL with a broken foot. Because the reason that was given at one point that was leaked out was they didn't want people to know his foot was broken or some kind of weird nonsense. And you lost all your privilege for me to give you benefit of the doubt when it came to injuries. You now have 2 guys within a week happen to be at the same spot, which is really unfortunate, where it looked like they were ramping up. It looked like they were going to play, and maybe McLaurin does, and this is just some sort of rest day or some other kind of thing. But where it looks like you're miscalculating, where it looks like you're either misdiagnosing or you don't have the right feel or vibe for the timetable, and that doesn't feel very good either. Now, last year they earned a lot of goodwill and a lot of benefit of the doubt because they were very player-friendly, very generous with instead of pushing guys, they were trying to set this culture that we are pro-player and we're taking care of everybody, and they earned some privilege there. If you find out right away that McLaurin goes on IR and you go, damn it, that sucks, that irritation lasts for about 10 seconds. Right? And the fans get over it because now we know the timetable. You don't worry about anything for 4 weeks instead of going, all right, it's Wednesday. Was he limited? Does that mean he caught footballs from the jugs machine?
Well, this is the main thing I would avoid. Yeah. And this is not a this regime thing. This is an NFL staff, like professional sports thing. And I just wouldn't do it this way. I get why they do. Because every day he can practice and every game he can contribute in and every catch and every route he could run is huge. But the lack of caring about the drama that's created and frankly just the noise. Like teams talk all the time about noise. You hear Joe Witt talk about people chirping outside the building and quieting the noise. You bring so much of this on yourself when you handle it this way. With Daniels especially. You got to understand with guys like Terry McLaurin, everything's a thing, man. Especially after the summer. Everything's a thing. Read the room a little bit. So it's fine if that's cool with you. Great. Then you deal with it. But every day is going to be a question. Every week is a new, are you sure he's not playing? Is he going to play? Is he not going to play? Because you are suggesting, we'll see, you're not giving anything. So you're just dragging out the not giving anything, and it leaves open a lot of guesswork and speculation. And when it goes on for a month, that's a pain in the ass for everybody. I mean, and you're building. Other receivers, Jaden, everyone's being asked about it constantly. Whereas if you just say early on, hey, this is going to be a few weeks. You don't even have to say a month, but he's going to miss a few games. He's going to miss a couple games.
So the difference is, not to cut you off with that, get back in, but like Sam Cosmi is on IR, right? The question is once every other week, it's like, hey, how's Sam doing? You know, not like one of those, what's the latest on Sam? Did he walk today? Did he jog today? Was he in the pool today?
You knew, and by the way, while he was on IR, it never came up.
It never come up.
Because for those 4 weeks, he can't play.
And that's the point.
There will be a Noah Brown question again in 3 weeks when he is a week from coming off IR to say, hey, how's Noah progressing? Is he going to come off injured reserve? But you get a 21-day respite. This way, you make it a daily story. And they don't seem to care, which is fine.
No.
But specific to McLaurin and this return and this injury, you will hear people get upset that they didn't put him on IR. I think that is a silly thing to care about if their point is about the roster. And their point is about, oh, you burned a roster spot. Who cares? They didn't need it. All the guys that they didn't cut a receiver that they lost. All the guys are in the practice squad. They're all still in the building. What I am interested, though, in is, are they on the same page as the player? And is there a chance right now, my speculation of, they thought they were targeting this week. Yesterday, they're going to put out a practice report where they guessed if we practiced today, would Terry McLaurin practice? And they guessed yes. Today, they practiced and he didn't practice. That's the siren for me. When they had to speculate yesterday, what would he have done in a normal practice? And they said he would have been limited. And today, in a normal practice, he didn't practice at all. There's a disconnect there. Small, but it exists. What does that mean in the bigger picture? That's what I wonder. And by the way, he could practice tomorrow and play on Sunday. Somebody hit me up an Instagram message here. I'm at Grant H. Paulson on IG. And they said, well, couldn't he still play on Sunday if he practices tomorrow? Of course.
Of course he could.
All we can react to is what we have right now. If the information changes tomorrow and he practices, great.
Yeah, today is less than yesterday. And as the week progresses, that's what I care about when it comes to that, right?
Which, yes, I would say the clarification is not that there was a setback, though. They did a jog through yesterday. It's easier to be limited in a jog through than limited in a real practice. But he didn't do anything at practice. Mm-hmm. He didn't even go to the practice, like down on the field when the media was out there. And then he wasn't able to participate in any of the light stuff individually either. Just, running a quick route with your wide receivers against air. None of that. So let's open up the phones for you guys on this next. 800-636-1067. What do you think's going on? And are you surprised that we're trending toward another missed game for Terry McLaurin? We'll go around the NFL with Sean Merriman in 20 minutes at 5, and Ben Standig joins us at 6 o'clock on G&D with the latest from Ashburn. Sean Merriman on the show at 5, and at 6, Ben Standig with the latest from Ashburn. Speaking of which, Terry McLaurin did not practice today. Here we go again. Looks like maybe no Terry McLaurin Sunday, barring something changing considerably tomorrow. You would think if he was going to be able to go tomorrow, he would have been limited today, though. That's what worries me. So if he would need to be full tomorrow for you to feel like he's going to play Sunday. I guess it's possible he's limited tomorrow, and they list him questionable.
And we do a game time decision bit.
But if he doesn't practice tomorrow, they're flying Saturday. He's going to be ruled out. That's kind of been the trend here with Jaden, with him. They don't really do the game time decision thing.
Yeah, if he was limited yesterday. If he was limited again today, I'd feel a lot better. But again, I understand it was different activities today, and yesterday was a glorified walkthrough. But just simply, we couldn't manage that. We couldn't even manage he's off to the side catching passes off the jugs machine, or he's jogging through the rope ladder, or who knows what he's doing. DNP. Ugh.
I go back to the Monday before the Bears game and Kingsbury having optimism about those guys possibly being able to play. In his answer, I think it was JP who asked the question about Noah Brown and Terry McLaurin. And he was optimistic and hopeful. He said, yeah, we're trending in a way where maybe that'll happen. They had a week at that time. Since then, Noah Brown's been put on IR to miss 4 games, and McLaurin is still not practicing. Let's go to Chris, who's sitting in traffic. What's up, Chris? How are you?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up,
Never
bud?
called in before. Listen all the time.
Ooh, a first-time caller.
We've got something
Jim?
for that.
Anything you want to say about that,
Hey.
Jim?
Hey, Jim, where are you at, buddy?
What's up, man?
Well, I appreciate it. Now, the only thing I was going to say is I don't really mind them not putting him on IR, because if the tables were turned and he was able to come back in 3 weeks or 2 weeks, we would have been mad that, oh, man, he's on IR. He's got to be out 4 weeks. You know what I mean?
Oh, totally.
So I
Yeah.
think it is-
Any mistake in this regard, when it's that high stakes, is critical. I mean, you're not talking about again the 53rd guy on the roster. This is a dude you just went through all this protracted negotiation with, $30 million a year player, whatever number you want to use that's real. But your most important offensive weapon, probably, just in terms of the threat that he can potentially provide as an injection of life in an offense that's going to need to be really good this week for against the team that can score points in their own right.
If there was a pill you could take that allowed you to sleep for 4 hours exactly to the minute, and you're on a flight and you say, I'm not going to take that pill because the flight's only 3.5 hours long, and I don't want to be asleep for 30 minutes after we land sitting on the plane.
Right.
Okay? Then 4.5 hours into the flight, you still haven't landed because now you're circling above the ground because there's something going on that won't allow you to land or whatever. You would go, I probably should have taken the pill. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
It just stands to reason that working back from the result, if he misses 4 straight games, you probably should have put him on IR. Now, I'm going to say it one more time in case someone just got in their car. This is not about the roster. I don't care about that part. Having an extra roster spot wouldn't have mattered. But it draws my ire and kind of makes me wonder. I am dubious about how it was handled because it makes you think that either the injury was worse than they thought, when there was a lot of concern and question about what the injury was. We've never even learned what the injury was, to be honest with you. It's a quad. Someone says a hip flex, or someone says this, someone says that. He's getting a bunch of opinions. There's already murkiness. Or it is actually that they got it right still, and that they think it's time to play, and he's not quite ready for some reason. Either way, it's not good. Rick in Falls Church, what's up?
Hey, great show, guys. My question was, I was just wondering, do you think in the NFL that, they use a lot of this, if it's not a serious injury that everybody would understand why you would go on the IR. They use it for a strategy where when you got a player like Terry, they got to prepare for him each week all the way down to the last minute that he's declared that he's out. But would you think teams would do that in any way?
I hear what you're saying, but it's not like the old days. I mean, they've got to be forthright on you can't do the old Bill Belichick bit where everybody's questionable. Like, it means that you couldn't do stuff at practice because there's too much gambling on the line. There's too much money, too many over-unders, too many parlays, too many multi-million-dollar, billion-dollar partners that are living and dying with this kind of stuff every week to leave them sort of dissatisfied like that. So teams know by the time you get to the weekend. There really are true game time decisions, but they actually have to be game time decisions, right? Where we're really going to try to have, I'm making up the player, Zach Ertz run through his pregame motion, and if he can do it, he'll play. You can do that, but that's not what was happening, I don't think.
Yeah, and are they a better team because they have speed and can push the field and push the ball vertically, stretch teams out, and challenge defenses with McLaurin? Obviously, that's why he's a $30 million a year guy. But let's not act like it's Justin Jefferson either in terms of preparation. He went 2 for 27 against the Giants. He had 3 catches until the final drive, I think it was, against the Packers. Had 3 grabs. Now, one of them was a catch and run for 56 against the Raiders. But are teams massively different in how they're preparing? I don't think so necessarily. It's not like it's a starting quarterback. I could buy that with Daniels versus Mariota or something. This is a guy that's going to get 5 or 6 targets the way things have trended this year, and the offense is going through Debo, not him, in the passing game anyway. So while they're way better off when he's on the field because he's going to make a play or two that the other guys can't, and he's got a chance to just push defenses to the max going downfield with speed, opening some things up underneath, I don't think I would waste 1 second not at my best for a minute longer than is necessary just to confuse and give other teams other things to think about. That makes sense.
It does.
It's a good phone call. Appreciate you. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We got Sean Merriman hopping around the NFL with us, former great pass rusher next. Ben Standing at 6. Remember, the show's live tomorrow in Maryland. People in Maryland are always saying, you got to come out here. Where are you guys?
We're doing that.
Why do you love Virginia so much? It's because Virginia's doing great. Why do you love D.C.? Well, we also love Maryland. Caddies, Cordell, Bethesda, 2 to 6:30 tomorrow. We're with you until 6:30 tonight.
From Bethesda!
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by AeroVironment, built for defense, built for DC. In the NFL, Commanders roster move today. Defensive end Drake Jackson was placed on injured reserve. He just signed with the team yesterday, still dealing with a knee injury. The hope is he'll be back later this season. Taking a look at today's practice report, 4 players didn't practice. Dorrance Armstrong dealing with a hamstring injury, second straight day of no practice for him. Chris Rodriguez with a calf injury, and Deebo Samuel with a heel injury. All 3 didn't practice yesterday and didn't practice today. Terry McLaurin was limited yesterday. He did not practice today as he looks to come back from the quad injury, missed the last 3 games. Be interesting to see if he can get on the field on Sunday against Dallas. Speaking of Dallas, Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb said he's going to be back this week and fully ready to go. He said he could have played last week, but sat another week to be fully healthy and won't be on a pitch count this week. Lions safety Brian Branch had his 1-game suspension upheld. Thursday Night Football, Steelers and Bengals tonight, 8:15. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. College football, Indiana head coach Curt Cignetti signed a contract extension with the Hoosiers. 8 years, $11.6 million per year. The new contract runs through the 2033 season. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions to give our warfighters the edge. Built for now to defend our future when the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 tonight. Show's brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murat.
What can they do for you? How about estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration? Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's go out to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and talk to a local guy, done very well, went to the University of Maryland, who had a 17-sack season, had a 2-year stretch where he sacked the quarterback 29 and a half times. Shawne Merriman's always fun to have on the program to talk football with. Shawne, it's good to talk to you again in D.C. How are you, man?
I'm doing well, my man. How about you?
Doing very well. What do you make of the Commanders? They're 3-3. They've literally gone one loss. Very inconsistent so far. We were hoping for a faster start. What do you make of them?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. With them, it comes down to consistency, right? It just seems like they come into some weeks and they're ready to go. They're prepared, and they come out flat. And you can kind of feel it early on, right, of which team you're getting. So I don't know if that just, kind of starts from the top and work its way down, and maybe a different regimen, because I've had it happen before, too, where you got to switch something up, because whatever it is, it's causing them to come in sometime up, and you can tell that the team is showing up, and then they come out flat and doesn't finish. And so, there's something they need to fix internally for sure.
Sean, were you ever on a team that just perennially or like seemed like every week just couldn't get going at the start of the game? Like, were you ever on a team like that came out flat, and what was the fix?
No, you know what? It wasn't a team base, but I can tell individual players. I was always the one to kind of break down the huddle before every game. And you can start seeing certain guys are bouncing around, and someone's into it, ready to go, and you see the ones kind of creeping around the back of the huddle, right? Just like looking up at the stadium, like, oh man, they're not ready. So you can see it out of certain guys, but again, it's up to whoever the leader is of that team to get them, whether it's Bobby or whoever it is, start getting these guys ready to go, especially the ones got experience to know, all right, these guys are ready, these guys aren't, and let me get everybody on the same page.
Shawne Merriman at one point finished top 3 in Defensive Player of the Year voting in the NFL, joining us to talk about the league on Grant and Danny. What about generating takeaways? There were times in your career where you were an automatic sack, fumble, and waiting. Washington, in 4 of their 6 games, has not gotten a takeaway this season, and it's become a huge talking point again this week. In fact, their D coordinator, Joe Witt, today at the podium said they're doing different drills in practice to try to help players get more takeaways. I just watched the league now, Shawne, and there's punch fumbles every week, every play. It seems like somebody's punching at the ball, and Washington can just never seem to pull it off. What about the teams you were on, the ones that were really good at turning the ball over versus not? Like, what's the key there, and why can't they figure this out?
Well, we had Wade Phillips as a defensive coordinator. Wade had it down to like a numbers game. And we were showing, based on what our offense is capable of doing and putting up points, if we got them 1 or 2 extra takeaways a game and winning percentage, we had it down to a science. We knew exactly if we did certain things, if we had how many pressures, how many sacks, and if we put the ball back in our offense hands with their capabilities of scoring, we knew exactly what the outcome was going to be. We had it down to a science. And with them, you got a quarterback there who can put up points. And you know if you give him an extra set of downs, you give him an extra turnover, something's going to happen with that can change the entire game. And so when you look at a defense as a whole, they need somebody, one player. They need one guy to go out there to do that, to create that havoc, get the ball back, because it becomes contagious. And I played on these teams where we had, Sean Phillips on the opposite side of me, Jamal Williams. We had, Cromartie and Quentin Jammer. We had all these guys that know that if something happened, we were so contagious because the next guy's going out there trying to also get one. It became a thing that we had across the board. So you need somebody at some point to go out there and get you a sack, strip, forced fumble, and recovery. Get the ball back, because now another linebacker, now defensive tackle, a cornerback is going to be going out there looking to match. So you just need that one guy to step up, and I don't think they got that right now.
So, Sean, as dominant a pass rusher as you were, I wonder if you face something like this that Washington's going through as well. So I got the stat from Bill Barnwell. Washington's allowing more yards per drop back without pressure than any other team in the NFL. In other words, when the pass rush doesn't get home, they're cooked. Were you ever on a team like that where guys are just sort of struggling to cover, and then, kind of what does that do to put the pressure on those pass rushers, where it feels like every time you can't set anybody up for anything in the future? It's like if we don't get home, it's 20 yards in the other direction.
If you don't set it up, if you don't have somebody that's able to go out there with a full man front and just line up and beat a tackle 101 or beat a guard 101, if you don't have those guys, you got to start getting creative. Because, and believe me, I've been around a situation like that before where the front four just didn't get home. They're not beating. I know it's a team game, but it really comes down to one-on-one matchups. That DN has to be able, outside linebacker has to be able to beat that tackle. That nose tackle have to be able to figure out to beat that guard or that center. It comes down to a bunch of one-on-one matchups, and if you're not doing that, you have to get creative, right? Start bringing those linebackers up in the A and B gap and dropping them, and then bringing a safety off the edge. You got to start getting creative if your four-man rush is not getting home, and that's the thing that I've been paying attention to them with. That's why I keep harping on. Right now they don't have a guy that's emerged that, you know what, he can go out and change this game for us, and they just don't have that player that's emerged yet.
Sean Merriman on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Do you feel it early in the year that you've got a team that is better than how it's playing? And we've been talking about if Washington doesn't beat Dallas, they'd be 3-4, and there's going to be a fan reaction of okay, maybe you can sell a couple pieces, or with the schedule ahead being daunting, maybe you're just not good enough this year. But I wonder, can a GM, can a coach, can a player, can they tell we're going to be a lot better? We just have to fix these few things versus looking in the mirror and going, yeah, this is probably what they are.
It's so hard because as a player, you look at, okay, if this guy was in this gap, then that run isn't a 15-yard run. It's a 2-yard gain. Or if this cornerback or defensive back was sitting right here and playing where he should be in this coverage, that's an incomplete pass or possibly interception. And so you, as a player, you're like, oh man, this is. You ever hear guys say we're close, we're right there, but the fans look like we're tired of you losing, right? So you're looking at the box score, but as a player, you're like, man, we just had this guy right here in this gap. That's not a 15-yard run. If we had this DB over here playing, deep third, and he was in position, that's an incompleted pass. Right, or we stop him getting a first down. So as a player, you're speaking as individual downs. The fans and the people on the outside only care about box scores, right? And right now, it's just looking like because of the on and off of them just being inconsistent, that they're not playing well. But I guarantee you, if you go back and look at those games, the ones they probably should have put themselves in position to win, it's one or two guys it is not the right position. And that makes you more sick because the fans are looking at the box score saying, these guys aren't playing well. As a player, you're like, God, man, I wish they knew. I wish they understood. So I think they're getting a lot of that to happen right now.
Great Sean Merriman with us here on Grant and Danny. A couple Super Bowl contenders, Sean, in Philadelphia and Buffalo, have both dropped a couple games in a row and haven't looked great while doing it. What are you seeing there? What do you make of those teams?
the problem is with Buffalo right now, you're letting games slip. You should have won, and those games are what would bite you later on during the season when the wild cards start popping up, positioning in the playoffs start popping up. You go back, you look at those first 4 games of the season or 5 games, you're like, man, we should have beat them because we would have been a one seed, or we would have been coming out the AFC East on top. And so you start looking at these early games, and that's where Buffalo is going to get hurt at, because these games you're dropping this close, it's going to bite them in the end of the season. As far as Philly, it's weird with Philly because they have, just last year alone, how many games they should have lost. If you look, right, people get on them about not being that great of a team or scooting by. The object of the whole thing is to win. But as soon as things happen in Philly for whatever reason, it's everybody jumps on them. But are they as good as everybody think they are? They're not what they were. They got a bunch of missing pieces. I don't think they're not as dominant as they were in certain areas. Jalen Hurts, he got his ups and downs, man. We're like, man, what are you thinking? What are you looking at? So you got to remove what they were in the past and what they are right now, and they're just not as dominant as they once were.
So, Sean, I want to do quick story time with you here. So tonight's Thursday Night Football, Steelers, Bengals, 2 quarterbacks that are 40+, Aaron Rodgers and Joe Flacco. You actually were in the same draft, though, if memory serves, as Aaron Rodgers, right? You went 12th the same year. He went 24th. So I'm guessing, were you at the draft as well?
No, I stayed home because I didn't want that camera in my face like it was his.
So where were you supposed to go that year?
I was, and I was slated to go anywhere from the 3rd pick to the 12th pick, is somewhere in there, and I got invited out.
So you slipped too?
Yeah, because it was really Team E, right? Braylon Edwards ended up going to Cleveland at 3, and then the next defensive player I think was taken was Pac-Man and went to Tennessee. So it was really positional based, and I was a second, I think the second linebacker taking DeMarcus in front of me, so it became positional need, but. Again, man, I was not. Remember, the draft used to be. I mean, even if you went late in the first round, it was 10 hours long, and the last thing I wanted to do was be sitting there with that camera in my face and wondering how far I'm going to slide. So, yeah, no way.
So he ended up, obviously. I mean, as you said, it was like 4 or 5 hours of him sitting there, and they were just showing him over and over again. It had to be excruciating. But what I was going to ask is, thinking you were at the draft, like, what do you remember about him in that process? But I guess for you. You didn't have to worry about it because you stayed home. Did you do any pre-draft stuff with him, like going to events or anything? Or obviously you played him, you played Flacco. It's crazy that they're both still in the league and starting just against each other.
80 years of life playing tonight, yeah.
Yeah, you bring out the old man, bring out the Bengay and the icy hot for both of them guys, right? They've been around forever. But I'll say this. What he's doing in Pittsburgh, and I know Aaron Rodgers not who he was 5 and 7 years ago, but Pittsburgh only needed somebody that can play above average. That's all they needed. So for him to come in and do what he's doing right now, for them, actually puts them in contention to come out on top of that division. And it doesn't help that Burrow's down. It doesn't help, that Cleveland, and it doesn't help these other teams. Now, I will say tonight, I think Hendricks is down. The defensive end for Cincy, I think they just ruled him out. So that's just all the cards are stacking up for Pittsburgh Steelers this year, which is pretty incredible.
Your old team, the Chargers, looked unbelievable for a few weeks. Then I think injuries hit and haven't been able to overcome them here. They squeaked by Miami this past week. They're 4-2, so built up a bit of a cushion. But what do you make of them in a really crowded AFC West?
It's man, that injury bug is something else. And let me remind you that their injuries were to key players, right? I mean, Rashawn Slater goes down beginning of the year. He's arguably probably the top 2 or 3 best tackle in football. Then you move Joe Alt to the left side. He goes down with a high ankle sprain. He just got back to practice today. Then you got both your running backs down, one out for the season, the other one down with an ankle, and then also Khalil Mack. So if you start looking at not just regular injuries to guys that were really good players. This is their key guy. These are their stars. So they have to weather the storm these next couple of weeks. And thank God they kind of slipped by Miami, because Miami was playing against their backs on the wall too, with a possible head coaches that won't make it through the season. Possible, all the internal stuff that's going on with 2 on the players and stuff that he's made public. They got a lot of stuff going too, so their backs are against the wall. So for the Chargers to go out and squeeze one into Miami was great. Now they got their hands full with the Colts this weekend. I can tell you that, injury or no injury, the Colts are playing well right now.
Sean Merriman on Grant and Danny. We check in with him a couple times of football season. We know you're always busy as well with Extreme Fighting and Lights Out. You got Lights Out 28 coming up. What can you tell us about it?
Man, we got a massive card November 1st. We'll be in Long Beach, California. One of these days, I'm going to get a fight out there. Every time I come, and I'll go and people ask me, man, when are you having fights out here? Trust me, it's coming. I'm working on it. But we got a big fight November 1st. We'll be live on Lights Out Sports TV. So if you guys don't have Lights Out Sports TV, it's my free ad-supported all sports streaming service. You can download it on any smart TV, iOS and Android. But we got a ton of free live sports there. But we got a massive, massive card. In fact, I think at least 2 guys will end up in the UFC after this card if they go out and take care of business.
Oh, wow.
Sean, always cool to catch up with you, dude, and good luck with the fight. It's November 1st, you said?
November 1st. We kick off at 4:30 Pacific, and then we'll be on Lights Out Sports TV. Any smart TV you guys got out there, you can download it completely free, but we'll be live there.
Love it, dude. Good luck with it, man. Appreciate the time, as always.
You got it, my man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, be good. There's Sean Merriman. Love talking ball with him. Always busy, too. He's got entrepreneur, man.
Seriously,
he's got a lot going on.
He works.
Sure does. I think he's right about the Steelers, though, in that it's not pretty, and they were getting outgained substantially early in the season, and I didn't think Rodgers was playing all that well, but they survived week 1 against the Jets, which probably ended up being, so far, the best Jets performance of the season. They lose to the Seahawks, and at the time you're going, they're 1-1 with a bad win and a dud of a loss by 2 touchdowns. Not very good. The New England win looks better right now. Now, they shouldn't have won that game.
On the road, yeah.
Fumbled on the goal line multiple times, and I think fumbled in the end 4 times in the game and turned it over 5 times. But still, they win that game. Then they beat the Vikings. That was the London game. That was impressive enough. They got a long touchdown from DK Metcalf on a slant. And then they looked really, really good coming out of the bye against the Browns. So some of this is schedule, right? Cleveland, Cincinnati. But even though they'll have played the Jets, who stink, the Patriots, who are just okay, and Cleveland and Cincinnati, there's 4 wins you should have had anyway scheduled. 5-1 through 6, I don't care how you get there. You look around, and all of a sudden the Bengals don't have Burrow, and the Ravens are without Jackson and have a terrible defense. It almost doesn't matter. You've just built such a big lead that you can coast a little bit.
Yeah, this is the Steelers. They are currently Steelersing. There's nothing pretty about it, right? They're winning these 1-score field goal or a safety or a blocked punt or a weird kick that doesn't go in or something like that. They're winning game after game after game. When they go up against somebody that's playing well and plays at full capacity, they got smashed by Seattle. Seattle beat the tar out of them. But you get right back to the grind and you eke out another win or 2. Now, their ceiling still isn't very high. That is not a Super Bowl team. But I think they're going to win that division, just as you said, by not screwing up. You beat Cincinnati tonight, a very winnable game against Joe Flacco. You're 5-1 with a tougher little road ahead, but you built yourself up enough of a cushion where Baltimore's run out of time potential to get right. Cincinnati, again, it's either Browning or Flacco starting games for them until, if and when Joe Burrow can come back to relevance in December. You're going to win that division and be a postseason team again. And Sean is 100% right. They didn't need Aaron Rodgers of 5 years ago. They needed this one, this version of the guy that's not going to throw for more than 200 yards. A couple back shoulders, a jump ball to DK Metcalf, and let's check it down to Jaylen Warren and, high five on the sidelines.
Browns have no shot. Bengals are cooked. Let's look at the Ravens for a second. Baltimore is losers of 4 in a row, now 1-5. They've lost to the Lions, close game. Chiefs, blowout. Texans, blowout. Rams, not close. So 3 straight games where they really haven't even been that competitive without Lamar Jackson in the last 2. Coming out of the bye, though, you have to imagine Lamar plays. He's back. Bears, I know they just beat Washington, but that's a very winnable game at home. At Miami, they should win that game. Minnesota will be kind of a toss-up, pick-em type game. No reason you can't win.
But winnable.
Yeah, very winnable. But let's just say you lose that and you're 2-1 through 3. You win 2 of those 3. Then you have the Browns, the Jets, and the Bengals. I mean, they could easily go 5-1 in that. Easily, probably too strong. They'll easily go 4-2. They could definitely go 5-1 in that stretch. And if they do that, now I just got them to 6-6 for their stretch run of the season, starting with the Steelers. They get the Bengals again, and then they finish with a much harder schedule: Patriots, Packers, Steelers.
This was my only contention with them, that they're not totally done. I mean, it's life support, right?
Well, I'll tell you this: if the Steelers lose tonight, they definitely have life.
And that's what it is. If they don't fix the defense, nothing matters. Like none of this. This is all academic, this kind of conversation. But you're right. With Lamar Jackson coming back, fixes some of your ills. He makes it okay. You get the rush offense going again with Derrick Henry and company. Zay Flowers starts to ramp up. Isaiah Likely, the double tight ends, baby, the whole 9 yards. They could be okay because their schedule gets a little softer. They squandered an opportunity, right? Their only win through the first 6 weeks was against Cleveland. Not a particularly good resume at this stage, right? There's no shame in losing on the road to Kansas City, but the way that it happened where they weren't competitive in that one, or losing by 34 to Houston, like, good heavens, how bad was that? Lamar or no Lamar, the defense is atrocious. If you find a way to get healthy enough after the bye week, Bears, Dolphins, Vikings, Browns, Jets, Bengals, as you said, all winnable games. They'll be favored potentially in a handful of those if, Lamar's with you and at full capacity. They're not totally out of it yet, but you can't afford a single slip up.
How many wins is it going to take to win the NFC East? We'll get into that next. Plus, I'm going to try to get some advice from Dr. Danny.
Oh, yeah.
I got a question. I need some ailing, and we will see if you can help me with that. Some healing is what I need. I guess I am ailing.
You're in need of some ailing?
I'm in need of some healing. I'll throw a H on the front of that. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock-In Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, Commanders made a roster move today, putting defensive end Drake Jackson on injured reserve. They just signed him yesterday, dealing with a knee injury. The hope is he'll be back later this season. Practice reports today for the Commanders. Defensive end Dorrance Armstrong, running back Chris Rodriguez, wide receiver Deebo Samuel didn't practice for the second straight day for them. Yesterday, Terry was limited, but today, Terry McLaurin did not practice, missed the last 3 games with a quad injury. For the Cowboys, wide receiver CeeDee Lamb said he'll be back this week. He said he could have played last week, but sat another week to be fully healthy and won't be on a pitch count on Sunday against Washington. Baldino's Lock-In Keys, your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
So apparently there was an interesting moment in a Jonathan Gannon press conference. Neither of us have seen. Darius has audio for us. He wants to play us at 5:45. We will do that. If Dad says he's got something we need to hear, we're going to hear it.
You earn the benefit of the doubt there, right? Like when you come up and say, hey, we should play this, and then like you're 17 for 17, we give you a chance to go 18 for 18.
When Dad speaks, we listen.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when you're young and you know your dad, he's the center of your universe, like he's the strongest and the fastest and the best. That's our dad, Dad Dameron.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of dads, your dad will never hear this, Darius, because I'm not Al Goldie. But
just want to wish you a happy birthday.
Is that Al Goldie?
That's Denton Day. Yeah.
So what does Denton have to do with anything?
Nothing. But you asked me if it was Denton Day.
No, I asked if it was Al Goldie.
No, you said, is that Al Goldie or Denton Day? And I was like, well, that's more Denton Day.
I promise I've never said Denton Day's name in this segment.
You just said it. Maybe you were starting to say it.
Pull the audio. I was getting there, but I hadn't yet. You were a step ahead.
Yeah, I stepped ahead of you.
But anyway.
Yeah.
How is Denton involved? Let me hear your Goldie.
No, I can't. I lost the pitch.
Give yourself a pitch whistle.
No, I don't have it. I need to hear him. So like, let me try to do it. So I write something down and then let me try. I don't know. No, I can't do it. I don't think I have it.
Well, anyway, maybe if I call Goldie and get him to come on and read your dad a happy birthday, would that be better? Or if Goldie sang his dad happy birthday?
He'd be nice for that.
I'm a Goldie guy. I think I've met him in personally a couple times, but I've been around him a bunch. But I know that your dad's a Goldie Mark.
You sleep on Go-Go, what was it, Go-Go Thursdays?
Go-Go Thursday.
I don't know what that is.
That was his bit.
Now, I get sized. Goldie had he's like DC vibes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like he was a DC guy. He's also a baseball mark.
Mm-hmm.
I think he does he's a wrestling guy too, probably. I'm pretty sure he did this really, really good weekend morning show where he would break down every inning Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of Orioles bullpen decisions. And it was for me. I don't know who else it was for.
Right.
But it was sure as hell for me. If I was in my car, I was going to be listening. He's like, in the 7th inning, Buck Showalter decided to go to Zach Britton. And I'm like, yes.
Yes, he did.
He pitched 2/3 of an inning. I'm like, give me more of this. Anyway, I meant to talk about your dad. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Daryl Dameron. What we got you is an old radio because that's what you need to listen to crackling AM radio. And so the other thing we got him is we're going to do the rest of the show like this so that you think we're on the Team 980.
And we'll just wait an extra few seconds so the delay hits you.
Mr. Dameron, does this sound familiar? Now we're in AM, just like you like.
The most important thing they can do this week is play hard.
Call us now, Commanders, Cowboys. What audio do we have?
This is proof of whether or not you had mentioned Denton Day.
Oh, okay, here we go.
We just want to wish you a happy birthday.
Is that Al Goldie?
That's Denton Day, yeah. You can tell it's where he was going.
I mean, you could because we do everything together for 10
Well, that's
years.
true.
The average person might not. Well, you just
Because I knew as soon as I did the bit, I was like, that's more Denton than it is Al. I've lost my Al pitch so I haven't heard it in a while.
The fact that you have a Denton. Who has a Denton?
Denton barely has one. But when I did the pregame show with Denton Liddell will have he's doing his bit, and I snuck it in there a couple times, and I got a little guffaw.
You know what you
I got a little
sleep on?
chuckle.
Mrs. Denton's mom I'm assuming Mrs. Day,
Day.
came out to Char Bar. I don't know if she was just having a power lunch randomly and we happened to be there. I can't imagine she came out to say hello to us. Maybe she did. But she came out and said, like, my son works with you. And I'm like, who's your son? She said, Denton Day.
Denton Day, yeah.
He certainly does. That's our guy.
The best.
He's a good egg. They got pregame this weekend. Where are they at, Darius? Him and Linnell.
Him, Linnell, and myself will be at Honor Brewing in Sterling. So
You're in Sterling?
Yeah.
You remember that you live in Upper Marlboro?
I do live in Upper Marlboro.
We by the way, behind the scenes, you were in Milwaukee for the first couple of days this week. We have been gently ramping up the needling on Darius for how far he's going to have to drive and how unprepared he is for it.
Really?
Yeah.
So I looked it up
That's
the
a
other day.
90-minute drive, bud.
Well, so yeah, we looked it up yesterday. It's a 90-minute drive, but you looked it up live at like 5 o'clock. So it's taken into account, daytime traffic of 5 o'clock on a Wednesday. I looked it up you can go on Google Maps and you can say, hey, what would it be like if I leave at such and such time on Sunday, to get to this place? And it said that it would take me 70 minutes, which is not as bad as 90
That's not
minutes.
terrible.
It's not as bad as 90.
You could just, relax a little bit, put your toes up, have a car drive you, maybe an Uber or something. Yeah, well, that'd be nice.
Or I can drive myself.
If you want to do that, that's a long
Then
way.
you'll be in the car for a long time.
I want to add a word to the list of words that people say weird if I could do that, though. So I'm going to just, before I joan, I'm going to get a few of mine out of the way.
Okay.
Won. Past tense of
You mean Soto?
Win the game. No, I mean they won.
They won the game.
I got a lot more. What is my other one? People think I say athletes weird. I said it weird that time. Athletes weird. Like I'm saying he's a very talented athlete.
That's not that weird.
I don't know. I get that one on Instagram sometimes. There's others.
Now
Yours
you put
is
me on the
Barry.
spot.
Danny can't say Barry.
Mortgage is another one for you.
You do say mortgage.
Yeah.
Say it again.
Mortgage.
I had to pay my mortgage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone else just mortgages.
As opposed to mortgage.
Yeah, you say mortgage.
Which is exactly how it's
There's
spelled.
a T. It is how it's spelled.
Yeah. Are we sure that that's not how it's supposed to be said? And
I don't hear much mortgage.
Well, to be clear, you're right.
Refinance your mortgage.
Well, I don't say it that way either. I don't say mortgage like I'm a robot.
You sound like
I don't say it like Denton.
You sound like you do a little mortgage. Like the T is there.
I agree. Mortgage.
Yeah, that's unusual.
I agree that it's unusual. I'm saying, are we sure it's wrong?
I don't know about wrong or right. I just know that I don't hear it that way.
Now, I guess what I'm wondering is I'm doing a John Miller and I'm going Cesar Hernandez. Like rolling the R.
Yeah.
Like that's actually more right. It's just weird and stop doing it.
Yeah.
Am I doing it that way or is it just wrong?
So I don't know. Again, I don't know that it's wrong.
Yeah.
The T. I see when I see a powerful consonant right in the middle.
Okay.
I like to acknowledge that consonant. So in general, I actually default towards you. But that T, you over T. I mean, you really hit that T.
Got it. Darius has one I'm going to add to water.
Oh, boy.
What do you drink? You drink water?
I drink water.
Yeah, me too. Darius drinks water.
He drinks water on.
What's your favorite search engine?
Oh, boy.
What
Google.
Google. He says it's super weird. Yeah, that time you didn't as much.
What did he say the first time?
It's like it doesn't sound like Google. Like I've noticed this pre-show a lot. It's like it's on the Google Doc, or you say it in a really weird way.
Like it's closer to giggle.
Say it again without thinking about it.
Google.
I
didn't catch it.
Did I say it weird when I mentioned it 2 minutes ago?
I think you said it weirder.
Because we can see if we can pull the audio.
Yeah, see if you can pull that. It's you know what it is. It's like sped up. It's like Google.
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 Like that?
Yeah, there's something not right about it. I'm not saying it's not as bad as Juan, but it doesn't work.
Huh. I've never noticed that one.
Yeah.
I mean, again, we're in close proximity a lot, all the time. I've never had my little radar go up on. Does Dare say Google weird?
Every time he says Google, I think it's weird. It's like Google or something strange.
Are you? And again, I'm workshopping this live.
Yeah.
Is it like the GLE at the end almost has a C in it for him, like Google, like with a k kind of sound, like that's like it's jumbled?
No, it's more the first syllable.
So the goo part?
Goo. He does not say goo.
What does he say?
Google. I think it's like I don't know.
It's not go.
No. It's a different sound. It's not Google like that.
Because at times, if we're rushing through a sentence or rushing through words, to get to the next thing because it's really the story isn't about he Googled it or it's I Googled it. Like if you do something fast like that, does it get jumbled? Is that what it is, or is it like a pronunciation thing?
I can't help you.
Okay.
I think you need to hear it next time, and I'm going to say, see?
Hold my radar up.
Okay.
All right. So this is me saying it just a few moments ago before you accused me of saying it weird. I looked it up on. You can go on Google Maps and you can say.
You heard it all there?
So I don't hear the first part being unusual.
Okay.
To me, it's a like almost there's almost like a fraction of a C or a K before we go to the GLE.
Can you slow it down? I want to really get into the film here. Let's watch the all 22. Slow down Google a little bit if you could in Adobe. Yeah, like pre-show he says it in a way. I think the goo is lacking, but there's a GLE at the end that's also
like
kind
he's
of a miss.
sprinting through the GLE at the end.
That could be what it is.
Yeah.
Let me see what you got here. You're not ready yet? All right, Clary's, by the way, I know he can't say steroids. He calls them
He can't
steroids.
say that at all.
There was another word that we tried to get him to say like 50 times, and he could just never pull it off. Do you remember what it was, Ryan?
No, I don't. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But I do like saying steroids.
I don't know what a steroid is.
It helps you, you just hit home runs, I think.
That's what Barry Bonds used.
Toby,
Steroids.
do you have any that people have told you over the years you say funny? Because you're from Virginia, but like...
do you have a McLean accent?
You're from like mountains, Virginia.
I am. I don't think I have anything crazy, although Danny made fun of me the first couple times I did updates. I say on.
Yeah, Toby's an on guy.
Yeah, you always talk about this.
Yeah, like Toby ons.
I don't notice this that
Oh my
bad.
God! Like if he was in Timonium ordering a natty ice,
Yeah, you're
he
saying
would
he
sound
has a
right.
Baltimore accent with on.
He ons like you're underneath an awning. Like that's who he is.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan.
Oh, you on?
He ons.
You on?
I'm telling you, like when he opens his mouth and he's tired, he yawns. Like he's doing it hard.
Say yawn.
Yawn.
See,
that's completely normal.
Isn't it normal? Isn't that weird?
So if you give me the glove is on the table.
The glove is on the table. See, I think it's only when I get in my cadence for doing the update.
When he's not thinking about it, you'll hear it.
On.
Like he ons.
Big time.
Oh yeah, he's on.
What do you got here, Darius?
All right, so it's the slowed down version of me saying Google Maps. You can go on Google Maps.
Did you hear that? He just did it. He just did it.
What? I don't know what it is.
That was yes. Grab that one. That's the one he says it. You just did it. Caught red-handed, telling me you don't do it, and then you said Google like as it's one syllable.
Yeah, it's the second part. The second part.
I don't know, but it's all mush mouth together.
That's what it's. It's
I
the
can
rush.
tell you
It's
that
the rush.
It's not Google. It's definitely not. He just did it. He's literally fighting in court, and he just shot someone while he's telling me he's not a murderer.
So you're telling me it's the Cooper rush. That's what he's doing.
I think so. He go. It's Google.
Yeah,
There's
I
something.
think he does the GOO. We do it as goo. He does it like good, like Google.
Yes.
That's what I was alleging.
Yes.
You just saw it in front of you, red-handed. We walked in. We opened the door. He, she, in the bed, doing the thing. We caught you.
It's not what it looks like. Google it.
You got. All right, play it. That
You
wasn't
can
it.
go on Google Maps.
Google.
It didn't work. Get me him doing the thing just now. A lot of pulling audio in real time for Ryan. Did you hear it that time?
I think I heard it.
That was exactly it. Because the other time is like, he's okay there.
So I think it's the second half of the GLE. I think it's the second half, the last part of the second O, then the GLE. That Darius is now like he's built up speed. He's going downhill and he's doing the ski jump thing and he's like sprinting through that to get to the next
Give
word.
me the one you just did.
All right, so it's the slowed down version of me saying Google Maps.
That's not Google.
Yeah, Google.
That is not. See, Clary,
Saying
you
Google
thought I
Maps.
was crazy, and am I crazy? Everyone's like, you got to be kidding me. Darius would never rob. Darius would never rob. And then there was a robbery. We ran over, and Darius is running out with a bunch of stuff in his hand.
Yeah, I can't lie. You kind of nailed that one.
2 bags marked with dollar signs. He's got
I
him.
can't believe it. The chances of catching you red-handed when everyone's I felt like I was like losing the fight. Everyone's like, this is weird, Grant. He doesn't say anything. And then you didn't even have to say it, and you couldn't even help yourself.
Saying Google Maps.
Google.
Google.
And I think Toby's right. I think he's saying good. Like the GOO and good. But it is also compressed.
Yeah.
Google. That's
Google.
what he's saying. He's saying Google.
Google
All right,
Maps.
so it's the slowed down version of me saying Google Maps.
That's not Google. It's not Google. And if you hear it every single day, it sticks out, man. It's there.
It's noticeable now. Now that I've heard it, I will be able to flag it.
Wow, you were almost home free, bud. You had everyone
All of this audio on your side. What a tyrant Grant is. How miserable is he to work with?
Everyone's like, this guy is crazy. And then you just couldn't go one more day without standing outside of somebody's window, could you? He's not a peeping Tom. Look at that guy. You had to go one night, Dad. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Commanders news of the day today. Terry McLaurin not at practice for Washington as they get ready for the Cowboys. A gotta-have-it game at 3-3. So, Danny, how many games do you think it'll take to win the division? I figured the best way to go about this exercise might be to try to figure out how many games the Eagles are going to win. So let's just go through their schedule with the information we have now. They're currently 4-2. They play the Vikings and the Giants before their bye week. Do we think Philly wins both of those games? At Minnesota, tough game this weekend, and then against the Giants, who are playing better.
The way they're going right now, I'd say maybe you count on a split. So the over-under would be 1.5, right? So I'll say 1-1 for now.
I think that's reasonable. I'm going to say they get both because I'm going to go kind of, I don't want to say worst case scenario, but assuming they play a better level of football, what does it look like? So we're going to have them 6-2. Then they come out of the bye and they lose to Green Bay. I just can't have them winning that if I haven't winning the two before. I'm assuming they lose somewhere along the way. So got them 6-3. You've got them a game worse than that. So
yes, it'd be 5-4 there.
Keep your record. I've got them playing Detroit. I'm going to say they lose to Detroit. I've got them 6-4 at that point.
So I'll say for the sake of argument, they're going to win a game that you don't think so, right? Because they're Philadelphia, they do that, they're talented. So I'll say they get Detroit that week. So call it 6-4.
All right, so we got an equal record here. Then they're in Dallas. I think they beat the Cowboys again.
I do too.
7-4. Then they're hosting Chicago. I've got them 8-4.
Same.
They play the Chargers. Now that's in LA. The LA team they'll be playing that night will be better than the one that played Washington. I'm still going to say they win that game and get 3 in a row. Which, by the way, we got a problem developing here if that's the case. Because now they're up to 9-4.
9-4.
Probably more likely they're 8-5, but if they're 9-4, okay, they play the Raiders 10-4. Then they play Washington twice. So let's say for the sake of the conversation, Washington can beat them twice. I don't think that's possible, happening, but let's say they do. Now they're 10-6 and they play the Bills. There's a path if you sweep them, even if they get hot, that they're only 10-7. But here's what that exercise just taught me. They're probably going to be an 11-win team.
And that was my answer to the question. Before even really digging into the nitty-gritty, is that it was going to be an 11-win, and that's assuming at least one of your wins is against the Eagles.
Yeah, so if you go 11-6 and you split with Philly, the next tiebreaker, I think, would be divisional record. So your 11 wins, assuming you split with Philly. Let's say, again, this one's huge, but let's say you sweep Dallas and you sweep the Giants on the way. You're a 5-1 division winner. You probably would have a tiebreaker over the Eagles.
And remember, the Eagles already have a loss to the Giants. So
Right.
in that way, Washington is ahead of the game. I know they beat Dallas in week 1, but you see the point is
exactly
if Washington goes, for the sake of argument, 5-1 in the division, which is again is a major leap, huge if, given what we've seen, but bear with me for the exercise. If they go 5-1 in the division, that means the best Philly could do is 4-2. So if you end up with 11 wins just like them, it would go to you.
Head-to-head is first, then division, then common games before conference games is the tiebreaker for division foes. That is helpful. The common games part before conference, because my fear is Washington's conference tiebreaker is going to be really bad, which is where you start as a tiebreaker for the wild card. But I'm hoping 10-7 is enough. I guess that's why we did the exercise. I don't think it will be. I think Philly probably, even if they're flawed, gets to 11-6. Their schedule's not as bad as you would have hoped.
No, and I know I sound like a broken record, and it's optimistic about a team that I hate, that I'm rooting against, but there's too much talent, and I have seen too many storms, too many weird things, too many weird team meetings, too many coaches yelling at fans for me to write the epitaph on these guys just yet. I still think there's a chance that they come back and play much better football. They haven't yet. They have not played that well this year. Even their wins, you kind of going, how the hell did they just get away with that? How did they do that? Their best win, I think, was at Tampa, but even still, there were plenty of flaws in that game. They're not great. They're not as good as the team that won the Super Bowl only a handful of months ago, but there's still plenty in the tank there where they can out-talent you.
Week 7 kicks off with Thursday Night Football tonight. The Steelers and the Bengals. We'll get you a little preview before we get out of here, taking you up to 6:30. One betting line, just looking at some of the odds, that doesn't make any sense to me. The Kansas City Las Vegas line is Chiefs laying 10.5 points. They don't cover big numbers like that. Their offense hasn't operated in a way that allows them to. I know they're playing a little better and they get Rashee Rice back. That's a huge number in the division.
I've seen 11.5, as much as 12.5 in some books.
That's wild to me. I would take the Raiders in points. Maybe I will for confidence points picks. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Ben Standig joins us to break down the Commanders next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by Reynolds & Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders made a roster move today. Defensive end Drake Jackson was placed on IR with a knee injury. They just signed him yesterday. The hope is he'll be back later this season. Today's practice report for the Commanders: 4 players didn't practice, 2 or 3 of them for the second straight day. Dorrance Armstrong dealing with a hamstring injury, Chris Rodriguez with a calf injury, Deebo Samuel with a heel injury. Terry McLaurin did not practice today with his quad injury that's forced him to miss the last 3 games. He was limited yesterday, but again, didn't practice today. Be interested to see if he can get on the field tomorrow to play on Sunday. Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb said he'll be back this week. He said he could have played last week, but sat an extra week to be fully healthy. He won't be on a pitch count this Sunday. Thursday Night Football tonight, Steelers and Bengals will kick off at 8:15. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Trey Hendrickson is not expected to play tonight for Cincinnati. College football, Curt Cignetti signed a contract extension with the Hoosiers. 8 years, $11.6 million per year. His new contract going to run through the 2033 season. And in baseball, the NLCS Game 3 tonight, Dodgers and Brewers about to get underway. Tyler Glasnow takes on Aaron Ashby. Dodgers up 2-0 in that series. And Mariners, Blue Jays in the ALCS tonight, Game 4, 8:30 first pitch. Luis Castillo takes on old friend Max Scherzer for the Blue Jays. Mariners up 2-1 in that series. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Attaboy, Tobes. Give it to him. Throw an elbow. Toby does such a good job on the station.
Every day he's on, it's a good day.
Exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murad. We are Grant and Danny, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and tell us we sent you. It's kmlawyers.com. Danny, we are headed to Kansas City thanks to our friends Condori and Murad sponsoring that trip. We'll be at Arrowhead Stadium a week from Monday for the Commanders and the Chiefs. There will be barbecue. There will be Mahomes versus Daniels. Sign me up for that. That's the good stuff.
Same building as Tay-Tay. That'll be exciting for a lot of people.
Is Taylor Swift going to be there for sure, do we think?
I don't know. I assume she is. I mean, she goes to every game pretty much, right? Or no?
I'm assuming there's no security. I could just walk right over and get a selfie in front of her.
I think you can. I think you just turn around and be like, hey, do you mind? She's like, no problem.
I already texted Wasim, no pressure. I'd like to sit as close to Taylor Swift as possible. That's the goal.
That's your goal.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need to meet her for me. I don't really care one way or the other. My daughter will love it if I'm, taking a picture of myself and Taylor Swift happens to be
she's there in the background
right behind us. She'd like that.
Do you think they show her on the Jumbotron at Kansas City for people to be excited, or they don't do that?
Oh, 100% they do that.
They do?
Kidding me?
I know they do it on TV because they're like, look!
Their whole personality, like the Eagles have the tush push.
Uh-huh.
They're the Taylor Swift team. They love it so much. Let's get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and talk to a guy who I believe will be in the Travis Kelce suite, Ben Standig of Substack Standig fame. What's up, Ben? How are you?
Grant, I'm good. As you know, I have a cat at home, and Taylor Swift has his cat, or at least one cat or two cats, and that's the thing. So my friend and I were discussing, like, if I were there and in the bowels of the stadium and she were there, like, how would I get her attention? I'm not a Swiftie, but all my friends are. And so the suggestion was I put a picture of my cat on like a T-shirt and then just wear that in there. And I'm like, yeah, that will go well with the press box and my regular.
It's a good icebreaker in case you run into Taylor Swift, but the other 99.9% of the population will be like, what is the matter with that guy?
Just don't let me see you that night. I mean, you will not hear the end of that one. Standing's wearing a T-shirt with his cat on it. Oh, boy. I would wear you out for 4 quarters.
Say that again?
I said I would wear you out for 4 quarters. I mean, the Taylor Swift thing might work, but you're getting some shrapnel for that.
At a heavy cost.
I mean, it would have to be one of those deals where it's like I'm wearing like a button-down shirt, and then like at the right exact moment, just like rip it open, and then there's the cat picture, and then I could somehow like put it back, and nobody would see it. But yeah, I think I don't think that would work.
I'm just picturing, by the way, Taylor Swift in this very quick moment with a bunch of security. and like standing there, kind of sheepish.
What if she's like, is that Substack standing?
She's like walking through, and Ben just opens his shirt, and everyone's like, "What the heck's this guy doing?" And it turns out it's just, but then like he gets tackled by her security, and he's like, "I'm the cat. I like cats.
I just love cats so much.
I'm a cat.
I'm a cat dad."
What could go wrong here, Ben?
Right. I'm sure TMZ wouldn't notice or get a hold of that or anything like that. Now, I'm sure, not to mention there's tons of reporters around. That'd be fine. Nobody would notice.
So let's start with some news, because you're going to have to cover this as soon as we're done. It sounds like Treylon Burks is signing with the Commanders. Now, I guess first and foremost, he's been a massive disappointment as a draft pick in the first round, but this is a veteran they're bringing in here. What do you make of McLaurin not practicing today, the state of the receiving position, McLaurin not having gone to injured reserve, and kind of the state of the union at wideout?
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess. Yeah, I mean, for the bigger picture stuff, look, the fact that Terry McLaurin went from limited yesterday, which was a jog through, so limited is relative. It was more of like an estimation, too. Now being a DNP today, that's obviously not a good sign for him coming back, and he has not. I mean, we'll have to hear from Dan Quinn to exactly know what happened here, but obviously it's not enough progress to, move this thing forward. I know that a lot of people have been up in arms over the fact that they didn't put Terry on IR. If he's out, this would be his fourth game. That's an IR stint. Same thing with Noah Brown. Then they ultimately put Noah Brown on IR. I personally think this is a overreaction to a nothing burger, in that it's not like they're going to go out and sign somebody on the street who's going to come in and like crush it. If that guy existed, they could sign him to the practice squad today. You don't need you don't need Terry to go away. But if they thought that Terry and Noah Brown were, maybe not week to week, but okay, they're going to be out like 2 games, and then we think they have a chance to play in weeks 3 and 4. Of course, you take that, especially for McLaurin, because he's miles better than anybody else you could possibly put out there. But the fact that it is lingering, obviously we don't know the diagnosis exactly as to what is going on here, but it's problematic just that they haven't had him. Again, I don't know if it's faulty medical evaluations or just, hey, this is just the nature of some injuries that they can take a while. And of course, in his case, it's impossible to ignore the fact that, people can say it's coincidental all you want, but it's impossible to ignore the fact that he skipped all training camp amid this contract dispute. And the fear always is, well, when the guy comes back, he's going to get some sort of, soft tissue-y kind of injury. And that's what we've got here. So maybe it's a coincidence, maybe it's not, but, this is when you hold out, when you have these kinds of issues, it opens the door to all those other conspiracy theory or, real legitimate wonders, about what's going on. So that's tough. As far as Treylon Burks goes, yeah, I think that's accurate in terms of him coming in. I know we had a pretty good workout for them yesterday. This is the type of flyer that I appreciate them taking. No idea for the workout. He was the first round pick in 2022, 2 selections after Jahan Dotson. Big guy, like 6'2", 225, runs fast though. He had a broken collarbone that's kept him out of playing football for the last, year or so. I don't know where he is at in terms of. I mean, it sounds like he can play. I don't know where he's at with his football shape. It sounds like he's good to go. But it's a flyer. I appreciate this type of flyer. There's a lot of upside here. Whereas all the guys they brought in this summer, the Michael Gallups, the Chris Moores, there was no ceiling there, and that's felt like problematic. As you're trying to figure out who's going to back up Noah Brown, and just also, to get maybe a big boost, find that random guy. So pretty worthy flyer. No idea what he'll bring, but hey, I bet on athleticism and youth. That's good for me.
Ben Standing with us here on G&D, and I'm with you on the Burks thing. Low downside, who cares, right? But I want to go back to the point you made about McLaurin. It's not as if there was some like superstar that they were making an active to make room for McLaurin on the roster. You're right. It's a practice squad, Peter. It's the 55th guy or whatever. Here's where I'm concerned, and I want your response to this. It's both with he and Noah Brown, because they both happen within 48 hours of each other. It's the, whoops, guess we misdiagnosed it, or whoops, we got that one wrong. It's the fact that they don't seem to know, and the rhetoric didn't match what was happening. And when there's a disconnect like that, it's never because everything's great, right? I go back to Chase Young with Ron Rivera, where they expected him back any day now, and that turned into 80% of the season, wherever the hell the number was. That's the part that I kind of start to scratching my head about, Ben, is I'm worried that whether it's, someone's gruntled or disgruntled, I have no idea, but when they're wrong, I think that's kind of where I'm coming from on this. Give me your take.
Yeah, look, it's in terms of the information they give us, we're not hearing it obviously from the medical staff or a trainer or anybody like that. We're hearing it from a head coach who, teaches defensive linemen how to hit the gap. So I'm sure Dan Quinn doesn't really want to. He doesn't want to, nor does he know the articulate way to say, hey, here's the injury, here's why it's maybe this or that, and here's the issue. Now, and also they don't want to give away competitive advantages or blah, blah, blah. So I think we get these vague reports in part, again, they don't want to say too much, and also part because the person who's communicating it doesn't know what the heck he's talking about, which is not a knock. I wouldn't. I mean, that's not his job, but they don't have somebody else to come up and tell us what the deal is. Misdiagnosis, I don't know. I mean, look, I mean, they've obviously, when Will Harris had an ankle injury, they were pretty quick, put him on IR. Jonathan Jones injury, go put him on IR. I think some injuries are just, hey, it is a little more week to week. You don't know how the body responds. And also maybe you want to take a little more chance on certain guys being able to bounce back. I mean, the other thing is, you're only allowed to bring back 8 guys off of IR in the course of a year, right? They've already have Will Harris, Jonathan Jones, who could be back here relatively soon, and Javonte Jean-Baptiste. We'll see if he's able to come back this year or not. So I'm just saying, if you put on Noah Brown and you put on Terry McLaurin, now you already have, 5. Well, they did put Noah Brown on, but, you put Terry on, you have, 5 guys in the first month of the season. Who knows what's going to come later? So you do have to be judicious a little bit with who you put on IR. And again, the upside with Terry possibly coming back far, far, far exceeds anything else you could do with that spot. They have 5 to 7 guys every week who are inactive. They haven't had any issue with fielding a full roster for games. Again, I think the real issue here is that going all the way back to free agency and the draft is just how they filled out the receiver room, knowing that, Noah Brown's injury history is pretty spotty, that, Deebo Samuel, who's playing, he's dealing with a little bit of a heel injury right now, that, he's had some injury history. McLaurin's the one where there was no injury history, but even there, you knew this contract negotiation thing was happening, and who knows where it would go, and it went all the way through camp. So to me, it just felt like they didn't do a good enough job of preparing for the rainy day. Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane, whatever they are, they're not really outside receivers. Certainly Jalen Lane isn't, and Luke McCaffrey, not a ton either. So they just don't even have a guy to fill in that role of Terry. I think to me that's the bigger issue more than should they put him on IR or not.
Ben Standig covers the Commanders. You can check out his Substack, Last Man Standing, and you should be following his Commanders content. He'll tell you how to do that before we get out of here. Ben, before we move on from McLaurin, I guess succinctly, really quick, is it fair to say he's unlikely to play on Sunday as of right now unless something changes?
Say that again. I've lost you for a second.
Yeah, is it fair to say he's unlikely to play on Sunday barring a change?
You're saying Terry?
Yeah.
I would think so. I mean, I would imagine. I mean, if he had been limited today, you could be like, okay, maybe, they're just still being a little cautious. I'll see what it's like the next day. But to go to a full DNP, on top of the fact that he has not done anything else. I mean, even Noah Brown last week had 2 days of limited practice before, things, I guess, went sideways or hadn't improved enough. So, yeah, I don't feel good about Terry playing. I think the real question at this point is what's up with Deebo Samuel. He has not been practicing much the last couple of weeks, as you guys know. He was able to keep playing, though. He's looked great against the Chargers, didn't look as good this past game, sort of the first clunker he had this year, and now where is he at, having now not practiced this week? If he's unable to practice tomorrow or do anything, even if he plays, it's pretty obvious that this heel issue is an issue. And, again, the way Deebo plays, he's just so aggressive, so assertive, which is great. It's what makes him out there on the field, but it also puts him at, probably a greater risk of injury, the way he throws his body around. And, it would be bad enough if he was hurt when you have all your other guys. To not have McLaurin or Noah Brown and now to have to potentially have no Deebo Samuel, I mean, I don't even really want to, think of the world that this would be the ultimate test of Jaden Daniels raising everybody around him. And he kind of, look, last week, Chris Moore, Luke McCaffrey caught touchdowns. It's not like he didn't do it to a degree, but at least Debo was there as to help or to be a distraction. So I think, to me, that's the real question. Is Debo going to play more than Terry, who at this point I am assuming would be out?
Ben Standig joining us on Grant and Danny. Again, Treylon Burks going to be signing with the Commanders, according to Ian Rappaport, part of the news of the day. All right, this is a random question in the moment, but you did a feature on Cliff Kingsbury in the summer and chatted with him, and I feel like you have some information on kind of what makes him tick. What's your thought on his interest in being a head coach again? And I asked this after the Titans job opened up, where you're going to be able to work with this year's number 1 overall pick. That's one opening. There will be others, but do you think there's a chance that he's here for a few more years, or how do you kind of see this going with him?
Yeah, I mean, look, if he's here, clearly he likes it here, and what's not to like with Jaden Daniels. But, I think it's also pretty clear he wants to coach again. So, the first year, they had this deep run last year in the playoffs. Coaching interviews are going on simultaneously. You wonder, I presume, say the Bears would have probably wanted Ben Johnson regardless, but say Detroit had won that game. Does Kingsbury get an interview first with the Bears? And maybe they go, hey, well, this guy, look what a year that they had. So I think he does. Now, the question is, he's in a good position where he doesn't have to force it. He doesn't have to just take any old job. But you mentioned the Titans. Obviously, they've been a mess, but they did have a guy, Cam Ward, who was the number 1 pick in this draft. Is Zach Taylor going to survive in Cincinnati? I think it's easily a guy that you could say is going to be out. So maybe he, could consider that job with Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. So I think the answer is yes. But look, I'll even throw out, if Dallas were to implode here, and I don't know what Jerry would do with Brian Schottenheimer. He's, Jerry picked him, but I think if Kingsbury, a Texas kid through and through, had that opportunity, I think he's gone in seconds. But I don't know if that opportunity would exist. So I think the answer is yes, but I don't think he's going to feel like he has to run out the door. But I do think also, you correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is the last year that he's still getting paid by the Cardinals. So the paycheck is not as big as it would be as it's been the last couple of years. So maybe that's a factor. I'm not saying he needs the money, but just saying, that part of the equation would be in play too. So I think the answer is yes, that he would be interested. Whether he, where we are in a few months, that's the hard part to say.
Are you surprised at all that Noah I has barely played over the last couple of weeks on defense for a secondary that's really struggling?
So yes and no. I mean, I had heard around the time the start of the season that, that they were making him open in trade talks, but open, hey, if you want to talk, cool, but we're not forcing him out the door. It's then proceeded that he has not played, other than the Raiders game where they had a bunch of guys get hurt, late in the game. He's barely played, and that's even with Jonathan Jones being out for the last month. Lattimore and Amos and Sanders still have all been healthy for the most part. Amos has been really, really good. Lattimore, I think, has been better the last few weeks. Sanders still has definitely been up and down, to say the least, in the slot. But, those are the three guys I can rely on. And so to that end, I'm not surprised. The defensive backs tend to be on the field all the time for the most part. So I'm not surprised. I think the question, though, is when Jonathan Jones is back, does he get moved? I mean, it may be one of those deals where we think he's something because we saw him last year have a good year. But, he was a free agent this year. He obviously came back. I don't know what the interest is. We're talking about, at best, the classic trade the player and a seventh to get a sixth, but even that feels like it could be a bit rich. So I'm not surprised that he's not playing, but I think it's an indication that that they are in fact open to moving him if the right deal came along.
Ben Standig, check out the Substack. How can people read your work?
Yeah, Substack is lastmanstanding.substack.com. You can also, follow me on my podcast. Is also Last Man Standing wherever you do it. But go over there, check it out. I mean, I know the gentlemen I'm talking to are subscribers,
Indeed.
And it means a lot to have that kind of support. So join. Look, forget me. You listen to Grant and Danny all the time. You do what they tell you to do. they're telling you to go subscribe, I just say listen to them.
Yeah, this is a good point.
Yeah, you makes a good case. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know Ben's a pro because in the middle of talking to us, he still tweeted out the news that they're signing Treylon Burks.
Attaboy.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know what I mean? Where he's like, "Oh, I can't hear you." You know why? Because he's tweeting out the news.
I actually, and kind of as someone who was on the beat at one point in time, it's why I started and told him right away, because I figured he'd have a chance then to, with 20 minutes he's going to be sitting with us or whatever it is, to kind of have that opportunity. So I tried to look out for him a little bit there, and I knew he wouldn't go full rap sheet and just like start being distracted and tell us he has to go.
I gotta go.
Remember Rappaport with Dukes back in the day?
Oh,
just
yeah.
like, all right, I don't care about you anymore. So I knew Ben was too much of a professional. Hey, before I let you go, so I'm asking this to Danny. I'm going to ask this to you as well because you also are pretty plugged in on fantasy. And there's nothing worse than talking about your own fantasy team. But I got two buddies here, and so other people can just listen if they want.
Okay.
I am in a bad situation here. Stanek, have you ever done a guillotine league?
I have not. I was invited to join one this year, but with the starting the new site, I just decided not to take on any other nonsense. But I'm intrigued and would think to do it next year.
It is a blast. I love this. I'm going to do one. Maybe I'll start one and we could do it. But like, it's going to be my new fantasy thing now, is the guillotine league. I've over-talked about it. But for people that don't know, the gist very quickly is you're in a league, 14, 16, 12, whatever it is. Every single week, someone gets eliminated. That's the low point scorer. So you're looking at it as a matchup throughout the week. So it shows like your team and someone else's team. But your matchup will change throughout Sunday based on like the low point total or whoever's closest to you in points. So as an example, every week, whoever's the smallest point total gets lopped off and you get eliminated. So this week, I am now expected to be the low man. I have a very good team, but I have both running backs on bye and some injuries, and I'm now projected to be eliminated if things go according to how Yahoo or whatever site sees this. So I say this to tell you, if I don't do anything, I'm like 8 points below anyone else. I really do think I'll get eliminated. So I've just got to survive in advance to try to figure this out next week when Derrick Henry and James Cook come back and play again.
Mm-hmm.
I am considering, this is where I want to ask you guys this question, trading Justin Jefferson in a deal for a little, like 80 cents on the dollar.
For like a little bit of help.
To survive a week, because the pool of free agents is zero, okay? It is nothing. I need a running back. If I pick someone up, short of guessing some fullback that's going to score a touchdown, I'm going to get 2 points from this running back, and I'm going to be screwed. So I'm considering Justin Jefferson for Cam Scatterboo, who's red hot. I don't think this is sustainable. A month from now, we'll say, who is that guy who was carrying the ball for the Giants? And Matthew Golden, the number one pick for the Packers, who's only got 14 catches all year. But he's caught a 30-plus yarder in 3 straight games. His targets are going up. I think he's had 4 or 5 catches the last 3 weeks. So by that standard, it sounds like a terrible deal in a redraft league that you would never do.
Well, of course it is.
But if it helps me survive this week and then my team's worse next week, should I do it? So it's a lot of words. I'm going to tag you guys in now.
The whole point, Ben, I'll defer to you here in a second, but if you're eliminated, it doesn't matter about your next week's strategy. This is survive in advance time. That's what this says to me.
Right, but is it too
costly?
Is 76 cents on the dollar too much? Because my point is, I think tonight's the night. It's like a 2-day waiver period on trades. So if I don't make a trade today, then I'm probably screwed. Last week I was like, I'll figure something out. And then there was nothing to figure out.
Yeah, you could cross your fingers and hope that your, whatever nubs running back you pick up from Arizona that's backing up Michael Carter, who's backing up Bam Knight, might get a touchdown because everybody else needs oxygen, but it ain't going to happen.
I think I would start Scatterboo at back, and Golden might actually be a wide receiver for me this week, and Jefferson would be out of the lineup. Ben, what do you think?
First of all, your explanation of this makes me feel so good about not doing the guillotine league because I'd spend 3 days on this and skip Kingsbury's press conference trying to figure this out.
You'd actually ask him at the presser?
I'm just telling you, it's a blast. You would love it. It's so fun.
I guess the only thing I would say, and I get your point, is like I wish one of those two guys had a little higher floor because, like you said, they're both rookies. The Scatterboo thing, he's obviously playing well now, but who knows where the Giants will be in a month and all that. And Golden, there's some promise, but like I said, it just hasn't happened. So that would be my only thing. I wish I could get like one of those guys who's a little more proven. So I feel like even if I'm not getting Justin Jefferson statistic, I'm getting somebody that I feel, week in, week out, I can be good about. Right now, Golden's, I don't know if he's definitely not a weekly starter. And Scatterboo, like you said, it's up in the air. But I totally get your point, and I wouldn't, at least with Jefferson also, who's his quarterback? Carson Wentz and J.J. McCarthy. Obviously, he's almost QB proof, but still, it may not be the full throw to Justin Jefferson you're used to.
Right.
So maybe that's something to consider.
Yeah, I've
you
seen
know,
him outside the
hold
top
your nose
10 in
and do
most
it.
rest of the season rankings. Talking about Jefferson.
So would you do it, Danny?
I would. You need to survive.
Okay, Ben, would you do it?
Based on knowing nothing else and wanting you to have some fun, I say go do it.
Damn, what a terrible trade I'm about to make.
Yeah.
I can't.
You're going to listen.
Totally.
Yeah,
You
you give
ever
me
made-
4 coins and I'll give you this $1.
You ever made a trade knowing it was a bad trade when
Sure
you hit
have.
send? I mean, it might happen. I'm trying one more
Are
thing.
you asking that to me or Vinny Serrato? I'm sorry, what?
Yes, exactly.
Yes is the answer.
I'm trying one more. I'm actually offering Jefferson for David Montgomery and another wide receiver whose name is escaping me right now. So I'm trying one other better, like 89 cents on the dollar thing first. And then if I don't, this will be my before midnight. I'll fall back on this plan. So now that everyone's up to speed on my fantasy lineup,
Now we know.
we can keep it moving.
Yeah, now we know.
Substack Standing. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate
Thank you, Ben.
Be good.
Yeah, guys, appreciate it. Thanks.
All right. We'll catch up. There's Ben Standing. So moving and shaking at wide receiver, the Commanders today. I'm not the only GM making moves. Adam
Peters are slightly more important, if I may.
How dare you?
Well, slightly. I didn't say a lot. Slightly.
That's tough.
Slightly.
By the way, why did I not tell Ben this when my this is actually the funniest thing ever now because I won't even get to tell him this. My team name in this is last team standing, which is just completely wacky and has nothing to do with anything. Just as a play on all of Ben's bits.
Is it a random league or do you know people in it? Like,
No,
is it like around here?
It's a random league with like dudes around here, yeah.
Okay, but I just mean like, do they get the fact that it's after
No,
Ben Standig?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
That's incredible.
Yeah?
Like you're just
told.
in some random Yahoo league and you're doing a last man standing bit.
Welcome to DC, Traylon Burks. All right, tomorrow we are in Bethesda. Caddies on Cordell. Friday field trip. Come on out and hang out with us. Should be a lot of fun. Cannot wait for a good old-fashioned field trip Friday and football Friday on 106.7 The Fan. Thank you to Darius, to Ryan, to Toby. On task all day long. They did a really, really good program.
He was on it from Jump Street.
Absolutely.
On it.
For Danny, I'm Grant saying so long. We will see you guys in Bethesda.
Bethesda.
Thank you for coming.